What's up? Ghost Fictions is here and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku was neglected and became Gilgamesh Successor. Perhaps fate's cruel and dark design will forever curse the existence of Izuku Yagi. As one of the only different people in a world full of superpowers, the hostility of others always had been directed against him because of something he could not control. The only ones who stood by him, who believed in him, were his beloved sister and two of his childhood friends. Over the years, it had frustrated him that he always had to be protected. But, through a show of courage, bravery, and compassion, he was given a chance, a miracle. It was indeed a chance encounter with the king of heroes, Gilgamesh. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author AnastasiusFinch for writing this story. Now, let's get into the story. Third person's POV, it was early in the morning, birds were chirping, the sun was shining, and people were rising to start the day. In a room where the sun's rays were shining, we see a young green-haired boy groggily waking up, whilst his blonde sister was still sleeping in her bed. The room they are in is quite spacious, as it was enough to fit both of their beds and some furniture. Yawn. Huh. Oh. Izumi, wake up. It's today. It's today. Izumi. Izuku. Izuku. It's our quirk test, it's today. Izumi. Gasp. Oh really? I almost forgot. We have to go wake up mom and dad. The two siblings, now identified as Izuku and Izumi, quickly made it out of their shared bedroom. Once they made it out, they made their way to the bedroom door of their parents and swiftly opened it. Izumi. Mom and dad, wake up. Izuku. It's our quirk test today. Once they opened the door, they were greeted with the sight of the master's bedroom. It was quite spacious, and it was also, like Izuku and Izumi's room, fully furnished with rugs, drawers, a wardrobe, and a big bed that had two people on it. The first to sit up straight was a man with long blonde hair with a figure akin to a skeleton. Next to him was a slim green-haired woman who started to speak. Izuku. Izumi. What are you guys doing here so early in the morning? Both. It's our quirk test today. Huh. Oh. Well, then you guys better get ready because you don't want to be late. Izuku. Alright dad. Let's go and get changed, Izumi. Izumi quickly nodded as they made their way out of the door to change out of their pajamas. I'll go on ahead and make breakfast, Toshinori. Toshinori. Alright Inko, a light breakfast will do. Inko nodded and she made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Toshinori got up to check on his children when suddenly ring, his cell phone ringed as if someone was calling him. Toshinori got up and picked up the phone to check who was calling, but was surprised to see the person who called as one of his sidekicks. Toshinori. Hello. Sorry to call you so early in the morning, sir. But there is an emergency, we need you here all night. Toshinori. Alright. I'm on my way. Toshinori dropped the call immediately and went to the kitchen where Inko was making a light breakfast. While his children were talking to her about what kinds of quirks they could get. Toshinori. I'm sorry but I have to go to work, kids. Toshinori spoke with a hint of urgency and disappointment that he couldn't come with his kids. Thankfully, Inko understood the situation quickly and nodded, signaling him to go. Izumi. Oh man. Pouts Izuku. It's okay, dad. We'll tell you about our quirks when we get home. Izuku didn't complain about his stepfather's work because he understands how important work is, he always had a good understanding of his surroundings. While Izumi did also know the importance of work, she still couldn't help but complain. Toshinori. Chuckles. Sorry kids but I have to go. Duty calls. He said as he kissed their foreheads and made his way outside and immediately went to his buff form, making sure no one saw him, and leaped in the direction of the emergency. Inko. Well, let's start eating breakfast and make our way to the doctor. Doctor. So what would you like to hear, the good news or the bad news? Inko. The bad news, please. Inko said, stuttering as she feared that there was an abnormality in one of her children. Both Izuku and Izumi were visibly nervous as they gripped tightly to the All Might and Green Tempest toys. Doctor sighs. Well, unfortunately, your son Izuku Yagi, is well. Quirkless. As he said that, the room went into a deafening silence for a few seconds, which was broken by Izuku dropping his All Might toy. Izuku. QQ quirkless. He's joking, right? He thought as tears started to well up. The doctor merely looked at him with pity, while his mother looked at him with a mixture of sadness, pity, and most of all, disappointment. Once Izumi processed the situation, she quickly got up and gave him a hug that he desperately needed. Inko. So doctor, what's the good news? Doctor. Clears throat. Well, your daughter, Izumi Yagi, has a telekinesis quirk. Its strength, once trained, will be comparable to the 0.31 Pro Hero, Green Tempest's quirk. Inko. Did you hear that, Izumi? You have such a good quirk. You're gonna become the 0.1 hero. Inko said in an expression that was a stark contrast from the one she gave Izuku earlier. Izumi, who was still consoling Izuku, had an expression as bright as the sun, but that didn't stop her from continuing to hug Izuku. Inko. Come on Izumi. Let's head to the car. Izumi nodded while making her way outside, holding Izuku's hand and telling him it was going to be okay. Izuku. Sniffles. Thank you, Izumi, you're the best sister ever. It was a new morning, the day after the quirk test. We can see Izuku and Izumi going to school with Inko, who was only holding Izumi's hand. Izumi noticed this, so she went over to her brother and grabbed his left hand using her right, while giving a big smile. Izuku also smiled in response. It was already a day after the quirk test. During the ride home, Inko was only talking to Izumi and didn't bother to include Izuku in the conversation. When they met Toshinori, who was home from work, what happened was, he encountered a new vigilante who took down an entire villain organization all on his own. The vigilante was a well-built blonde male wearing a casual outfit. That was the only information that the police could gather, as nobody got a good look on his face. When All Might arrived at the scene, he saw the entire villain organization dead and the vigilante gone. Back to Izuku, it was now recess time, and he went under a tree and started eating his food. With Izumi, she is walking to the playground to eat her snacks with Izuku when she was greeted by a group of 4. Hey Izumi. Izumi. Hey Kitsuki, Kitsumi, Shoto, Shoka. Izumi replied to the 2 pairs of twins in a happy tone. One pair of twins, Kitsuki and Kitsumi, both have short, spiky, sandy blonde hair with choppy bangs that hang over their eyebrows. Their eyes are sharp and bright red. The other pair of twins both have quite long hair, though it doesn't pass their neck, and wear bangs, parted twice to not obscure their vision. Their hair is evenly split between 2 colors. Shoto has white on his right side and crimson red on his left. While Shoka's hair is crimson red on her right side and white on her left. Both have heterochromia iridium, which causes their eyes to appear turquoise and brownish dark gray. Shoto. Where's Izuku? Izumi. Oh. He's eating over there under the big tree in the playground. Kitsumi. Why is he eating alone? Izumi. Well. He's probably upset about yesterday. Kitsuki. Oh yeah, that reminds me, you guys had your quirk tests yesterday, right? Izumi. Yeah, we did. I have a very strong telekinesis quirk that could be stronger than green tempests. Shoka. What about Izuku? What's his quirk? Izumi. Well, that's just it, he's quirkless. Izumi. I'm worried that he might still want to be a hero. Sniffles. And he gets hurt doing it. The 2 pairs of twins understood the situation now. The conversation stopped for a minute for them to think about what they should do. After a minute of silence, it was broken when Kitsuki suggested an idea while grinning. Kitsuki. How about we bully him so that he gets so afraid of quirks and getting hurt that he wouldn't want to be a hero anymore? Kitsumi. Yeah. I was thinking the same thing. After they said that, Izumi and the Todoroki twins immediately had expressions that were a mix of anger, disappointment, and bewilderment. Shoto. What the heck are you guys thinking? Shoka. We should be protecting him, not trying to bully him. Kitsumi. You guys just don't understand our idea. Kitsuki. He needs to learn that he can't get far in life and that he's useless. Shoto. You useless. Stop joking around, Kitsuki. Shoka. Just because he's quirkless doesn't mean that he's useless. After a few minutes of arguing and shouting, Izumi decided to stop them. Izumi. Just stop it, Kitsuki, Kitsumi. When Izumi said that, it caught Izuku's attention because he recognized his sister's voice, so he went over to see what was happening. When he got over to where Izumi was, he was shocked when he saw that his friends were arguing and shouting at each other. He was currently hiding behind a corner. He was about to go and stop them, but was stopped by Izumi shouting once again. Izumi. We shouldn't have to bully him just because he's quirkless. Izumi. Sobs. I'm with Shoto and Shoka on this one. As his sister, I will do everything in my power to protect him. Izumi spoke with power and determination in her voice. Shoto and Shoka had smiles on their faces due to Izumi's response. While Kitsuki and Kitsumi merely had annoyed and angry expressions. Kitsuki. TCH. Whatever. Kitsumi, let's go and find that nerd. Kitsumi nodded and went. Running with her brother to find Izuku. Izumi, Shoto, and Shoka quickly ran after them. Izuku, hearing this, tried to run away but was stopped by Kitsuki, who quickly found him. Kitsuki. Hey Izuku. Do you still want to be a hero? Izuku. Shaking. Why yes Kitsuki, it's been my dream for the longest time. When Kitsuki and Kitsumi heard this, they got sadistic smiles on their faces. Kitsuki then tried to use his quirk to blow up his face, but was stopped by an invisible force. Izumi. Stop it, Kitsuki. Kitsumi. Growls. Why you? Kitsumi then tried to use her quirk on Izumi to allow Kitsuki to move freely again. However, she was also stopped when ice covered her feet and the air around them grew cold, which stopped Kitsumi from secreting her nitroglycerin sweat. Shoto. You guys are crazy. Izuku. Why is this happening? Thus, did the story of the one to be known as the zenith of humanity. Izuku. Start. Third person's POV. Let's turn back the clock to see what was the emergency that required All Might's attention during the morning of Izuku and Izumi's quirk test. It was early in the morning when we see a very handsome blonde man with crimson eyes, like blood. He was currently in a very luxurious suite. It was decorated with expensive, high-quality furniture. Most of the furniture in the suite had golden outlines and was made with wood of the highest quality. The building that he and one other person were staying in was located in Musatafu, Japan. The man yawned and got up from his luxurious bed and made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. After he was done, he went outside and went to the living room and opened the TV. Once he sat down, he opened a golden portal and out came a golden jar and cup. He poured the most high-quality wine into his cup and started drinking while watching the TV. After about 10 minutes, his roommate, after freshening herself up in the bathroom, went outside and greeted the man with a small smile. She had the appearance of a young girl in her early mid-teens with blonde hair and green eyes. Good morning, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh. Good morning to you as well, Artoria. Let's have breakfast, shall we? The girl, who was now identified as Artoria, nodded in response. Gilgamesh then put his cup of wine down and put it and the jar back into his treasury. He went to the dining table with Artoria and opened his portals once again, and out came a big meal that's enough to be considered a feast. Artoria. Your noble phantasm sure is convenient. Gilgamesh. Haven't you already gotten used to seeing this every day for the past month? Gilgamesh replied with a smirk as he sat down on the long table. Artoria did the same and started eating the nice meal that Gilgamesh provided. You must be wondering how exactly the King of Knights and the King of Heroes were in Musatafu, Japan, and were living together. Well, the summary is, after Emiya Kiritsugu, Artoria's former master, commanded Artoria to destroy the Holy Grail during the Fourth Holy Grail War, she and Gilgamesh were transported to the world of quirks, heroes, and villains. The reason why Artoria and Gilgamesh were still able to exist in that world was that before they were transported they were bathed in the excess mana of the Holy Grail. When they got to this world, they didn't know anything about it. Eventually, they found each other and decided to stick together to figure out their situation. At first, their interactions consisted of orders and arrogant remarks from Gilgamesh, to which Artoria merely responded with scoffs, glares, and retorts. However, after living together for the past month they finally warmed up to each other. They could afford the luxurious suite because Gilgamesh sold some of his jewelry. Gilgamesh. So Artoria, are you going to become a so-called hero? Artoria. Yes, I am. Artoria responded immediately with courage and determination in her voice. Gilgamesh. I see. However, the mana that we absorbed from the Holy Grail won't last forever. Meaning that eventually, we must depart from this world and go back to being heroic spirits. Artoria. I understand where you're coming from, Gilgamesh, but even if our time here is limited, I still want to leave an impact and help as many people as I can. Gilgamesh. Chuckles. You still haven't changed, huh? After finishing their breakfast, Artoria and Gilgamesh got up to change out of their clothes. Artoria was wearing a white long-sleeve shirt with a royal blue skirt that reached below her knees and blue sneakers. Gilgamesh was wearing a white V-neck shirt with a black jacket with white stripes and black pants. Artoria was wearing her hair in a ponytail while Gilgamesh had his hair down. Artoria. Well, I'm off to register for the hero licensing exam. Where are you going? Gilgamesh. I'll just be strolling around the city to find anything interesting. Artoria. Alright, well. Be careful. Gilgamesh. Don't worry, my love. You and I both know that nobody can harm me. After hearing what Gilgamesh said, Artoria blushed slightly and glared at him. Artoria. Don't call me that. We aren't even in a relationship. Gilgamesh, however, thought that was very cute. He looked at her and she was slightly pouting. Gilgamesh. Snorts. Well, it's only a matter of time. Artoria. What the heck does that mean? Gilgamesh. It means that soon enough, you are going to fall for my charms. Gilgamesh replied like it was matter of fact. Artoria could only grumble in response as she and Gilgamesh were making their way outside of the building they were staying in. What greeted them when they made it outside was the beautiful streets of Musatafu and the early morning sky. It was still very early in the morning as people were only starting to get up from their slumber. Artoria. Well, I'll see you later, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh. Yeah, see you later, Artoria. As they waved their goodbyes at each other, Gilgamesh started to explore the city a little bit more. Eventually, he arrived at the mall where he saw the owners and employees opening their respective stores. Gilgamesh. Perhaps I should get a gift for when Artoria gets her hero license. Gilgamesh. Sighs. I keep talking about how I'm the one that's going to charm her, but it's completely the opposite. Gilgamesh thought with a tired expression. When he and Artoria arrived in this world, he thought that it was a good chance to make Artoria into his wife. However, he did not expect to actually grow attached to her. At first, he merely admired her for having the stubbornness to try to achieve something that was never meant for a human. When they arrived in this world, that admiration turned into love. Yes, love. He loved everything about her beautiful green eyes, her silky smooth blonde hair, and her cute and perfect face and body. After the death of Enkidu, he didn't expect to see anyone as an equal anymore, much less love. Gilgamesh also did not expect that such a small and fragile body could wield the legendary Excalibur. Scream. Help me. Gilgamesh was wandering around the city after leaving the mall when he heard a sudden scream of what seemed to be a woman. The sudden call for help piqued his interest, so he decided to head in the direction of the scream. There, in a dark and dirty alleyway, Gilgamesh arrived at the scene. The sight that greeted him was a group of low-class villains, about 6 in number. The woman who screamed was currently pinned to a wall, unconscious, by a villain who was holding her with one arm by the neck. Gilgamesh. What the hell's happening here? Huh? Who the hell are you? Growls. Fuck off, pretty boy. Wait. We can't let him go now that he's seen us, now can we? Laughs. You hear that, pretty boy? We're gonna teach you. The villain was immediately cut off by a spear impaling his chest, which caused him to crash into a nearby wall, dead. His friends had shocked, angry, and fearful expressions. They were about to shout at their friend's killer, but were cut off by that very person. Gilgamesh. You mongrels don't even have the right to look at me in the eyes. Yet you dare threaten me? Gilgamesh said as he opened the gates of Babylon wider. Needless to say, he had a very angry expression. Gasps. Why you, asshole? We're gonna make you pay. After those words left the villain's mouth, he was impaled by a sword that hit his right shoulder and was consequently pinned to a wall. The next villain tried to attack Gilgamesh using his fire quirk, but failed when he was killed even before he could activate it. 2 of the villains tried to attack him simultaneously using a combination of water and electricity, but Gilgamesh quickly jumped out of the way before the electrified water could reach him. Before he touched the ground, Gilgamesh shot an axe and a sword at the 2 villains, killing them instantly. The last villain, who had a strength enhancement quirk, knew he stood no chance as he tried to run away. Gilgamesh. You dare. Turn your back on me. As soon as he said that, the villain was decapitated with an axe. After the battle was over, Gilgamesh went over to the woman and saw that she was still breathing. He glared at the villain who was pinned to the wall by his sword, who started to speak. Chuckles. It seems you got me and my boys good, huh? But when our boss finds out about this, he's gonna find you and kill you. You're a pretty boy with a good quirk, so you must have a woman. So when you die, my boss is gonna take real good care of your woman. Laughs. Gilgamesh listened to the villain with a bored and uninterested expression, but when he mentioned him having a woman, he immediately thought of Artoria. He couldn't help but feel the fury and bloodlust bubbling in his chest. Then a disgusted and furious expression made its way onto his face, thinking about some other man taking care of his Artoria. When Gilgamesh decided to save the woman, it was because he wanted to relieve himself of some of his boredom. However, it was now a personal matter. This man dared to threaten him. Needless to say, he wouldn't take that sitting down. Gilgamesh stomped over to the man who was currently bleeding to death. He looked at him with a glare and furious expression. Gilgamesh started speaking with malice and fury. Gilgamesh. Where is your mongrel of a leader? I need to show him the consequences when he can't get his dogs to stop barking. Gilgamesh arrived at the base of the organization that the low-class villains came from. It was in an abandoned warehouse close to the heart of the city. He walked in the place as if he owned it. Once he got inside, he saw the place where all of the villains were located. The sight that greeted him was the villains sitting on some crates or low-quality furniture. The villains were busy making plans and were engaging in idle conversation until they heard Gilgamesh open the doors with a loud bang. Once inside, he immediately scanned the room, which had dozens of villains on standby, with surprise, worry, and anger on their faces, and spoke. Gilgamesh. Hey you rabid dogs. Where is your leader? Oh oi Miyamoto, are there any heroes or police outside? Miyamoto. Chuckles. No, there aren't any outside. It looks like we got an idiot here though. The villains were worried that their base was compromised when an intruder came sauntering into their base, but all of their worries were dispelled when one of their colleagues, who had a presence detection quirk, said that there weren't any heroes or police outside. Then they looked over at Gilgamesh, who had an angry and impatient expression on his face. The villains then looked at their boss, who had an amused expression at the sight of Gilgamesh. Laughs. It seems like an idiot came here on a personal vendetta. Ain't that right, boys? When he said that, then some of the villains burst out laughing when they realized that was what Gilgamesh came there for, alone. So what are you here for? Huh? Take back your stolen money? Or did someone you knew get killed? Gilgamesh. I came here because you mongrel of a leader couldn't keep your dogs on a leash. Whistles. So you fought with some of my boys, huh? But you know where you are right. As he said that, the doors that Gilgamesh came from closed and he was surrounded by dozens of villains. Sighs. It's too early in the morning for this, making me worry our base was found. Get 'em good, boys. Alright, boss. This is gonna be fun. Gilgamesh. You worms think that you can beat me? Well, I'd like to see you try. Gilgamesh. I'll make this quick. After all, the woman I saved earlier might have already called the heroes. Third person's POV, beep beep beep. It was early in the morning as we see Izuku Yagi, now 14 years old. Getting up from his old bed, he turned off his alarm clock as he went to the bathroom to freshen up. In the bathroom, he took his clothes off to take a bath. When he took his clothes off, he saw some burn marks made by his former friends, Kitsuki and Kitsumi, more commonly known in their school, the Bakugo twins. Not only were there burn marks, but there were also some cuts on his arm that were probably caused by self-harm. After taking a bath, he went back to his bed to fix it. Once he was finished, he went outside his room to head to the dining room to eat his breakfast. In the dining room, he saw his sister, Izumi, sitting there, fiddling with her phone. Whilst his mother, Inko, was cooking their breakfast in the kitchen. He didn't see his father, Toshinori, so he assumed he went to work. Izuku, good morning Izumi. Izumi, good morning Izuku. Inko. Izumi responded to Izuku's greeting with a cheerful voice and a small smile. While Inko didn't notice their exchange as she was focusing on cooking. Izumi noticed this and told her mom from the dining table. Izumi. Mom. Izuku's here. Inko. Oh. Good morning Izuku. Izuku. Good morning to you too, mom. One could easily tell that Inko's tone while greeting Izuku held complete disinterest. Izumi just sighed in response to her mother's tone. While Izuku was already used to this treatment at home. After Izuku was deemed quirkless, his parents started to neglect him. Constantly forgetting to include Izuku in their conversations, or only making plans for 3 during family outings. Izumi had tried her best to fix these problems, but it always failed as neither Toshinori nor Inko held any interest in interacting with Izuku. Izumi. Seriously, they're always like this, it's so damn annoying. Izuku. Still the same as ever, huh? Both Izuku and Izumi thought with a frown. After a few minutes of waiting, Inko served their breakfast, which is an eggs benedict. They then started eating their breakfast in silence. Once the dishes were cleaned, Izuku and Izumi went outside with Izuku heading first. Inko. Have a good day. When Izuku and Izumi arrived at their middle school, they saw some very familiar faces walking ahead of them. So, they picked up the pace to greet them. Izuku. Good morning, Shoto, Shoka. Izumi. Good morning guys. Shoto. Good morning, Izuku, Izumi. Shoka. Good morning to both of you. Izumi and Shoka's way of greeting other people was always so cheerful and energetic. Both of them knew that their sisters were always going to be the energetic ones. They didn't mind it though, as it was always nice to see their sisters happy. They started walking to the school while they were engaging in some idle conversation with each other. While they were walking, some of the students looked at Izuku with a sneer. However, they quickly averted their eyes when Shoto glared at them. Shoka. Oh yeah. Do you guys want to know something? Izumi. What is it? Shoto. Gasps. Shoka, don't tell me you're gonna. Shoka. It's okay. Just don't tell our dad that we told you this, okay? Izuku. What is it anyway? Shoka. Whispers. Well. Dad said that the No. 3 hero is going to retire soon. Shoka said in a whisper. As soon as she said that, shock and bewilderment were evident on Izuku and Izumi's faces. While Shoto just sighed at his sisters gossiping. Izuku. What? Izumi. Wait, really? Izumi's shout alerted the nearby students and faculty members. When Izumi realized what she'd done, she quickly covered her mouth and apologized to the people around them for shouting. Izumi. Whispers. Is the No. 3 hero really going to retire soon? I mean, she's really made an impact during her time as a hero. Shoka. Yeah, unfortunately, she is. Shoto and I heard about it from our dad. Izuku. Whoa, to think that the night hero. Artoria would retire. Does your dad know the reason why? Shoto. No, he doesn't. He told us that the news took all the heroes off guard. Shoka. Anyways. See you guys later, me and this aloof doofus gotta head to class. Shoto. Sighs. Don't call me that. Be careful with the Bakugo twins you guys. Izumi. Yeah, we will. See you guys. Izuku. See you later. The group said goodbye to each other with big smiles as the two pairs of twins headed their separate ways. The classes then proceeded for the day. It was now nearly the end of the day as the last period's teacher went inside Izuku and Izumi's classroom while holding up a stack of papers. Teacher. As third-year students, it's time to start thinking seriously about your futures and what you want to do with your lives. I could pass out some career aptitude tests, but why bother? he said while grabbing the stack of papers on his desk as the entire class was starting to activate their quirks. Teacher. I know that you all want to go to the hero track. He said that he threw the stack of papers he was holding into the air, scattering it all over the front row. The class then started to show off their quirks, except for a few. Kitsuki. Teach, don't lump us in with this bunch of losers. We're the real deal. Well, these guys will end up lucky to be a sidekick to some busted D-lister. Ha. Kitsuki said while his legs were on his desk while gesturing towards him and Kitsumi. Both of them were wearing arrogant grins on their faces. Student. I can't believe you, Kitsuki. Student. Don't get so cocky, Bakugo. Student. Shut up for once, will ya? Kitsumi. You losers should just shut the hell up. Teacher. Oh yes. The Bakugo twins are going to UA High School. As soon as the teacher said that, the shouting at the Bakugo twins stopped. Their classmates' expressions immediately changed from anger to surprise. Student. The national school. Student. Its standardized rank score is 79. Student. The competition is crazy. Kitsumi. This is why all of you are extras. Kitsumi said as she and Kitsuki got up and stood on their desks with their arrogant grins still evident on their faces. Kitsuki. We aced the mock tests. Kitsumi. We're the only ones here qualified for UA. Student. But what about the Todoroki twins and Izumi? Kitsuki. Ha. They won't get far with Deku weighing them down. Student. Kitsuki's friend. Heh. You're right about that, Kitsuki, that Deku is useless. To explain, after Izuku was revealed to be quirkless, the Bakugo twins got into a fight with the Todoroki twins and Izumi about what they should do because Izuku still wanted to be a hero. The Bakugo twins wanted to bully him into being afraid of quirks and not wanting to be a hero anymore, but in reality, they truly did look down on him for being quirkless, and the things they say about Izuku are their true thoughts. On the other hand, the Todoroki twins and Izumi wanted to protect him from harm. When they fought, it was pretty rough, and the teachers had to stop them. The day after that, the Bakugo twins spread the news about Izuku being quirkless to the whole school. The nickname Deku was very popular in Aldera. On multiple occasions, the Todoroki twins and Izumi tried to stop the nickname Deku from being used by the students. However, the nickname had already spread like wildfire, and the teachers didn't even mind it. Izumi. Growls. Why don't just shut your damn mouth for once, Kitsuki. Teacher. Oh yeah, that reminds me, the Todoroki twins from the other class are going to UA too. As well as Izumi and Izuku. The class wasn't surprised when they heard that the Todoroki twins and Izumi were going to UA because they knew they were as capable as the Bakugo twins, maybe even more. However, when they heard about Izuku, the entire class went silent for a few seconds, dumbfounded, but immediately burst out laughing when they processed the information. Izumi. Izuku, are you really going to UA? Izumi of course was naturally worried for her elder brother. While she was in a daze, Kitsuki then blew up Izuku's desk as he got knocked back, but before he could land on the floor, Izumi used her quirk to keep him from falling. Kitsuki. Hey Deku, you're just a quirkless reject, so why do you think you're on the same level as us? Izumi. Why don't you just stop, Kitsuki? You are so damn irritating. Kitsuki. Shut up, you bitch. Besides, does UA even allow quirkless nerds into their halls? Izuku. They got rid of that rule and I'm not trying to compete with you guys. It's been my dream since I was a kid. And I have to. At least try, you know. Izumi. Izuku. Izumi recognized the look of pure determination in his eyes, as it was one of the things she admired about her brother. However, their former friends had very different reactions. Kitsumi. You think this is a joke? Kitsuki. What can someone like you even do? Time skip. In the now empty classroom, we see Izuku packing up his stuff alone. Izumi wasn't there because she was called by a teacher somewhere. As he was putting his notebook in his bag, it got snatched away by Kitsuki. Kitsuki. We're not done yet, Deku. Kitsumi. Kitsuki, what's that? Kitsuki turned over the notebook in his hand to show his sister and two friends. Kitsumi. Huh. My hero analysis for the future. Kitsuki's friend 1. Chuckles. Are you serious? Kitsuki's friend 2. Chuckles. Yagi. Izuku. See, come on, give it back, please. Kitsuki then proceeded to use his quirk to blow up Izuku's notebook. Izuku. Why, you're awful. Kitsumi then grabbed the notebook from her brother's hand and threw it out the window. Kitsuki. Listen, Deku, me and Kitsumi have to be the first ones to get into UA from this boring school. I don't care about what the half and half bastards do or your sister. But I don't want word to go around that some quirkless loser thought that he was in the same league as us. Kitsuki then put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, which started smoking, and spoke. Kitsuki. So just in case, don't. He was cut off as the air around them grew cold as Shoto and Shoka entered the room and saw Kitsuki threatening Izuku. Shoto then started speaking in a calm, yet threatening way. Shoto. Let go of him, Kitsuki, or you're going to regret it. Kitsuki. Oh, if it isn't the icy hot twins. Kitsuki said while gripping Izuku's shit harder while glaring at Shoto. Shoto also glared right back at him while their sisters were glaring at each other. Kitsuki's friend stepped back because if this escalated into a fight, they didn't want to be involved in it if it includes the school's biggest powerhouses. Shoka. Nice to see you again, you exploding bitch. Kitsumi. Growls. The hell did you say, you ugly shit? Needless to say, Shoka and Kitsumi really hated each other. As for why they hated each other that much, it is a story for another time. Shoto. I'll say it again, let go of him. Kitsuki. TCH. Whatever guys, let's go. Kitsumi. What? Are we just gonna leave? Kitsuki. We won't get anywhere by fighting. Plus, we already gave Deku the warning. Kitsumi just scoffed in response, but still followed him as they made their way out of the room. The Todoroki twins stepped out of the way because they didn't want to escalate the situation any further. However, before they left, Kitsuki gave Izuku a parting message. Kitsuki. If you want to be a hero that much, there is a way. Hope for a quirk in your next life. And do a swan dive off the school roof. As soon as those words left his mouth, the entire room was covered in a layer of ice. When they looked over at the Todoroki twins, flames started erupting from their bodies. They started speaking with furious expressions and voices that were laced with pure rage. Shoka. Damn you. Shoto. Kitsuki. Third person's POV, Izumi. What the hell's happening here? Izumi screamed as she barged into the classroom, which was encased in a layer of ice. She was walking back to the classroom to walk with Izuku back home when she felt the cold air in the hallway. This alarmed her as she knows that only the Todoroki twins have an ice quirk in the school, and they only use it when they're training, fighting, or angry. Izumi. Shoto, Shoka, calm down. When she entered the room, the Bakugo twins and their friends were frozen up to their necks, and the Todoroki twins had flames erupting from their bodies. Izuku was behind Shoto, and he was frustrated that this happened because of him. Shoto. Kitsuki, you're gonna pay. Shoka. Take back what you said. Kitsuki. Shivering. D-damn, why you? Kitsumi. Shivering. F-fuck, oh off. Shoto. Why, you little Izumi. Growls. Don't ignore me. I said calm down, damn it. Izumi screamed as she used her quirk to break apart the ice and dissipate the flames in the room to free the Bakugo twins and their friends from the ice. If they were in that ice any longer, they would have gotten frostbite. The Bakugo twins couldn't use their explosions to free themselves from the ice because it caught them off guard and because the cold prevented them from secreting their nitroglycerin sweat. Izumi. So, why were they fighting this time, Izuku? Izuku. Well, what happened was, the Yagi twins were currently walking home from school after the incident. After calming the Todoroki twins down, the teacher called their parents. Their mother, Rei Todoroki, came to pick them up from school and made the twins apologize to the students and the school for breaking their property. Thankfully, the two friends of the Bakugo twins didn't suffer any injuries, just a bit of a cold, but if the Bakugo twins themselves were injured, the Yagi and Todoroki twins wouldn't care. The Bakugo twins were pretty angry about the situation though. After getting freed by Izumi, they tried to attack the Todoroki twins, but Izumi simply slammed them onto the ground using her quirk. They had to be restrained by the teachers until their parents arrived to take them away. Izumi. Seriously? They said that? Izumi. Those fucking idiots. Izuku. Yeah, they did. Izumi. Why you shouldn't take what they said to heart, big brother. Izumi. Sobs. I mean, I wouldn't know what I'd do if I lost you. Izuku. Don't worry, Izumi, I won't be going anywhere. Izuku said with a reassuring smile, letting his sister see his sincerity when he said that. Izumi also gave a big smile in response, and they hugged each other in the shade of a sakura tree. We see a man sitting on the couch drinking high-quality wine from a golden cup in an expensive penthouse. It was Gilgamesh, who was currently alone in the luxurious suite while his wife, Artoria, was still at work. You must want to know how exactly did our King of Heroes, Gilgamesh, manage to achieve his goal of marrying the King of Knights, Artoria. Well, the quick summary is that, after a few months of living together, Gilgamesh finally saw signs of Artoria's affection for him. Gilgamesh took this chance and asked her out on a few dates, which mostly ended pretty well. After a while, he finally asked Artoria if they wanted to be in a romantic relationship. She was a blushing mess, but replied once she regained her composure and immediately and said yes. So after 4 years of dating, Gilgamesh asked her the most important question he ever asked. Will you marry me, Artoria? To which she replied with an immediate yes. Yes, I will marry you, Gil. That is a quick summary of how the King of Heroes and the King of Knights married. After they got married, Gilgamesh took Artoria's last name, Pendragon, so he was now known as Gilgamesh Pendragon. Gilgamesh. How boring, perhaps I'll go around the city for a bit. The king of heroes thought as he put his cup back into his treasury and got up. He changed his clothes into his casual clothes. A black jacket with white stripes and a white v-neck shirt underneath and black pants and shoes. Ring 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 Izumi. Ah. Hold on, Izuku, mom is calling me. When Izumi and Izuku were starting to head back home, Izumi received a call from their mother. Izuku nodded and Izumi picked up the phone. Izumi. Hello mom. Izumi. Yeah, I'm still near the school. Izumi. Sure, I can go get that. Izumi. Yeah. Bye, mom. Izuku. So, what did you guys talk about? Izumi. Well, mom asked me to go get some groceries, you coming with me? Izuku. Sorry, but I want to get back home and finish the project Mr. Akatani assigned. Izumi. Oh, you're doing the project this early? Still as diligent as ever, huh? Sure, I can go get them by myself, be careful on your way home, okay? Izuku. Yeah, I will. Izuku's pav. Once Izumi and I split up, I started heading back home alone. While I was walking, I thought about what happened since I was diagnosed as quirkless. Izuku. So many things happened. First Katsuki and Kastumi started calling me names and bullying me Izuku. Then, I started getting neglected by mom and dad. Izuku. At least, I still have Shoto, Shoka, Izumi, and my idol, All Might, even though I've never met him, but… Izuku. It's just so frustrating, I thought with an angry expression as I was at the entrance of a tunnel, below the bridge, looking down at my feet. Izuku. Why did I have to be quirkless? Why did I have to be such a Deku? Izuku. Why did I have to make my childhood friends fight all the time? Why am I so weak? Izuku. Why do I always have to be protected? A hero is the one that protects, not the one to be protected. I thought as tears were welling up in my eyes. I quickly wiped them away using my sleeve. At this point, I was already in the middle of the dark tunnel, and by the time that I noticed the sludge that was gathering behind me, it was too late. Izuku. Huh. AA villain. Sludge villain. A little kid, huh. What a perfect meat shield. I screamed as I tried to run away, but the villain immediately got a hold of me and started pouring his sludge down my throat. I tried grabbing him to pull him away from me, but my hand just slipped off him every time. The villain was saying something, but I couldn't hear him. My vision was blackening, I couldn't breathe, and I was losing my consciousness. I thought I was going to die until I heard the voice that belonged to my idol, one that I've heard thousands of times. All Might. Everything is okay now, young boy. I am here. Third person's pav. When the sludge villain saw All Might, he tried to attack him using his sludge. However, All Might lunged forward, reeled back his right arm, and yelled. All Might. Texas Smash. All Might didn't even need to punch the sludge villain directly, as the sheer wind pressure was enough to defeat the villain. The last thing that Izuku saw before falling unconscious was the figure of his idol, All Might, saving him. All Might. Crap. I took too long. He then started to go over to check on the young boy he saved and to restrain the sludge villain. All Might. Huh? Izuku, All Might. Hey. Hey. He. Oh. Thank goodness. Weaheahe. All Might. I'm sorry, I involved you in a villain battle. I normally don't make these kinds of mistakes, but I was off duty and in a new area. I was too excited. All Might apologized with a giant smile on his face, while giving a hearty laugh at the end of his explanation. Izuku was in disbelief that the No.1 hero, All Might, was standing before him. He quickly got out of his daze and wanted to ask for an autograph. Izuku. Autograph. In my notebook. It's been done. All Might. I remembered that you were always a big fan of All Might, so I decided to give you a little gift. Izuku. Once Izuku saw All Might's signature in his notebook, he started bowing repeatedly. All Might just gave a hearty laugh in response. Izuku. Wait. All Might. All Might stopped before he was about to leap away. All Might. Yes. What is it, young boy? He wouldn't normally stop when trying to take his leave, especially when he was nearing his limit, but he'd make an exception. However, when All Might saw the look of nervousness in his stepson's eyes, he could guess what he was about to ask him. All Might. No. Izuku, please don't. Izuku. Can I become a hero, even without a quirk? All Might. Oh no. Izuku. Izuku. Can someone without a quirk become like you? All Might took a deep breath before answering. He was nervous and his legs were also shaking. How can it not? He was about to tell his stepson to give up on his dreams. All Might. I'm sorry, my son, but this is for your safety. All Might. Pro heroes always risk their lives. It would be a lie if I said, you can be a hero without a quirk. Pain. That was the only thing that Izuku was feeling right now. The No.1 hero, All Might, is the man that Izuku has looked up to for as long as he can remember. Has just told him that he couldn't be a hero. He couldn't tell Izuku the words that he needed to hear from him. He then began to doubt himself. Can he really believe that he could be a hero when no point one told him he couldn't? While he was thinking about things along those lines, All Might came over to him, put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, and said, "All Might. It's not bad to dream, but you need to face reality, young boy." Leaving Izuku with those words, he leaped away to turn the sludge villain in. Not noticing that he had accidentally dropped the bottles that contained the sludge villain while he was coughing up blood mid-air. Izuku. Kitsuki. Izuku thought with panic strewn all over his face as he sees Kitsuki in the clutches of the sludge villain. The area around them was demolished from Kitsuki's desperate attempts to free himself from the sludge villain. The surrounding buildings were also on fire as the hero Backdraft was using his quirk to put out the flames. The other heroes were only watching as the sludge villain was torturing Kitsuki because their quirks aren't suitable enough. In the crowd of civilians, we see Izumi, who also had panic all over her face. She had just been on her way home from buying groceries. In the store, she saw Kitsuki, who was also doing the same after getting in trouble with the Todoroki twins. We also see a blonde man with crimson red eyes in the crowd. Gilgamesh's Pav, pathetic. That was the only thing I could think of when I saw the idiotic mongrels who called themselves heroes, letting a child die right in front of them without doing anything. I thought that this incident would relieve me of some of my boredom, but it only served to fuel my anger towards the fake heroes of this society. Gilgamesh. Disgraces, that's what they are, they don't deserve the title of hero. All of these pathetic excuses of heroes shouldn't make such ludicrous excuses. I thought as I was getting ready to open the gates of Babylon. Ever since I got into a relationship with Artoria, she has always compelled me to use my power to help others. After a while of convincing, I agreed to use my power to help others only when the need arises, since I was already labeled as a vigilante. I hadn't realized at the time how much authority she had over me. Gilgamesh. I can't believe that I am about to use one of my treasures on living sewage trash. Love really can make miracles happen. I was about to launch an attack on the living sewage trash's eyes because it seemed to be its weak spot. When I saw a young child with green hair and green eyes, clad in a school uniform with a backpack on his shoulders and wearing red shoes run to the villain. I was surprised that the kid had decided to run to try to save the boy that was held hostage by the villain. When I gazed at the boy's face, he had an expression full of fear, disbelief, and determination. Despite the fear evident on his face, he kept running, ignoring the pathetic hero's warnings. His attempts to get the boy out of the trash's grasp were desperate. Gilgamesh. This child. His expression. And his soul, it's just like mine. Unbeknownst to me, this was the first time my gaze would fall upon the person who was known as my successor, my champion. He will also be the person whom I would eventually consider my very own kin, other than Artoria and Enkidu. Gilgamesh. His very soul glows golden. Izuku's Pav, when I saw Kitsuki's eyes, which were brimming with fear, I ran. I made my way through the crowd of people and heroes and ran towards Kitsuki. While I was running, I heard the heroes behind me warning me, yelling at me to stop. Death arms. Idiot. Stop. Stop. Izumi. Izuku. Stop. You'll get hurt. Izuku. Would I run out? What am I doing? Why? I thought as I kept running through the area that was demolished by the sludge villain and by Kitsuki's quirk. The area was full of debris and flames as I was making my way over to the sludge villain while having a terrified expression on my face. That's when I heard him yell. Sludge villain. Explode and die. Izuku. What should I do? What should I do? Izuku. Page 25. I was thinking about what I should do when I remembered some of my notes on my hero analysis book. I took my backpack, spun it around myself, then threw it at the sludge villain. I thought that it would make a good distraction. Thankfully, one of the books that fell out of the backpack hit the villain's eye, which gave Kitsuki time to breathe. Izuku. Kitsuki. Kitsuki. Why are you here? Izuku. I don't know why, my legs moved on their own. I think that I had a lot of reasons. I wanted to prove the people who told me to give up on my dream wrong. I wanted to prove to the people who doubted me and called me a waste of space that I could actually do something. I wanted to be a hero who smiled, like All Might, just for that moment. But most of all, I wanted to prove to myself that I could do it. Izuku. You look like you were calling for help. That was my answer to Kitsuki's question. I said that to him as I tried to imitate All Might's smile, albeit with tears in my eyes and a shaky voice. I was trying to get Kitsuki out of the sludge villain's grasp when a hero yelled. Kamui Woods. Watch out. I immediately turned my head to my right and saw sludge that looked to be shaped like an arm, heading straight for me. I closed my eyes and awaited the pain, but it never came. I opened them again and saw that the arm had stopped inches before it had come in contact with my face by some invisible force. I looked back at the crowd and spotted my sister, Izumi, with her right arm outstretched while she was using her quirk to stop the villain from hitting me. Izuku. Izumi. Izumi. Get out of there, Izuku. Now. Death arms. You will die in vain. It's suicide. Sludge villain. You damn brat. The sludge villain screamed as he manifested another arm made of sludge and sent it heading straight towards me. Izumi wouldn't be able to use her quirk on two arms that big at the same time with her distance. The heroes were also too far away to do anything with their quirks. Izuku. I'm done for. Third person's POV. Just before Izuku was hit by the sludge villain's other arm, a golden streak of light started heading straight for the sludge villain's right eye. Upon closer inspection, the streak of light had the shape of an extremely well-made spear. Obviously, the spear had been made by the hands of a master blacksmith. The sludge villain was too distracted by Izuku and Kitsuki to notice the spear that was heading straight for him. Before he even knew what happened, the spear had hit its mark and the sludge villain died instantly. The spear then kicked up the dust in the area where it had hit the villain. Death arms. What happened? Hero. Let's look for the kids. The heroes exclaimed as they made their way through the smoke and debris to find the villain and the two kids who were involved in the incident. One of the heroes, Kamui Woods, then found Izuku, who was sitting on the ground with wide eyes as he stared at something. Kamui Woods. Hey, kid. Izuku didn't respond as he kept staring straight ahead. When Kamui Woods followed Izuku's line of sight, he saw a beautiful spear on a pile of debris with small amounts of sludge surrounding the pile of debris it was on. The spear was slowly fading into golden dust. Izuku, that spear. It's so beautiful. Kamui Woods. That spear. It can't be. It was the vigilante that the police were after. He showed up now. Both Kamui Woods and Izuku soon snapped out of their daze. Kamui Woods then asked Izuku if he was alright. Soon, one of the other heroes found Kitsuki and gave him some treatment. The urgency died down when the heroes confirmed that the sludge villain died from the attack. Everything was going well, the fire was stopped, and there were only minor injuries to the two kids until an idiotic buffoon finally decided to show up. All Might. Fear not, citizens, I am here. Death arms. Good grief, you're too reckless. There was no need to put yourself in danger at all. After the incident was resolved, Izuku was scolded by the heroes. However, Kitsuki was being commended by them. Some even went as far as to invite him to their agency to become a sidekick once he becomes pro. Once Izuku was finished being scolded, he got up and grabbed his bag. After he got it, he saw his sister, Izumi, slowly walking toward him with her hair covering her eyes. Once she got in front of him, Izuku started speaking. Izuku. Izumi, I'm sorry for worrying you, but I couldn't just. Izuku was cut off by Izumi, slapping Izuku's face hard. Immediately afterward, she hugged him tight. Not letting go as if he would disappear if she did. Izuku was surprised by her actions as she never once laid a finger on him, but he could understand why she did such a thing. He then heard Izumi crying quietly as he patted her head. After a while of crying, Izumi started speaking in a shaky voice. Izumi. Sorry for hitting you so hard, big brother. Izuku. It's okay, Izumi, I understand why you did it. Izumi. Whispers. Why? Izuku. What? Izumi. Why the hell did you do that? You idiotic brother of mine. Izumi suddenly shouted at Izuku while grabbing his collar and started shaking him vigorously. Izuku's head was bobbing up and down while trying hard to calm down Izumi. Once Izumi stopped shaking him, Izuku saw a blonde man behind the group of reporters smirking at him. Izuku. Who could that man be? After the whole sludge villain incident, Izuku and Izumi were walking back home in comfortable silence. Izuku was lost in his thoughts thinking about what All Might said to him and about what he did. His train of thought was cut off by someone's yelling. Kitsuki. Deku. Izuku. Kitsuki. Izumi. What do you want now? Kitsuki. Pant. I never asked you for help. Kitsuki. And you didn't help me. Got it. Kitsuki said while making a ridiculously funny angry face. Well, Izuku and Izumi were just looking with blank faces, dumbfounded. Izumi. What the hell's wrong with this guy? Kitsuki. I was fine by myself, you're just a quirkless failure who won't even cut it as a rent-a-cop. Kitsuki. You didn't help me. You did nothing. Kitsuki said as he put his hands in his pockets and started stomping away in a ridiculous manner. While screaming at him. Kitsuki. You damn nerd. Izuku and Izumi were just staring at Kitsuki's back with blank expressions, as if they didn't even know what to say. Izumi. Did his brain matter get damaged by the villain or something? Izuku. What was that? Izuku. Well, Kitsuki is right though, it's not like I actually did something to help today. Izuku. But at least I tried. Izuku. Guess now I should get back to giving up on my dreams. Izuku thought as he hung his head low. Izumi, noticing this, gave Izuku some encouraging words. While walking back to their house, someone called out to Izuku. Gilgamesh. Hey, green-haired kid. When the Yagi twins heard someone calling out to Izuku, they whipped their heads around to see who it was. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw the man, recognizing him as the one who was smirking at him earlier today. Izuku. It's him. It was the man who was smirking at me earlier. Izumi. Does Izuku know this guy? Izumi thought with a confused expression. She looked at Izuku's face and saw that he recognized the man standing before them. The three of them were currently in an ally with little to no people. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Izuku started speaking. Izuku. Yes sir. Is there anything you need? Gilgamesh. No, I don't need anything from you. I'd just like to talk to you. Privately, is all. Izuku. Talk to me. About what? At this point, Izuku and Izumi were looking at the handsome blonde man suspiciously. Gilgamesh noticed this, so he reassured them. Gilgamesh. I assure you kids that I have no bad intentions. Izumi. How do we know that? Gilgamesh. Laughs. Well, if I did you'd be dead by now. Izuku and Izumi widened their eyes when they heard Gilgamesh's reply. Izumi started getting in a protective stance in front of her brother. Gilgamesh. Sighs. Listen, I truly don't have any ill will towards the two of you Gilgamesh. I'd just like to talk to the green-haired kid about the incident earlier. Izuku and Izumi looked at him suspiciously for a few seconds until they sighed and agreed. Izumi went to go out of earshot, but still overlooking both Izuku and Gilgamesh, just in case anything happens. Izuku. So, what did you need to talk to me about? Mr. Gilgamesh. Pendragon. My name is Gilgamesh Pendragon. Izuku. Pendragon. Like Artoria Pendragon. Izuku exclaimed in an excited voice. He thought that Gilgamesh might be the No. 3 hero's relative because of his blonde hair. Gilgamesh. Oh, so you've heard of my wife huh? Chuckles. Well, I did hear that she became the No. 3 hero in the country. Gilgamesh. Although, she never cared for such insignificant things. Izuku. You're her husband. Izumi was a bit alerted by the sudden shout, but calmed down when she saw it was just Izuku, surprised about what the man said. Gilgamesh. Well, onto more pressing matters. Firstly, what is your name kid? Izuku. My name is Izuku Yagi. Gilgamesh. Next, what's your quirk? Izuku. I'm quirkless Mr. Pendragon. Gilgamesh. I see, so that's how it is. Okay, the last question, do you want to be a hero? Izuku was surprised when Gilgamesh barely showed any reaction to him being quirkless. He was even more surprised by Gilgamesh's last question. He was hesitant, remembering All Might's words. Gilgamesh started speaking again while Izuku was still thinking about what to say. Gilgamesh. I'm not asking you if you can be a hero. I am asking you if you want to be a hero. Gilgamesh. That despite the circumstances, do you still desire to be a hero? A hero that gives his everything to protect the people. Gilgamesh. A hero that stays true to their morals and promises. A hero that will do it, not for the money or fame, but because you desire to help others. Gilgamesh. So I'll ask you again, Izuku Yagi, do you wish to be a hero? Izuku. Yes. Yes, I do. Izuku gave an immediate reply with a determined voice. However, he fell to his knees, clutching his chest with tears falling from his cheeks. This alerted Izumi once again, and she was just about to start heading over to Izuku, but Gilgamesh signaled her to stop. Izuku. But I'm still a quirkless loser, I can't become a hero at this rate. Gilgamesh kneeled at Izuku's level and put a hand on his shoulder and said in a genuine tone. Gilgamesh. Then. What if I told you that you could? That you could become the hero? That stands above all. Izuku widened his eyes at what Gilgamesh said as he looked at him with tears in his eyes. Izuku then started to cry, while still kneeling on the ground. After a few minutes of crying, Gilgamesh gave Izuku something, then left. Izuku then got up and started to walk towards Izumi. She asked a few questions about why he was crying and what Gilgamesh gave him. However, Izuku just said they should talk about it at home. Izumi's pav, me and my big brother, Izuku, were walking in a familiar neighborhood. It was the neighborhood that me and Izuku always pass when we go to and from school. It was only a few minutes ago that the blonde man, Gilgamesh Pendragon, stopped Izuku to ask him some questions. I was quite surprised to hear his name and the fact that he's the No. 3 hero's husband. It came as a shock because I didn't know that Artoria was married. While me and Izuku were walking, I was recalling the events that happened on this extremely tiring day. Izumi. First, the Bakugo twins and the Todoroki twins got into another fight, which was way nastier than usual. Izumi. Then, I heard that Izuku was attacked by the sludge villain earlier. Although I think he's hiding something about that, he didn't mention which hero saved him. Izumi. And to top it all off, Kitsuki gets attacked by the same villain that tried to kill Izuku earlier. Izumi. What a tiring day, I honestly hope that nothing will happen later. I thought as Izuku and I finally arrived home. I opened the door and we started taking off our shoes. I then yelled. Izumi. We're home. Inko. Welcome home Izumi. Izumi. You're forgetting about Izuku. Inko. Oh. Welcome home Izuku. Mom once again said in a bored and disinterested tone. I internally sighed at that terrible excuse of a greeting. Izuku and I then proceeded to go to our rooms to clean ourselves up. When I opened the door, I was greeted by the sight of my all too familiar room. It was quite a spacious room, it had yellow and purple wallpapers in the shape of butterflies. The carpet on the floor looks exactly like a panda laying on its belly. The furniture in the room had very nice quality and consists of a small coffee table, a big bed, and a comfortable chair for my desk, which had my laptop and school materials on it. I then proceeded to go to the bathroom to take a shower. Once I was finished, I decided to do my homework. After I finally finished my homework, I just scrolled on the internet until I was eventually called for dinner. Knock knock knocking ko. Izumi, it's time for dinner. Izumi. Coming. I got up from my bed and went outside. I then knocked on Izuku's door and called him down for dinner. I knew that Mom wouldn't bother to knock on Izuku's door to call him for dinner, so I always had to do it. Ever since Izuku was diagnosed quirkless, Mom and Dad started to ignore and neglect Izuku. At first, I was confused by their actions, but I eventually got a hold of the situation. As soon as I did, I tried desperately to get Mom and Dad to notice my big brother. After a few years of trying, Izuku told me to just give up on trying to make our parents notice him in anything other than simple greetings. At the very least, our mom always made enough food for all of us, including Izuku. Izumi. Izuku, dinner's ready. Izuku. Yep, on my way. Izumi. So, what did you guys want to talk to me about? After dinner, Izuku went to his room to finish a project. I was also on my way to my room, but Mom and Dad stopped me to talk about something. We were currently in our living room with me sitting on the sofa across from Mom and Dad. The living room was also quite spacious, and it had very modern sofas and furniture. It has a large flat screen TV, and the coffee table was made of glass. The carpet on the floor was very comfortable, and so were the sofas. Toshinori. Well Izumi, I think it's time for you to know what your mom and I do for a living. Izumi. Come to think of it, you always dodged the question when I asked. Toshinori. Well, the truth is. Dad said as smoke suddenly started to fill the room. Once the smoke dissipated, I saw the figure of two people. One had a gigantic figure, while the other was floating. I was alerted by the sudden appearance of smoke in the two figures, but once I saw who the people were, I was utterly dumbfounded. Izumi. All Might. G. Green Tempest. All Might. Laughs. Yes, it is I, the No. 1 hero All Might. Green Tempest. It's me. The No. 31 hero. Green Tempest. I was shocked that my mom and dad were the No. 1 hero and the No. 31 hero. I honestly couldn't believe it, the All Might and Green Tempest were the worst parents ever. I wanted to shout at them now more than ever, knowing that they're top heroes who neglected my big brother. However, I was curious about a few things, so I suppressed my anger for now. Izumi. Why did you guys tell me this now? All Might. Well, when I arrived at the villain attack earlier I heard from a few heroes who were on the scene that you saved Izuku. Izumi. Wait a damn minute. Izuku was the one who saved Kitsuki. If he didn't run in there, Kitsuki would have suffocated by now. Green Tempest. No, you're wrong Izumi, Kitsuki would have survived even if Izuku didn't run in there. All Might. Besides Izumi, what Izuku did was extremely reckless. He shouldn't try to get fame and attention by pretending to be a hero. At this point, I was completely infuriated. Thankfully, my parents were too damn dense to notice. I was in disbelief that my parents were so fucking stupid. To think that they are the parents of my genius brother. Izumi. Are they for real? Izumi. My parents aren't this stupid, right? Right. All Might. Anyway Izumi, the reason why we told you this is because I want you to inherit my power. Izumi. I inherit your power. I knew such a thing couldn't possibly be true. Not only is it unheard of, but nobody's ever even brought it up as I was thinking how that would even be possible, Dad continued. Speaking. All Might. A power that transfers power. That is the quirk I inherited. It was crowned with the name, One for All. Izumi. One for All. Well Dad, who turned back to his skeleton form, was explaining One for All and its history. I was in a complete swirl of emotions. I was curious, confused, but most of all, angry. Once Dad finally finished explaining One for All, he turned to me and said. Toshinori. So, Izuku Yagi, would you like to inherit my power? Izumi. If you could give someone your quirk this whole time, why the fuck didn't you pick Izuku? Both Mom and Dad were shocked at the angry tone of my voice. However, they were even more shocked when they heard me swear. It was understandable since I never swore in our house. Once they regained their composure, Dad started speaking. Toshinori. Clear his throat. Well Izumi, I would be lying if I said that I didn't consider Izuku to inherit my power. However, I don't deem him worthy to inherit One for All because he is a boy who never worked hard to be a hero. While you, on the other hand, were always protecting him and training to be a hero ever since you got your quirk. Inko. Izumi, we're just concerned for him, he was always a frail boy, so he wouldn't be able to handle one for all. He will always be just someone to be protected by the heroes. The anger and that I was desperately trying to hold back finally got the better of me. I stood up, with me unconsciously activating my telekinesis quirk. I looked at Mom and Dad, who were confused by my actions, with a very fierce glare. I then slammed my hands on the table and started speaking in a very angry tone. Izumi. Never worked hard to be a hero. Do you know how much Izuku has been made fun of at school for trying to be a hero despite being quirkless? Izumi. How can you of all people say that my big brother is unworthy? Inko. Watch your tone, young woman. Toshinori. As Izuku's father, of course, I know that Izuku wouldn't be suitable for one for all. Izumi. Izuku's father? Don't make me laugh. You never acted as a father to him. Toshinori. Of course I did, I even stopped him from trying to become a hero to protect him. Izumi. Wait. What do you mean you stopped him from trying to become a hero? Toshinori. Earlier today, he got attacked by the sludge villain, and he nearly died. He's just a weak boy that is unworthy of one for all. Izumi. So? You're telling me that you told him that he couldn't be a hero while you were All Might? Dad only nodded in response, and that's when I realized why Izuku looked so down on our way home. He was rejected by the person that he admired the most. I was completely furious at my parents for thinking they know all about my big brother, despite not even bothering to interact with him at all. I tried calming myself down so I wouldn't blow away my entire house with my quirk. I looked at my parents, with a glare still on my face, and said, Izumi. You keep saying that Izuku is unworthy of your quirk, but it is you who's unworthy. You're unworthy of your power. You're unworthy of your title. Izumi. You're unworthy because you betrayed your son. Once I said that my quirk was deactivated and I plopped down on the sofa. I was trying to hold back my tears when Dad started speaking again. Toshinori. Look Izumi, think about how strong your quirk would be if you inherited my power. Inko. You could have so many accomplishments if you did. Izumi. Oh, I think I am already accomplished by putting up with you guys for the past 14 years. Toshinori. Sighs. Look Izumi, I am not giving one for all to Izuku under any circumstances. Izumi. Growls. Then don't expect a fucking successor. I said as I got up and started stomping my way to my room with an angry expression still on my face. I turned back to my bewildered parents and yelled. Izumi. You'd think that a small brain would be lonely in such a big fucking head. Third person's POV, after Izumi yelled at her parents, we see her stomping her way upstairs. On the stairwell, she sees Izuku with an angry expression, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. However, once he saw Izumi, his expression turned to one of appreciation, admiration, and happiness. He then started speaking to the shocked Izumi. Izuku. Izumi. Izuku ran up to Izumi and hugged her. She was shocked by the sudden hug, but she still hugged back. After a few seconds, they separated and Izuku started speaking again. Izuku. Thank you, Izumi, for standing up for me. Izumi. Don't worry, big brother. I'd do that anytime for you. Izumi said with a bright smile. Izuku also gave a big smile in response. Izumi. Anyway, Izuku, did you hear everything? Izuku. Yeah. I heard everything from the start. Izumi. Then big brother, I promise you that I'll convince Dad to give you his quirk. Izuku. Thank you Izumi, but I think that you should take Dad's offer. Izumi. But why? Izumi sadly asked Izuku while having tears in her eyes. Izuku. Well, even if Dad did give me his quirk, I doubt that he'd be willing to train me. Izuku. Why, you're right, but I'll make sure that he Izuku. Don't worry Izumi, I'm sure that you'll make a great hero. After all, you're already mine. Izumi. But what about you big brother? It's always been your dream to become a hero. Izumi said to her brother in a worried tone as she tried to ask why would Izuku give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become a hero. Izuku, however, already decided what he had to do, so he had to convince Izumi to take their father's quirk. Izuku. Izumi. Do you remember the man that came to me earlier? Mr. Pendragon. Izuku's POV. Izumi. Are you sure about this, big brother? Izuku. Frankly, I'm not, but I refuse to be living under the same roof as them. I said with my hatred and anger in my tone, while Izumi just nodded in response. Izumi and I were currently in my room. It was just an ordinary room with no furnishings other than a chair, desk, and bed. The room's walls were just painted white, the same as it was when my parents bought the house. I was packing up my clothes, personal items, and essentials in a large black and dark gray backpack. Izumi was with me to ask about the plan I came up with. Izumi. Sighs. I understand why you're doing this, but if he was lying, I want you to come back here immediately, okay? Izuku. Chuckles. I'm quite lucky to have such a caring sister. Izumi giggles. Thanks for the compliment, big brother. Anyway, let's go over your plan. Izumi's face immediately had a serious expression. I finished packing up my stuff and I turned to Izumi and went over the plan. Izuku. Okay, to start with, once I run away, I'll send you a text if you can commence the plan or not. Izumi. Right, you'll send me a text to continue with the plan if what Mr. Pendragon said was true. And if it was false, you'll come back here immediately, right? While she was talking, I took out the item that Mr. Pendragon gave to me, which was a piece of paper. Mr. Pendragon had jotted down his contact number and address on the paper. Gilgamesh. Here, Izuku, take this. Izuku. What is this? Gilgamesh. My address. If you are interested in allowing me to train you to become a hero, go to that address, I'll let you in. Izuku. But how will you train me to become a hero? Gilgamesh. Chuckles. Don't worry about that, there are plenty of other things that define a hero, other than their shoddy quirks. Gilgamesh. If you come and train with me, I can guarantee you something far more extraordinary than any sort of quirk. Izuku. Why did you choose me then? Gilgamesh. Why? It's simple enough that even a fool can understand. I chose you because I deem you worthy of the title hero. If anyone dares to say otherwise, then they are false because my judgment is always true. Mr. Pendragon said as he started to walk away, leaving me behind. Before he did though, he turned to me and said. Gilgamesh. Oh, by the way, if you do decide to train with me, my wife already has her successor, so you shall be training together. Izuku. Yes, I'll come back here immediately if Mr. Pentagon was lying. Although, I have a feeling that he wasn't. My plan involved having a countermeasure just in case Mr. Pendragon was lying to me. Of course, this was not meant as an insult toward him. It's just hard to believe a random person on the streets, even if he was the husband of the No. 3 hero. Izuku. If I do tell you to continue with the plan, you will accept one for all, and wait for a few days until you can proceed with the next step. Izumi. Which is? Izuku. You will alert our parents that I ran away, since they would probably be blinded by the fact that you accepted one for all. Izumi. Okay, once I alert our parents, they will probably call our uncles and aunts. What then? Izuku. You'll give them this note. It contains my perspective of our parents' neglect towards me. Izumi. So essentially, you are trying to expose our parents' negligences to our relatives. Izuku. Yes. I know that it's not a very heroic thing to do, but I just want people to know what they did to me. While I was saying that, tears started forming in my eyes as I looked down at the floor. Izumi then started hugging me and spoke. Izumi. It's okay, big brother, even if it's not very heroic, I still support you. I, of all people, understand what you've been through since I witnessed it all up front. Izuku. Thanks, Izumi, I wouldn't know what to do without you. Izumi. Well, you're going to have to learn because if this plan works, you won't be living here anymore. Izuku. Yeah. Hopefully, it does. Izumi. Sighs. Big brother, just promise me you'll take care of yourself, okay? Izuku. Yeah, I will. Izumi. And make sure to always call me so I can see how you're doing. My little sister said with tears in her eyes and an expression that had a mix of worry, anxiety, and sadness. She was probably about to start crying about the fact I would be moving out of this place. As any big brother would do, I patted her head and whispered to her while hugging her tightly. Izuku. Whispers. Don't worry, Izumi, I promise you that nothing will happen to me. And once we meet again in person, it's going to be in UA's hero course. Izuku. So cheer up. Both of us are going to become great heroes in the future. Izumi. Sniffles. Why yeah, you're right, big brother. I will see you again in UA's hero course. Third person's POV. After that bittersweet goodbye, Izuku made his way downstairs to leave. He was currently wearing a dark green jacket with his hood up while having a black cap on his head. He had a black shirt underneath his jacket and was wearing black jeans to match. A face mask was there to keep his identity hidden from any possible onlookers, since the heroes might ask around town once they found out that he's missing. He also wore some gloves because it was a bit cold out. It was midnight, so it was easy for him to make it out of the house. Once he got outside, he brought out his phone and started playing music while walking to Gilgamesh and Artoria's apartment. Thankfully, there were still night buses active, so he hopped on one of them and started heading in the direction of the address written on the paper. It took him about an hour to finally get to the building where they lived. Izuku mulled over what he should do, since he didn't want to disturb them so late at night. Izuku. I probably should have come here in the morning. Izuku. Well, there's no getting around it, I've come here already, and I should see it through. Izuku thought with an adamant expression. He then proceeded to enter the beautiful building. The guards at the front door were prepared for anything that Izuku might pull, so they let him in because he might just want a room for the day, despite how suspicious he looked. Once he was inside, he was greeted by the sight of a large hall with lots of glamorous furniture. The receptionist's desk was quite wide for only 3 people. The receptionists were currently eating their midnight snacks. Izuku. Hello, good evening. Or rather, good morning. Receptionist. Good morning, sir. How may I help you? Izuku. I'd like to talk to one of your residents. Mr. Pendragon. The receptionist instantly raised an eyebrow at Izuku's statement. They worked long enough to know that the No. 3 hero and her husband never invited any guests during their time there, other than a certain girl. Receptionist. Mr. Pendragon. The one at our most expensive suite. The No. 3 hero's husband. Izuku. Yes, that's the one. Receptionist. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you for proof that Mr. Pendragon did indeed allow you entrance to his suite. Izuku. Well, the only thing I have is this piece of paper he gave that has his address. Receptionist. That's not enough proof, kid. For all we know, you're the one who could have written this. Izuku. Well. Receptionist. Sighs. Well, if you don't have any further business, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Izuku. Wait. You can ask him. He told me that he'd let me in. Receptionist. Well, we can't just disturb them this late, it's 1 o'clock for goodness sake. What's going on here? Just when things were going downhill, a gorgeous girl showed up. She had silky peach-colored hair and an attractive figure. The girl also had heterochromia iridium, the same as Shoto and Shoka. Her eyes appeared lime green on her right and golden yellow on her left. She was wearing a large pink hoodie, blue jeans, and white shoes. Izuku was startled that a dazzling girl his age was staring right at him with a curious expression. He then snapped back to reality when the receptionist started talking to the girl. Receptionist. Ms. Anastasia Fujiwara. Why are you here so late at night? Anastasia. Well, I couldn't sleep so I decided to go take a late night walk. The girl said with a small smile on her face as she talked to the receptionist. Her eyes then drifted to the suspicious-looking boy with a face mask as she asked the receptionist once again. Anastasia. So, what seems to be the problem here? Receptionist. Well, this young boy wanted to talk to Mr. Pendragon. Izuku. Yeah, that's right. Just please tell him that Izuku is here and he'll surely let me in. Izuku once again pleaded to the receptionist, who just sighed in response. Anastasia, curious about the situation, decided to ask Izuku a question. Anastasia. Are you really here to talk to Uncle Gil? Izuku. Uncle Gil. Oh, Gilgamesh. So she must be a relative. Izuku. Yes. I am here to talk to Mr. Pendragon about something. Anastasia. You sure about that, Mr. Suspicious? Giggles. Honestly, your outfit makes it seem like you're robbing a convenience store or something. Izuku blushed a bit from embarrassment underneath his face mask. He only now realized exactly how much he looks like the generic robber. He had originally chosen this outfit because he thought it would make him look less conspicuous. Anastasia then started speaking once again. Anastasia. Well. Let me call Uncle Gil real quick to confirm if he did invite you here. You can wait right there for a moment, right? Anastasia said the latter part with suspicion in her voice while shooting Izuku a look as if she was analyzing his reaction to her statement. Izuku only gave a brisk nod in response. Anastasia then pulled out her phone from her hoodie's pocket and started fiddling with it. She then turned around and put her phone to her ear. Anastasia. Hello? Uncle Gil. Gilgamesh. What is it, Anastasia? You better have a good reason for waking me and Artoria up. Anastasia. Oh. Did you sleep together again? Like the unwholesome type? If so, then the walls really are soundproof, huh? Lucky you. Gilgamesh. Enough. Get to the point or I'm hanging up and make you double your training for the next week. Anastasia. Wait, anything but that. Gilgamesh. Get to the point then. Anastasia. Well, a suspicious looking guy wanted to talk to you. Gilgamesh. I'm telling Artoria to double your training. Anastasia. Wait, his name is Izuku. Anastasia. If Uncle Gil doesn't know him, then I'm giving this Izuku guy a piece of my mind. Anastasia said while giving a little glare to Izuku, who just looked confused. While Gilgamesh, who was in his grand bedroom with a naked Artoria who only had a blanket covering her, was surprised by Izuku's sudden appearance. Of course, Gilgamesh had expected Izuku to come to him for training, since his charisma never failed him against normal people. However, what he didn't expect was for him to come to his home in the middle of the night. Gilgamesh. Why is he here in the middle of the night? Gilgamesh. Did he run away? It's not outside the realm of possibility. From what I know, quirkless people have a hard life. Anastasia is proof of that. Gilgamesh. Sighs. Well, he's here anyway, I might as well let him in. Gilgamesh. You can let him in, Anastasia. Anastasia. Yes. I don't have to double my training for the week. Gilgamesh. Your training will still be doubled for trying to go outside so late at night. Anastasia. What? How did you know? Gilgamesh. Why the hell are you at the lobby then, talking to me on the phone? The guards wouldn't let Izuku in just like that. Anastasia. Sighs. Sorry, Uncle Gil, we'll be there in a few minutes. Gilgamesh then gave an exasperated sigh as he hung up on the phone. Artoria then looked at Gilgamesh and started talking. Artoria. What was Anastasia talking about? Gilgamesh. It seems that she found someone quite special downstairs. Artoria. Special? Wait, you don't mean Gilgamesh? Yes, my love. That someone is my successor. Artoria. Sniffles. I see. It seems that we get to stay together for a while longer, huh? My love. Third person's pav. Anastasia. So, what are you going to talk about with Uncle Gil anyway? In the place that was known to be the best apartment building in Musatafu, Japan, two people were currently in an elevator making their way to the penthouse. The two people, Izuku and Anastasia, were currently talking about what was the reason for Izuku's visit while waiting for the elevator to arrive at the top floor where the penthouse was. Izuku. Well. Mr. Pendragon said that he wanted to train me to be a hero. Anastasia. Gasps. So you're going to be his successor, huh? Izuku. Well, I'm only going to be trained by him and I'm not sure if I'm good enough to be anyone's successor yet. Anastasia. No, I'm pretty sure that you will be his successor since he never trains anyone, not even me. And I'm his wife's successor, the least he could do is train me a little if he can do so. Anastasia. He doesn't train me. And yet, he always threatens to double my training and calls me a mongrel whenever I annoy him or do something stupid. Anastasia. Do you even know how long it took me to finally earn some of his respect to have him stop calling me a mongrel other than when I annoy him? Anastasia complained in a small voice but shouted by the end. From Izuku's perspective, the sight of a beautiful girl pouting in front of him looked incredibly cute. Though he was very confused about what she was saying. The elevator then ringed as they finally arrive at the penthouse of the apartment building where the Pendragons and Anastasia were living in. Anastasia. Hold on, let me just go get Uncle Gil. Izuku. Why yes, of course. Izuku. Sorry for intruding. Izuku barely stuttered out a response as it only just hit him that he was in the No. 3 hero's home. When Izuku entered the living room, he was speechless at the exquisite design of it and how modern it was. In the living room, it had two large sofas which were colored a sublime navy blue and had light gray and white pillows on them. There was also a brown chair on the side. The two tables in the middle of the room were made of glass and wood that was painted black. The carpet that lay on the floor had triangular shapes that were colored blue and light gray. On the left side of the room, there was a wooden table stand which had a large flat screen TV and some decorations on it. Just behind that was an enormous window that overlooked the entire city. Izuku. Where should I sit? He frantically thought as he looked around the penthouse, but eventually decided to just sit down on the sofa closest to him. He took off his face mask and put it in his bag as he tried to calm his nerves while waiting for Gilgamesh. Eventually, the man in question came into the room and seated himself in front of Izuku. Gilgamesh. So, you came. Gilgamesh said with a smirk on his face that made Izuku even more nervous. It was now in the morning and we see the sun's rays hitting the former Yagi's closed eyes. He was currently in the guest bedroom of the penthouse of the Pendragons. He groggily opened his eyes and got up from the big bed and looked at the clock on the wall. Izuku. Huh? It's noon. Izuku thought with a surprised face as he immediately got up from his bed and fixed it before heading to the bathroom. To freshen up. Once he finished, he immediately went outside and headed to the kitchen. The kitchen had a nice wooden floor that was very pleasing to the eyes. The kitchen also had a very polished island and some kitchen stools for extra seating. The cabinets were gray and an oven was beside them. There were also plants as decoration among other things. Once Izuku arrived in the kitchen, he spotted Gilgamesh and Artoria preparing lunch. They were having a light conversation as they were cooking some katsudon and tempura for lunch. Gilgamesh suddenly stopped what he was doing and started speaking in a loud voice. Gilgamesh. So you finally decided to show up, Izuku. Izuku. Why yes, I apologize for waking up so late, Mr. Pendragon. Artoria. Ah. So you're the Izuku I've heard about. It's a pleasure to meet you, I am Artoria Pendragon. Though, I'm sure you already know that. When Artoria started speaking to Izuku, he froze for a split second and responded in a respectful voice, much like the one he used for Gilgamesh earlier. Izuku. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Mrs. Pendragon, I am Izuku. And I came here to be trained by your husband. I apologize for intruding so late last night. Artoria. It's quite alright and please just call us by our first names, we're more used to it that way. But Izuku, I'm curious as to why did you come here so late last night? Once Artoria asked that question, Izuku flinched slightly, which did not go unnoticed by both Gilgamesh and Artoria, as they both raised an eyebrow. Izuku. Well, I kind of. Sort of. Ran away. Both Artoria and Gilgamesh were not surprised by Izuku's answer. They had already made theories as to why Izuku came so late at night while they were cooking. They had also witnessed firsthand how cruel people can be to the quirkless. Gilgamesh. I see, so what do you plan to do? Izuku was surprised that the Pendragons, especially Artoria, didn't inquire any further. When he looked at their faces, they looked as if they understood his situation. He then answered Gilgamesh's question. Izuku. Well, for starters, I think I'll rent out a small apartment close to here and work part-time jobs while training. Izuku. I have enough money saved up to rent an apartment right now, but I need to work part-time to be prepared for when it eventually runs out. Izuku explained to the pair, who had a frown on their faces seeing Izuku's situation. After he finished speaking, Artoria then offered him something that would help in the long run. Artoria. Izuku, how would you like to come live with us? Izuku. Huh? Izuku's pav. When Artoria offered me to live here, I had tried to refuse, but she kept insisting on it. Once Anastasia, who was in the training room, caught wind of this, also tried to convince me to stay. While Artoria and Anastasia were convincing me to stay, Mr. Gilgamesh was just laughing at my predicament while finishing cooking the breakfast. Eventually, I caved and agreed to stay here since it was advantageous for me too. We then proceeded to have a nice breakfast. After we had lunch, Mr. Pendragon and I were sitting in the living room. I was on one of the navy blue sofas while he was on the brown chair sitting across from me with his left leg over his right. Artoria and Anastasia were currently in the training room of the penthouse. Gilgamesh was currently wearing a V-neck white long-sleeved shirt with black pants. He also had a golden necklace and golden bracelets. Izuku. So, what are we going to talk about, Mr. Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh. Just Gilgamesh, Izuku. If you're going to be my successor, you need to have more pride and confidence. Izuku. Successor? I thought you were only going to train me. I don't think I'm ready to become anyone's successor. Gilgamesh. Nonsense. The only person whom I will ever train is you. Therefore, you shall be my successor. Gilgamesh said in a happy tone with a smile on his face. It seemed to me like he was happy that he found a successor. Out of curiosity, I decided to ask him about it. Izuku. Gilgamesh, why do you seem so happy that you found me as a successor? Gilgamesh. Chuckles. For you to know that you need to know of mine and Artoria's origin. Gilgamesh. However, nothing I will say shall ever leave this room, do you understand? Izuku. Gulps. I understand. Once Gilgamesh finished explaining his and Artoria's origin, I was left in a complete state of shock. He explained to me the Holy Grail Wars, specifically how he and Artoria were summoned to participate in the Fourth Holy Grail War and how they came to this world. He also explained the heroic spirits and noble phantasms. He also mentioned the fact that he was the vigilante that the police were after, and the fact that he was the one that saved me during the sludge villain incident. Izuku. Muttering. To think that this is even possible. How did the Holy Grail even teleport you guys here? Are you going to disappear? Begashev Grixaridativ Airbud Hathas and Bluffantesms. Gilgamesh. Chuckles. I can see that you're excited, but let me continue speaking mongrel. Izuku Eep. Mongrel. Gilgamesh. Anyways, once we arrived in this world, Artoria and I thought that it was only a matter of time before we disappear. Izuku. Disappear. Gilgamesh. Yes, disappear. You see, Artoria and I can continue existing in this world because of the excess mana that we were bathed in before getting transported to this world. However, that mana will soon expire. Gilgamesh said as he looked out the window. It had a wonderful view of the entire city below us. At night, looking at the city lights is a sight to behold. I was utterly shocked by the fact that he said that both of them were going to disappear. It then hit me that this was the reason that Artoria was going to retire from hero work. I was also confused as to why they needed successors, so I decided to ask about it. Izuku. If you guys are going to disappear, then shouldn't you guys spend as much time together as possible? Izuku. I mean, once you depart from this world, you'll go back to being servants, right? Izuku. If so, then spending the remaining time you guys have as husband and wife should be your priority since, from what I can tell, there's no guarantee that you will meet each other again. Gilgamesh. Laughs. That's what I had thought too, but Artoria and I have made a discovery recently. Izuku. What might that be? Gilgamesh. To put it bluntly, we found out a way to continue existing in this world. Izuku. Really? Then that's great. Gilgamesh. However, to do so requires a successor, someone worthy enough to inherit mine and Artoria's noble phantasm. At this point, I was very confused, but I still tried to calmly analyze everything that Gilgamesh was saying. I listened attentively to him while noting down everything important in my head. Gilgamesh. You know that both Artoria and I need mana to sustain ourselves. Well, once we came to this world, we saw that everybody had mana, however, they didn't even know of its existence. Gilgamesh. I had once tried to absorb some mana from someone, but I found that I was unable to. Eventually, I decided that trying to absorb mana from this world's inhabitants will only be futile, so I gave up on that. Gilgamesh. However, recently, Artoria discovered a way to absorb mana from another person. Izuku. Gulps. How do you do that then? As soon as I uttered that response, Gilgamesh smirked and said. Gilgamesh. By using our noble phantasms. You see, when we found out that Anastasia is capable of wielding Excalibur, Artoria can use the link between them to absorb mana from Anastasia. Izuku. But I thought that you're the only ones capable of using your noble phantasms. Gilgamesh. That's what we thought too. However, it's clearly not the case anymore. Gilgamesh. Of course, not just anyone can wield our noble phantasms, you have to be considered worthy. Much like the case of Anastasia, where she was acknowledged by both Artoria and Excalibur. Once he finished explaining, I finally understood why he needed a successor. It was to protect the happy life that he has with his wife. I then asked him. Izuku. So did you choose me to be your successor because you acknowledged me as Gilgamesh? Yes, I did. Gilgamesh said as he got up and stood in front of the enormous window. Gilgamesh. When I saw you run straight for the villain, I couldn't help but think that you were the only real hero there. Gilgamesh. Your lips may lie, however, your heart and soul never do. Gilgamesh. So I shall ask you once again, Izuku, do you want to be a hero? He asked as he reached his hand out to me. I got up from my seat, took his hand, and said in a determined voice. Izuku. Yes. I want to be a hero. More than anything. Third person's Pav Toshinori. Laughs. I knew you'd come around, Izumi. The Yagis were currently in their dining room, eating lunch. It was currently the weekend as the family was celebrating Izumi's acceptance of One for All. It had been a few days since Izuku ran away and Izuku gave his sister the green light to proceed with his plan. Izumi. These parents of mine are a real piece of work. Izumi. Izuku was right, they didn't even notice him missing when I told them I would accept One for All. Izumi thought with an irritated expression as she stuffed another spoonful of rice in her mouth. Toshinori and Inko were currently discussing what Izumi's training regime should be, because when she gets One for All, her telekinesis quirk would be amplified exponentially. Toshinori. Izumi, tomorrow we should begin training your body to be able to inherit One for All. Fortunately, our training for that should only take 5 months or so because I've been training you ever since you started middle school. Inko. After that, I'm going to be training you how to effectively use our telekinesis quirk for combat and rescues. Toshinori and Inko said in cheerful and exciting voices that made Izumi internally sigh because, in a few hours, they are going to be having the absolute worst night of their lives. To explain Toshinori's statement, he had been training Izumi's physical body as soon as he possibly could. It was done to prepare her for One for All in the future. The training itself was just making Izumi do some light muscle training throughout her teenage years. Toshinori was just now going to start pushing her past her limits since she had now agreed to be his successor. Izumi. Thanks Mom and Dad. I'll be sure to become a great hero in the future. Izumi said with a fake smile at first, but she said the latter part in a determined voice full of tenacity. She then proceeded to finish her meal and wash her dishes, but before she left, she asked a question. Izumi. Oh, Mom and Dad, can we invite our relatives over for dinner? Inko. Why do you want to invite them for dinner? Izumi. Well, since Dad mentioned that everyone knew about One for All, I figured we should celebrate. Toshinori. Why, that's a great idea. One for All will be having its 9th wielder, so we should celebrate a whole lot. Inko. But how will we put decorations up? Toshinori. Don't worry, he said as he disappeared in a puff of smoke and turned into his buff form. All Might. Because I am here. To help my daughter celebrate with joy. All Might. Since we will start training tomorrow, we should use this day for big celebrations. Inko. Alright Toshinori, let's get to decorating. Izumi. Thanks Mom and Dad for agreeing. Izumi. I'll help you guys out, just give me a few minutes to invite everyone. Izumi said as she ran upstairs to her bedroom to get her phone. All three of them were excited by the idea, Izumi for a different reason, of seeing everyone and celebrating something as big as this. It was now 6 p.m. In the Yagi house, we see a fully decorated dining room and living room. The decorations themselves were simple, but there were a lot of them in number. Toshinori and Inko had finished decorating the house just in time for dinner. With Izumi, she had successfully invited everyone over for dinner. At first, some of them were busy like Izawa and Enji, but, seeing what the Yagi family was celebrating, they decided to take some time off of their schedules. The The people who were invited are Shota Izawa, the Bakugo family, the Todoroki family, except for Fayumi and Natsuo, Gran Torino, Detective Namasa Tsukauchi, and Nezu. Nezu had come to see the new wielder of the symbol of peace's quirk, Izumi. Thankfully, everyone had agreed to come for the celebration on such short notice. Izumi. Although, it is a little bit nerve-wracking to have to pretend in front of everyone that I don't know where Izuku is. Izumi. I am no actress. I was only able to fool mom and dad like this because they're complete blockheads. Izumi thought with a nervous expression on her face as she looked at her reflection in the mirror. She was currently wearing a very elegant rose gold dress, which skirt reaches to her knees, with pale yellow heels. She also had some accessories on like butterfly earrings, which resemble the ones on her bedroom wall, and some gold bracelets. Izumi. Sighs. I highly doubt that I can fool everyone here, especially Uncle Nezu and Uncle Shota with my subpar acting. I'd probably need to talk with them afterward about this. Izumi. Uncle Enji and Grandpa will probably be consumed by rage that would stop them from thinking rationally. Izumi. Come to think of it, Izuku and I never told Shoto and Shoka about our parents' neglect because Izuku didn't want to trouble them and their parents. Knock 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 Inko. Izumi dear. Are you ready? The guests are going to start coming in soon. Izumi. Okay mom, just give me a few more minutes. The star of the show responded with a loud voice as her mother left to go finish her cooking. Once Izumi confirmed that Inko wasn't in the hallway and was in the kitchen, she quickly grabbed a piece of paper on her desk and headed to Izuku's former room. The paper that she was holding was Izuku's letter addressed to their neglectful parents to thoroughly expose them. She then got inside the dirty room and placed the letter inside the drawer of Izuku's desk. Izumi. Alright. Time for the next step. Inside of the Yagi house was all of the guests they had invited to celebrate Izumi's acquisition of One for All. The guests were only wearing semi-formal clothing, since this party wasn't intended to be grand, just enough for everyone to enjoy it. Everything was going great, the Bakugo twins and the Todoroki twins were trying their best not to pounce on each other and were successful, for the most part. While everyone was talking to each other, Toshinori gathered everyone's attention. Toshinori. Everyone, I think most of you know why we came here today once again. He disappeared into a puff of smoke and reappeared as All Might, wearing a formal suit that was initially oversized for Toshinori. All Might. It is to celebrate Izumi as the NINTH wielder of One for All. Kitsuki. What the? Kitsumi. Fuck. Shoto. How the hell? Shoka. Holy crap. As soon as Toshinori transformed into his buff form, the Bakugo twins and the Todoroki twins were immediately confused due to the fact that nobody told them what they were there for, and the answer they get is Izumi becoming the 9th wielder of One for All, from All Might himself. All Might. Sorry to have you find out this way, young Bakugo twins and young Todoroki twins. All Might. But as I was saying, we came here to celebrate Izumi becoming the NINTH wielder of One for All. He held up his glass of champagne and said in a very loud voice full of pride. All Might. To Izumi. Guests. To Izumi. After the toast was done, the Bakugo twins and the Todoroki twins immediately looked at their parents and asked for a very detailed explanation. Toshinori offered to be the one to tell them about it. After a while of explaining, the two pairs of twins had different reactions. The Todoroki twins were excited to have a friendly rivalry with Izumi, now knowing that she is the daughter of the No.1 hero. On the other hand, the Bakugo twins were very jealous that Izumi had become the successor of the symbol of peace, but they knew they couldn't do anything about it. However, both pairs of twins had an important question, which was about to get answered, on their minds. Why didn't they give that quirk to their son? Izumi. Now that the toast is over, all I have to do is wait for someone to bring up the topic of Izuku and act like I don't know where he is. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait long. Aizawa. Where's Izuku? Rei. Oh yeah, where is he? I didn't see him during the toast. Toshinori. I think Izuku is in his room, he still doesn't know about One for All though. Enji. Since your successor is his sister, he deserves to know. Aizawa. Wait a minute, why didn't you want to give Izuku One for All? When he said that, the realization clicked for everyone, especially Enji and Aizawa, because they visit once a month, so they knew that Izuku wanted to be a hero, even though he was quirkless. Whenever they visited, Izuku always hid the neglect as best as he could, even lying to his relatives, because he didn't want to create drama in his family. Although, that was precisely what the Yagi twins are going to do. Toshinori. I didn't want to give him One for All because I simply don't find him heroic enough to wield it. Rei. You must be joking, Toshinori. Izuku is one of the kindest children I've had the pleasure to meet. Enji. What makes you think that he, of all people, isn't worthy? Gran Torino. Even though I agree that Izumi is worthy of One for All, I'm curious why you think Izuku isn't heroic. Enji and Rei pressed Toshinori for answers with a hint of curiosity and anger in their tones. While Gran Torino was calmly asking Toshinori because he trusted his judgment, he was also a little curious. Inko was also getting bombarded with questions from Mitsuki and Masaru. Aizawa, Nezu, and Tsukauchi were just observing the scene. Shoka. I'm going to go check up on Izuku. Shoto. I'm coming too. Izumi. Yeah, let's go. The Todoroki twins and Izumi rushed upstairs to find Izuku. Once they arrived at his room's door, Shoto opened it and was instantly hit with the smell of dust and saw that nobody was there. Shoka. There's. Shoto. Nobody here. Izumi. Guys. Izuku isn't here. Izumi shouted in a very loud voice so that the guests would hear it over their bickering. After everyone heard what Izumi said, they immediately rushed upstairs and looked at Izuku's dirty room. Aizawa. What the? Why is it so dirty and where's Izuku? Tsukauchi. Toshinori, do you know where he is? Tsukauchi asked as he activated his quirk, determined to get to the bottom of this. While he was asking Toshinori some questions, Enji looked around the room and found a letter in Izuku's drawer. Enji. Toshinori. What the hell is this? He said with a voice laced with rage as his flames erupted. Rei tried calming down her husband, but failed as Enji was going straight for Toshinori. Shoto. Dad. What's gotten into you? Shoka. Stop. Your flames are going to burn the house down. Rei. Calm down, Enji. Ice then started to forcibly stop the flames from going out of control, as Enji calmed down enough to stop his flames from spreading to the house. Although, some of his flames were still on his face like when he is in his hero costume. Enji. Take a look at this. He said as he threw the letter to Toshinori. Fortunately, the paper wasn't burned by Enji. Toshinori then started to read the letter out loud. Toshinori. Dear Yagis and relatives, as some of you may not know, I am a victim of neglect. Yes, that's right, who fucking knew that the symbol of peace was such a shitty father? Both him and Green Tempest were supposed to be heroes, inspiring others, not neglecting their son. That's right, I knew that my so-called parents were top heroes because I heard you cunts talking to Izumi about One for All. Speaking of, I'm not heroic enough. What do you people even know about me? You never bothered to fucking interact with me unless Izumi told you so. And to the Bakugo twins, fuck you. You bastards always bullied me. I'm grateful to the Todoroki twins and Izumi for always protecting me at school from you cunts and Kitsuki. Suicide baiting is certainly not heroic. To my relatives, please don't blame yourselves for not noticing and not stopping my stupid parents from neglecting me. Because I always purposely hid it from you, and thank you for always showering me with care even though you rarely visited, which I understand. One last thing, I'm fine with Izumi getting One for All because I'm going to be a great hero even without it. I'm going to prove All Might, who doubted me, wrong. Just wait for me at UA. And don't bother to try to find me, Uncle Nezu knows that you can't even if you tried. With pure unbridled hatred to my parents, Izuku. Third person's POV, anger. That was the only thing that the people who were at Izumi's party, which turned into the revelation of the year, could feel. Who could guess that the symbol of peace himself could be such a terrible father? None of the guests at the party could, if their frozen bodies from shock were any indication. When Toshinori finished reading Izuku's letter, he turned around only to feel Eraserhead's binding cloth trapping him. He was alarmed and quickly looked at the source of the binding cloth. He saw his brother-in-law glaring at him while his shoulder-length black hair was floating and his eyes red, indicating that his quirk was activated. Toshinori then started speaking in a shaky voice while stuttering. Toshinori, I'm sorry Shota. Aizawa. Sorry. Am I the person you should say that to? Aizawa. I knew that something was up whenever I noticed that Izuku and Izumi were lying to me sometimes, but I didn't think it would be this. Aizawa. They always told me that everything was fine when I asked about it and that you were there to help them. But you weren't. Aizawa yelled in an infuriated voice while pulling Toshinori closer to him. He was getting angrier and angrier by the second as his glare was intensifying. Once Toshinori was a few feet away from Shota, he suddenly suffered a strong kick straight to the face from Gran Torino, the grandpa of the missing child. Gran Torino. Toshinori. You damn hypocrite. You were quirkless before you inherited One for All, yet you neglected your son who was the same as you. Gran Torino said as he kicked Toshinori yet again. After suffering from 2 kicks from his former mentor, Toshinori fell to the floor. He was still in Shota's binding cloth as he endured a harsh landing on the rug that was covered in a layer of dust. Enji then stood over him as the shadow from his robust body, and his flames were enveloping him. Enji. You foolish imbecile. Enji screamed while his flames were erupting from his back and some were forming his beard and mustache. He then roughly pulled Toshinori up from the floor and gave him a fierce glare. Enji. Your son was one of the people who stopped me from mistreating my family. Yet you would make the same mistake that I did. Enji. You were supposed to be the no.1 hero. You were supposed to be better than me. Better than Artoria. or all the other heroes of Japan. Enji. But it seems you're not only the symbol of peace and the #1 hero, but you are also a charlatan. While Enji and the other two were busy shouting at Toshinori's face, Inko was also being interrogated and on the receiving end of the ire of her two now former friends, Mitsuki and Rei. Masaru was currently reprimanding his two children, who were in shock that Izuku had the balls to run away from home. Shoto and Shoka were presently comforting Izumi, who was pretending to cry while burying her face in her hands. While the entire room was in chaos, Nezu and Tsukauchi were deciding when to stop them to talk about what they should do. About the situation and what punishment should be administered to the offenders. Nezu. Alright. That's quite enough. Once Nezu said that, everyone immediately stopped and looked at him. Some of the people who were there weren't surprised that Nezu wasn't wearing his usual smile on his face, as it was now replaced with a frown and borderline murderous eyes to match. Tsukauchi was grateful to Nezu because he wanted to get to the bottom of this problem as soon as possible. Nezu. I think that we should all take a moment to sit down and discuss what we should do. Tsukauchi. Yes, he's right. We won't get anywhere by admonishing the four because believe me, they will get what they deserve soon enough. After Nezu and Tsukauchi stopped them, the guests tried to calm themselves down, keyword. Tried. Enji and Rei stopped themselves from burning or freezing the whole house down, since they were the closest to the Yagi family. However, Enji still kept his flame beard and mustache. While the others were still glaring at the two Yagis and the Bakugo twins. They then all went to the living room to sit down and discuss their dilemma. Izumi's POV, I was currently sitting in the living room, pretending to look depressed. I looked over at my parents, who had horrified, fearful, and worried looks on their faces. My relatives seemed to also feel the same based on their body language. However, their anger towards my parents was the only thing showing on their faces. Beside me were Shoka and Shoto, my two best friends, who were also looking at the scene with anger, worry, and curiosity. Tsukauchi. To begin, I'd like to ask Toshinori and Inko this. Do you remember anything at all about Izuku? Like what his hobbies were? Or his favorite food? Inko. Sobs. I don't know. Toshinori. I don't know either. Tsukauchi. Sighs. Damn it. It's true. Expecting Tsukauchi's confirmation, everyone's glares intensified. From what I had heard, he has a lie detection quirk, which is fitting for his job as a detective. The atmosphere in the living room also began to become even more suffocating than it already was. Uncle Nezu then started speaking without the smile on his face that I had always seen. Nezu. Well then, I would like to hear what everyone's opinion on this matter is. Should we try to find Izuku or not? Enji. Isn't it obvious? We should go on ahead and find him now. Azawa. I agree with him, we should try to find him before it's too late. Gran Torino. It's not safe out there for a teenager with villains roaming around. Rei. I agree with everyone. But, if we do find him, he won't be staying here anymore. Inko. Rei, what do you mean by that? Rei. Exactly what it means, he will be staying at our house, away from you. My gaze shifted towards my mom, who seemed to be terrified at the prospect of letting Izuku stay at another person's house. Meanwhile, Dad had an angry expression on his face, hearing what Auntie Rei had said. Toshinori. No. You can't. Absolutely not. He is my son. He should be Enji. I refuse. It's better for him to stay with my family because he already has a good relationship with my sons and daughters, and he won't be near his neglectful parents. What Uncle Enji said was true, he and I do indeed have a good relationship with the Todoroki family. Due to the fact that whenever Shoto and Shoka would invite us over to their house to play, we would often be looked after by Auntie Rei or either Natsuo or Fayumi up until we were old enough to take care of ourselves. This also ties into how Big Brother and I fixed a problem revolving around Uncle Enji. Izuku managed to get Uncle Enji to warm up to him because of his persistence to get his autograph, which, looking back at it, was pretty funny to watch. On the other hand, I encouraged the rest of the Todoroki family to put their hatred aside for a little while and have a heart-to-heart talk with Uncle Enji. Thankfully, everything worked out in the end thanks to Izuku helping Uncle Enji come to a clear answer. Ever since then, Uncle Enji had always visited us at least once a month and allowed us to refer to him as Uncle Shoto, Shoka, and the rest of the Todoroki family were eternally grateful to us for helping them and Uncle Enji fix their family problems. Auntie Rei also decided to train her quirk to help with Shoto and Shoka's training in the future. Going back to the chaotic discussion, Dad retorted to Uncle Enji by saying, Toshinori. How's it better for him to stay with you when you were a terrible father and husband? Uncle Enji instantly gained a pained face full of regret and shame. Glaring at Dad, Auntie Rei and the Todoroki twins started yelling at him. Rei. Don't you dare talk about my husband like that, you hypocritical bastard. Shoka. Don't talk to my dad like that just because of his past mistakes, he's not the one at fault right now. Shoto. I agree, at least Dad made a huge effort to fix his faults, unlike you who stubbornly wants his son to come back to the very place he ran away from to live with the two people he hates. Shoka. Izumi is the only person that Izuku cares about in this household because both of you never cared for him either. Auntie Ray and the Todoroki twins were glaring coldly at my father, who seemed to feel ashamed that the Todoroki family were all correct about their statements. He and Mom both put their heads down and just looked at the floor while their fists were clenched on their laps. Izumi. Dang, they managed to make Mom and Dad put their heads down. Izumi. I mean, I can't blame them. If somebody talked to my future husband like that, I would be pissed too. Izumi. Actually, what would I like my future husband to be like? Maybe pink hair and a build kinda like mine. And a bit feminine. Not to mention he has to be pretty cute at times and… Wait. What the hell am I thinking? Shaking my head to get rid of those thoughts, I focused on the matter at hand. Enji. That's enough, thank you for defending me. Ashinori, you may have been right about what you said, if you were 9 years earlier that is because that is not who I am anymore. After thanking his family for defending him with a warm smile on his face, Uncle Enji responded to Dad's statement with a tone that anyone could tell only held the truth. Aizawa. Alright, I trust you with taking care of Izuku once we find him, Enji. Uncle Enji nodded in response to Uncle Shota's statement. Just then, Uncle Nezu finally started speaking, and we all listened attentively since we all knew his words would leave a big impact. Nezu. Clears throat. Unfortunately for us, it might be extremely difficult to find Izuku. Toshinori. What do you mean it might be difficult to find him? He's still just a kid, he couldn't have gotten far enough where we can't find him. Inko. Sniffles. Toshinori is right, it's still not too late, and it would be easier to find him because he's still just a teenager, it would be easy to find a trace. Nezu. Sighs. This should have been expected, you don't know anything about him. While he was glaring at Mom and Dad, Uncle Nezu continued explaining. Nezu. You see, that boy can be described as a genius. His analytical and observational skills are unparalleled, and I imagine that his academic skills are always top-notch. Kitsuki. Ha. Deku's academics are always below average. There's no way he's as smart as you make him out to be. As soon as he said that, everyone in the room glared at him, with the exception of his sister. Some more so than others since this was the first time that the adults heard the nickname Deku. After Kitsuki blurted that out, his parents immediately apologized for his behavior. They then dragged the Bakugo twins to another room of the house, while vigorously apologizing and bowing deeply, which everyone responded to by saying that they shouldn't apologize, and that it was the Bakugo twins that should say sorry to Izuku. Once the Bakugo twins left and their parents came back, Uncle Nezu started speaking again. Nezu. Did the teachers dislike Izuku too? Izumi. Shoto. Shoka. Shoto. Yeah, they did. Shoka. They discriminated against him because he was quirkless and lowered his grades. Izumi. They also overlooked the fact that Izuku gets bullied whenever I or the Todoroki twins aren't around. Shoto. They always make excuses whenever we complain to them about it. Nezu. I see, then they shall get appropriate punishment, right Detective Tsukauchi? Tsukauchi. Yes, they shall. As well as Toshinori and Inko. Nezu. Unfortunately, I doubt that neither of you will be serving any jail time because of the Hero Commission. Gran Torino. Growls. I don't approve of this. Toshinori and his wife should be punished appropriately for neglecting their son, and I don't want the Hero Commission to get in the way of what they deserve. Nezu. It's a shame, but they can't allow the symbol of peace to be incarcerated. However, I will appeal to them to make these two do community service under the eyes of encouraging others to do the same. Gran Torino. Sighs. Not what I hoped for, but so be it. Nezu. Anyways, about Izuku, I highly doubt that he'd be careless enough to leave any tracks when he left, but there is one person here that might know his whereabouts. Isn't that right, Izumi? Everyone in the room instantly turned to me. I was sweating buckets because I was suddenly made the center of attention. I took a deep breath and answered Uncle's question. Izumi. I don't know where Izuku might have gone, Uncle. Aizawa. Are you sure, Izumi? Any speck of information you may have could be useful in our search. Izumi. Sorry. I apologized while avoiding eye contact. I could feel the suspicious glances that Uncle Nezu and Uncle Shota gave me while we were finishing our discussion. After a while, everyone started leaving and I was presently talking to Uncle Nezu, Uncle Shota, and Detective Tsukauchi outside where my parents can't hear us. Aizawa. So, why were you lying earlier, Izumi? Taking a deep breath, I answered. Izumi. Let me explain. I told them the truth because we need these three people to know in order to get their help in getting rid of my parents' rights to Izuku. Izumi. Everything is going according to plan. Izuku's Pav, Izuku. Arg. Damn it. Gilgamesh. Laughs. Rejoice Izuku, your skills have improved. Izuku chuckles. Thank you very much. Grabbing his outstretched hand, I pulled myself up from the ground. At a grassy field, Gilgamesh was training me, quite roughly if I may add. My training consisted of learning how to open the gates of Babylon wider, which means to open more gates, and learning some swordsmanship from Artoria with Anastasia. Although, I don't train as much in that department as her. The field where we were training is devoid of people. It is a bit far from the city, so Gilgamesh and I wouldn't have to worry about damaging any buildings and such. We always came here early in the morning via a vehicle that Gilgamesh called Vimana. Izuku. As always, thank you for training me, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh chuckles. I accept your gratitude. Come, let us go back. The sun has almost set and Anastasia needs help with preparing dinner. Izuku. Right, I need to help her otherwise we might not have enough for dinner because of Artoria. Gilgamesh showed an amused expression on his face as soon as those words left my mouth. He then opened a gate and out came Vimana. We hopped on the huge aircraft and flew towards Musatafu. I was holding onto the throne with a tight grip because it is the only seat on Vimana and Gilgamesh needed to sit on the throne to control the vehicle. It had been 6 months since I left my former home and went to live with the Pendragons. When I left, I heard from Izumi that everything went according to plan and the parental rights to me that All Might and Green Tempest had were removed. During these 6 months, I have inherited Gilgamesh's noble phantasm, the Gate of Babylon, to help me achieve my dream of becoming a hero. When I first got this power, I had a hard time using it. I was often firing the weapons at slow speeds or opening the gate at the wrong place and at the wrong time. However, thanks to Gilgamesh I have been improving. After inheriting the Gate of Babylon, my appearance also changed to look like a much younger version of Gilgamesh. Well, we were in the beautiful sky and the fading light of the setting sun, which was dyeing the sky with a gorgeous purple hue was enveloping us. I decided to ask the person who I had come to see as a father a question while using a polite tone. Izuku. Hey Gilgamesh, I have a question. Gilgamesh. Very well, what is it? Izuku. It's about the Gate of Babylon. You mentioned that the treasury has the original prototype form of every noble phantasm, other than weapons that weren't made by human hands like Excalibur, right? Gilgamesh. Yes, that's correct. What about it? Izuku. Well, instead of just using the gate to launch the weapons, wouldn't it be better to look through the treasury and use a noble phantasm that counters my opponents? Gilgamesh. Yes, it would be better that way. Izuku. Then Gilgamesh. However, it would be impossible for you to do so. Izuku. Why is that? Gilgamesh. It is because your brain simply can't process all the information. Or rather, our treasury is endless. Gilgamesh. Looking through our treasury for any particular noble phantasm mid-battle would get you killed. Gilgamesh. Instead, I suggest you look through our treasury while you have time like before you go to sleep. Izuku. Look for what? Gilgamesh. For any noble phantasm that catches your eye. You could compile a list of some of the best noble phantasms to use for their unique abilities. Izuku. I see. That's a good idea, but can I do it like that? You said that sifting through the treasury mid-battle would get me killed. Gilgamesh. Not if you memorize the name, ability, and appearance of the noble phantasm that you want to use. Izuku. I understand, I shall make a list of the best noble phantasms that I can find. But, can you look through the treasury mid-battle? Gilgamesh. Yes, I can. Izuku. But you choose not to. Gilgamesh. Yes. That is because I find my current fighting style more enjoyable. Besides, I was summoned as an archer during the Holy Grail War, so I have more advantages this way, like how saber is better at close combat. Izuku. Thank you very much for giving me more advice, Faith. I mean, Gilgamesh. Izuku. Damn it. Why did I say that? He raised an eyebrow at my sudden use of the word because it had been a very long time since I last stuttered. Embarrassed, I looked below us and saw the city lights of Musatafu glistening. In the distance, I saw the grand building where I am currently staying at. When I looked back at Gilgamesh, he seemed to be contemplating something while looking directly at me. Izuku. Is there anything you need? Gilgamesh. Nothing. He said while averting his eyes as we were nearing our destination. Third person's POV, Anastasia. Hey Izuku, which one is better? This one? Or this one? Izuku. You would look good in anything. In the guest bedroom of the Pendragon's penthouse, Izuku and Anastasia are currently preparing for a formal party that the Hero Commission is throwing for the retirement of the now former No. 3 hero, Artoria. The successors of the King of Heroes and the King of Knights are currently in Izuku's bedroom. The Pendragon's penthouse has 5 bedrooms if you include the Master's bedroom, which Artoria and Gilgamesh share. Anastasia is currently inside Izuku's room to ask which dress looked better on her. He wasn't surprised that Anastasia barged into his room and continued to choose which clothes to wear. This is because she often goes in there to complain to Izuku about her training. Izuku himself also sometimes barges into her room to do the same. Izuku and Anastasia complain to each other is because they praise each other as good listeners and because of the unreasonable demands that Artoria and Gilgamesh ask of them, like jumping off a cliff and using Excalibur's wind magecraft to land safely. Complaining to each other also strengthened their bonds with each other, even if they fought sometimes. If a stranger saw them together, they would probably think that they're a couple, but they're not in a relationship yet. Despite their complaints, both of them knew that this is an opportunity that every quirkless person would kill for, so they make sure to always show gratitude to the people who took them in, if you take away the occasional roasts and teasing that Anastasia does to Gilgamesh. Anastasia. Oh, thanks Izuku. But, I don't see you as a man. At least not yet. Izuku. Yeah, I'm aware. I was just stating the facts. Anastasia. Well then, thank you for the compliment. You'd look good in anything too. Izuku. Thank you for the compliment as well. Anastasia. Oh man, if that was you from 6 months ago, you'd be as red as a tomato by now with just that. Pouting slightly, she complained to Izuku about his lack of a reaction, since he knew better than to fall for Anastasia's teasing. Izuku stopped looking through his clothes and looked at Anastasia with a shit-eating grin on his face. As soon as Anastasia saw that smug grin on Izuku's face, she knew that it was her turn now. Izuku. Chuckles. I didn't expect you to want to see me blushing so badly, do you desire to see me like that so much? Stuffing his right hand in the pocket of his royal blue hoodie while his left was on his hip, he walked to Anastasia's side and whispered in her ear. Izuku. Are you willing to do anything to see that same expression on my face again? Anastasia. Ho. How bold. What if I say yes? Izuku. HMPH. Then do your worst. Anastasia. Is that a challenge I hear? Izuku. You can take it however you may like. Unbeknownst to them, they were both beet red and both resemble a tomato just like Anastasia said. They stayed like that for a few minutes while admiring the beauty of each other's eyes. Their faces were so close to each other that if one were to lean a few inches forward, they'd be kissing each other. Both of them were feeling each other's breaths on their faces as Izuku was about to open his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by someone's knocking. Knock knock knock. Izuku. Chuckles. I'll get the door, stay here. By the way, you're beet red. Anastasia. HMPH. So are you. Izuku. Am I? Izuku thought as he opened the door revealing Artoria in her casual outfit. She was also carrying a small paper bag in her hands. The outfit that she was wearing is a white long-sleeve shirt with a collar and a blue string tie, a blue skirt that reaches to her knees along with tights, and her hair is down which shows off its length. Izuku then started speaking to Artoria in a polite tone. Artoria. I apologize for disturbing you. Izuku. No, please, don't apologize. Is there anything you need, Artoria? Artoria. I'm here to give you this. She said as she held out the paper bag to Izuku. He then proceeded to take the bag from Artoria and peeked inside it while Artoria was speaking. Artoria. It's your new formal wear that Anastasia and I got at the mall the other day. Izuku. Oh really? Thank you very much for giving me this gift, Artoria. He said while smiling brightly. Artoria also smiled at Izuku in response with a shout of Izuku getting a new gift being no surprise to her. She knew that he was neglected and therefore not given anything that would make him even remotely happy by his parents. Artoria. Actually, Anastasia was the one who picked out those clothes for you. Izuku. Heh. Was she now? Anyway, thank you very much Artoria for giving me these clothes. Why were they with you anyway? Artoria. Anastasia mixed them up with the clothes that I bought. Izuku. I see. That seems very much like her. Artoria. It's a good thing that you two are so close. Izuku. Chuckles. Well, I do find her very endearing. Artoria. Well, I'll be heading off now and make sure to get ready for the party in time later tonight. Izuku. Noted. I'll make sure to dress and behave appropriately for the occasion. Though, I can't say the same for Anastasia. Artoria nodded in response as Izuku closed the door. She then started walking through the hallway to the living room. Gilgamesh left the penthouse earlier and is outside buying some gifts for Artoria's retirement. Although, she didn't know that. Artoria sat down in the living room, grabbed the remote of the TV, and switched it on. While she was sitting down, she thought about Izuku and Anastasia's situation. Artoria. Izuku and Anastasia. Both of them are good children, however, they were neglected by their parents and suffered hardship due to something that they couldn't control. Artoria. If only I could go back and fix my mistakes. If only I could go back and see her again, give her the love and attention that she deserved. Artoria. I truly was foolish. If I told Izuku and Anastasia about her, they'd probably resent me. She then got up and headed to the kitchen to get some snacks. As she was opening one of the cupboards, she felt a wet sensation on her cheek. Once she felt it with her hand, she immediately knew what it was. Tears. Then the dam broke. Artoria started crying as she fell to her knees. Artoria. Sobbing. I'm so sorry. Even if you can't hear me, I'm so sorry. Artoria. Sobbing. If only I was there for you. Artoria. Sobbing. My biggest regret is no longer failing to save Britain, but failing to be a good king and parent to you, Mordred. Anastasia. Did you hear that scream? Izuku. Yeah, I did. Anastasia. Let's go. When Izuku and Anastasia were going down the stairs, the sounds of loud sobbing were becoming more and more apparent. Once they got to the kitchen, they saw the person who they both admired so much crying her heart out. Anastasia. Wah. Auntie. What happened to you? Artoria. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm no better than the people who abandoned you are. Anastasia. SHH. It's okay, Auntie, it's going to be okay. Please don't say that you're no better than my parents because you're the best. Hugging the King of Knights tightly while kneeling on the floor, Anastasia gave her some comforting words and rubbed circles on her back to calm her down. Izuku, on the other hand, was just speechless. He didn't even know how to react, but he quickly snapped out of it and got Artoria some water. Izuku. Artoria. Please remember that everybody makes mistakes, and there are some things that we just simply can't undo. Anastasia. He's right, if we can't fix our past mistakes, then we should strive to become better. Izuku. If you have time to lament your regrets and self-deprecation. Anastasia. Then, you have time for self-improvement. With us here, you're going to have a lot more time. Anastasia said while squeezing Artoria's hand tightly to reassure her that everything will turn out fine and that both of them are there for her. Artoria. Thank you very much, Izuku. Anastasia. I apologize for making you see me in such a pitiful state. Anastasia. Ah. Please don't worry about that, Auntie, and if you ever want to talk about it, remember that everyone in this house is here for you. Izuku. We won't pry about your problems because it's painfully obvious that you're not ready to talk about it yet. Artoria. Yeah, I'll talk about it with you guys and Gil when I'm ready. She said while giving a bright smile to the two of them. Her eyes were full of appreciation and love. Third person's POV, while Izuku, Anastasia, and Artoria were preparing themselves for the retirement party for Artoria and waiting for Gilgamesh's arrival back at the penthouse, there is a major event happening in another part of the multiverse. In a place that was very, very far away from the world of quirks, we see a group of 4 running up a huge set of stairs on a mountain. The group consisted of 2 girls. And 2 boys, though one boy looked more feminine rather than masculine. They seemed to be having a conversation while running up the set of stairs. Oi Ryder, are you sure you and this idiot can hold Berserker off long enough? Hey. Don't call me an idiot, Saber. Saber. Shut up. I have every right to call you an idiot for almost dying every time you get into a fight and for losing your command seals to Castor. Tasaka, Ryder, and I saved you from Castor, didn't we? As the group was running up the stairs, the blonde-haired woman with beautiful blue-green eyes, clad in a thick suit of a well-made red and grey armor that hid her small frame, argued with the boy. The boy has auburn-colored hair with golden brown eyes, and he was wearing a normal white and dark blue long-sleeved shirt with blue jeans. He was also wearing a black, white, and grey jacket on top of the shirt. The other 2 who were with him sweat-dropped at their behavior while wearing exasperated expressions. Saber. Whatever, you got lucky when you came to save me. It was only because that damn archer betrayed Castor that you were able to save me, Shiru. Not to mention, all of you would be screwed if Castor took control of me. Hahaha. She's got you there, Shiru-kun. I'd probably lose against Saber-san in a one-on-one battle. Shiru. Sighs. Speaking of, I thought you were fighting Archer in front of the church along with Sakura, Ryder. Ryder. Well, I was fighting him, but Sakura-chan ordered me to retreat since she said something about seeing through Archer's plan. Pouts. Too bad, I was winning the fight too, I had him trapped in my Volcano Caligurante and everything. Oh, and Rin, Sakura-chan, and I are still sorry for letting Archer go only for you to be kidnapped by him. Rin. I told you already, it's fine. None of us knew what Archer was going to do. The other 2 who joined the conversation both looked like girls. However, to put it bluntly, one of them is a trap. The actual girl had elegant aqua eyes with wavy brownish black hair tied up into twin tails using black ribbons, while the majority of her hair hangs loose. She was wearing a red coat and an orange scarf with a black skirt and black stockings on her otherworldly thighs. On the other hand, the trap has long pink hair, with some hair ornaments, tied in a braid that trails down to his waist. In addition to that, he has a big white cape with fur on top, and his eyes have a very gorgeous hue of purple. He also has fancy-looking armor that would normally be worn by girls. Saber. Well Ryder, can you and Shiru hold Berserker off long enough for me to destroy the stupid grail? Rider. Don't worry. Since Shiryu-kun is my new master ever since Sakura-chan transferred her command seals to him, our teamwork is going to be wonderful. Shiryu. Rider, I don't think that's how it works. Our teamwork wouldn't get better just because I'm your new master. Rider. Haha. Don't sweat the small stuff. Shiryu-kun. Rin. Remember Rider and Shiryu, your only job is to hold Berserker off long enough for me to pull Ilya out and for Saber to destroy the Holy Grail. Do not try to fight him head on, keep your distance. Rin. Sized fake priest Kirei just had to turn the Holy Grail into a huge killing machine and corrupt Berserker. Lancer has my eternal gratitude for killing him and Shinji. That Shinji bastard had it coming for trying to force himself on my sister. Thankfully, Rider saved her in time. She thought while wearing a grim and angry expression on her face. At this point, the group was halfway up the mountain as the moonlight from the full moon was lighting up their path up the mountain. Rider. Yeah. We got it. But, can you destroy the Holy Grail, Saber-san? Saber. Heh. There's no way I can't. Sighs. Besides, I don't care about my wish anymore. Once she said that her companions instantly had a confused expression, excluding Rider as he didn't know what Saber's wish was. Rin. Really? You don't want to challenge the Sword of Selection? Shiryu. Why is that, Saber? Saber. It's because of you, of course. Shiryu. Huh? Me? Saber. Even if you were the worst of the worst as far as masters go, you helped me realize what I truly feel about my wish. And my father. For that, I'm grateful. Shiryu. Oh. Smiles. I'm honored. Saber. Chuckles. As you should be. Good luck with Berserker. Rin. Sighs. To think Berserker is protecting the Holy Grail even while corrupted because of that fake priest. Suddenly, they heard a roar coming from the right side of the mountain. The group immediately recognized that sound as Berserker. They stopped running up the stairs as Shiryu saw a path where he and Rider can head to the source of the roar. Shiryu. I guess this is where we split up. Saber. Rin, please make sure to destroy the Holy Grail. Saber. Yeah. Leave that damn thing to us. Rin. Shiryu. Don't you dare die, got it? Shiryu. You too, Tasaka, please don't die. Rider. Clears throat. As nice as it was seeing your love for each other blossom. The moment those words left his mouth, Saber immediately burst out laughing. On the other hand, Rin was blushing madly to the point where her ears were also red. However, Shiryu seemed to be unfazed by Rider's comment as he just accepted it, but he was also slightly embarrassed, although you wouldn't notice by just looking at his face. Rider. Rin-chan, would you please tell Sakura-chan goodbye for me once this battle is over and once she recovers? Rin. Ahem. Don't worry, Rider. I'll tell her once she wakes up. Rider. Thank you, Rin-chan, for taking care of her. With Shinji and her recently deceased grandfather, thanks to the surgery, gone, I hope she can have a happier life from now on. Rin nodded in response and proceeded to hug Rider to show her gratitude for saving Sakura, Rin's sister. Saber and Shiryu also shared a handshake, expressing their gratitude to one another and showing their farewells. Shiryu. Goodbye. Saber. Saber. Yeah. Farewell to you too. As Shiryu and Saber were saying their farewells, Rider put his thumb and index finger in his mouth and did a finger whistle. The whistle had called upon Rider's mount, which was a creature known as the hippogriff. The hippogriff had the head of an eagle, its forelegs were an eagle's talons, while its hind legs were a horse's. Saber. Wait a minute. If you had used your mount, we could have saved us the trouble of climbing these stairs. Rider. It can't be helped. Hippogriff can't carry the four of us, especially if one of us is wearing extremely thick armor. Saber. TCH. I could have just taken it off, you know. Rider. Oh. I forgot about that part. Saber. Growls. Just focus on the mission. Rider. Yeah. This is this, and that is that. Getting up on his hippogriff, Rider sat comfortably atop his favored mount as he extended his hand out for Shiryu. Before setting off with Shiryu behind him, Rider looked back at Saber and said. Rider. It was an honor fighting alongside you throughout this Holy Grail war, Mordred Pendragon of Camelot. Saber. The honor is mine, Paladin of Charlemagne, Astolfo. Having said their farewells, Astolfo took off along with Shiryu to hopefully distract Berserker long enough for Rin to pull Ilya out and for Mordred to hopefully destroy the Holy Grail using her noble phantasm. Once Astolfo took off with Shiryu, Mordred continued up the mountain with Rin. However, when the pair arrived at the entrance of Ryudo Temple, they could barely see anything due to an unnatural mist surrounding the gate of the temple. Sensing something amiss, Mordred put on her helmet and got into a protective stance in front of Rin with her sword, Clarent, at the ready. We've been waiting for someone to come up here. It's been really lonely since the person who summoned me, or caster, died. Mordred. It can't be. Assassin. After those words left Mordred's mouth, Rin immediately had a surprised and slightly panicked expression on her face. Whereas, Mordred was gritting her teeth underneath her helmet since she knows that she has fought Assassin before. However, she doesn't remember her attack patterns or her abilities for some reason. Yep. It's us. We didn't have anyone to talk to, but it's nice to see you again, Saber. A small figure emerged from the mist up the stairs at the gate of the temple. The figure, identified as Assassin, has the appearance of a white-haired girl with green-yellow eyes, with stitched-up scars on her face. Her upper body is that of an adolescent, while her lower body is more mature like that of an adult, creating an odd juxtaposition to her appearance. She wore a tattered coat as a cloak over her upper body. Rin. How can this be? With Caster gone, you shouldn't be able to stay in this world. Assassin. We're an exception. We're a servant that's anchored to this land where we were summoned. Rin. But still, that's Mordred. Rin, on my signal, I want you to run up the stairs as fast as you can and get Ilya. I'll catch up to you, just let me deal with this brat. The perfect black-haired Sundeer nodded in response and prepared a reinforcement magecraft as Mordred prepared for battle. Mordred decided that ending the fight quickly would be the best course of action, as they didn't know how long Shiru and Ryder would last. To that end, she took off her helmet and prepared to use Clarence power to disperse the mist temporarily so that Rin can run through. Assassin. We remember from our last fight that you're pretty good. I also remember that you're a woman. If that's the case, yeah. If that's the case, we can use it. Mordred. What kind of ridiculous drivel are you spouting? I don't remember our last fight, but that isn't going to stop me from tearing you apart. Assassin. Oh. You don't remember. If that's the case, let us tell you again. Our true name is Jack the Ripper. Rin. This kid is actually Satan. Mordred. I see. Even so. Do not underestimate me, you shitty brat. Mordred shouted as both servants wore big smirks on both their faces, and a battle ensued between the two. Away from the battle, at roughly the same time and in another world, we see our main protagonist, Izuku, wearing formal clothing while looking out the window of his room. The clothes he was wearing were tailor-made for him. He was wearing a white shirt under his black vest that has golden buttons, and in its right breast pocket was a red handkerchief. With that, he wore an exquisite black tie that has golden embroidery, black pants, and high-shine black leather boots. Behind him was Anastasia, who was wearing a rose gold dress with a skirt that reached to her knees and matching heels. She also has gorgeous flower earrings and bracelets. Anastasia. Yo Izuku. It's time to head out. Izuku. Oh. Right, it's time, let's go. Anastasia. What were you thinking about? Izuku. Nothing. Just thinking something important is going to happen sooner or later. Anastasia. With a retirement party. Izuku. Chuckles. Maybe, maybe not. By the way, how's Artoria-san doing? Anastasia. Well, when Uncle Gil came back, they had a one-on-one talk that calmed her down. I didn't want to force her to the party, so I asked if we could cancel, but she insisted that she's fine. Izuku. I see. It sounds like she's probably forcing herself, but once she's made up her mind, there's no stopping her. Anastasia. Sighs. Yeah, you're right. I just hope that after her retirement she can finally have some breathing room. Izuku. Yeah, me too. Anastasia. Welp. Let's go already, the limo is waiting for us. Grabbing Izuku's hand and intertwining his fingers with hers, Anastasia ran out of the room with Izuku in tow. Izuku couldn't help but notice the way she intertwined both of their fingers. However, he just shrugged it off and ran to keep up with Anastasia. Third person's POV. On the evening of the retirement party, a limousine could be seen on the streets of Musatafu. Its destination was the retirement party of the now former No. 3 hero, Artoria. Inside the car, Izuku, Anastasia, and Artoria were seated on a luxurious L-shaped couch while having a conversation. Izuku. Artoria-san, are you sure that you can attend the party? Artoria. For the last time Izuku, I'm fine. I just remembered some of my regrets is all. The King of Knights was wearing a stunning white dress. She had 3 turquoise-colored ribbons on her hair, chest, and hip. Additionally, she was wearing an exquisite tiara along with some white gloves. Artoria. It seems that living among the general populace without having to be a king has made me more emotional. Anastasia. Whispers. Why do you keep asking that question over and over again? You're the one who said that there's no stopping her once she's made up her mind. Izuku. Whispers. I can't help it. Artoria-san is basically like a mother to me, so it's only natural that I'd worry. Anastasia. Whispers. The same goes for me too, you know. Auntie's the one who has taken care of me ever since my father abandoned me. Izuku's eyes widened slightly since this is the first time that Anastasia told him anything about her past. He never asked about it because he didn't want to push her to do so. Another reason was that he also hasn't told anyone about his past to the people living with him. The conversation between the two stopped there as Izuku sighed and whispered a small apology. However, something was bugging him, so he decided to ask Artoria about it. Izuku. Artoria-san, is Gilgamesh-san coming with us to the party? Artoria. Unfortunately, he isn't coming with us. Anastasia. Why is that? Artoria. Well, he told me earlier that he found a lead on a very dangerous villain that knows about the fact that Gil and I aren't from this world. Apart from the villain, there is only one other person who knows the secrets that Gil and I keep hidden. Immediately after the idea that people other than them know about Artoria and Gilgamesh's secret popped into their heads, Izuku and Anastasia looked worried. That's because one of them is apparently a very dangerous villain that may use this knowledge to gain an advantage over the Pendragons. Izuku. Is Gilgamesh-san going to fight that villain alone? Artoria. Yes, he probably is. I wholeheartedly wish that I could have fought alongside him against that man. However, he insisted that he do this alone. Besides, I have faith in my husband's strength. Anastasia. Who's the other person that knows about you guys? Artoria. The other person that knows about us is a respectable old man named Sorahiko Torino. Izuku. Why? Anastasia and Artoria's heads immediately whipped to Izuku's direction, who had accidentally blurted it out. Izuku's expression was one of pure shock and surprise because his grandpa knows the secret of the Pendragons. Both of the girls had curious expressions because of Izuku's behavior. Artoria. Do you know him? Izuku. Yeah, I do. He is someone akin to a grandfather to me. Artoria. I see. Your grandfather is very kind. He even went as far as to forge my and Gil's identification so that the government won't be suspicious of us. Izuku. It sounds like something he'd do only for the people he deems most trustworthy. Artoria. I'm honored. Anastasia. Ahem. Moving on, do you know the name of the villain, Auntie? Artoria. Yes, I am aware. The name of the villain is All for One. Gilgamesh's Pav. It was the night of the retirement party of my betrothed, as I was entering a building looking for someone, more specifically, All for One. Once I entered the distasteful building, I immediately started looking around for the mongrel and his filthy dogs. After a few minutes, I found a set of stairs leading underground. I then proceeded to enter the basement as the sound of my footsteps was echoing. Arriving in front of a large door, I opened it without hesitation. Gilgamesh. Well. I see you both look as pathetic as ever. All for One, Kurogiri. All for One. King of Heroes. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? The sight that greeted me once I opened the doors was All for One, who seemed to be wearing a life support machine and formal attire. With him was the black mist that I know as Kurogiri and an unknown boy. Master. Who the hell is this guy? Kurogiri. Tamura Shigaraki, this man is known as the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. Shigaraki. King of Heroes. Ha. Don't make me laugh. There's no such thing as Gilgamesh. Silence, repulsive mongrel. As I said those words, I launched an attack on the boy with grayish-blue hair that wore a severed hand on his face. Before my sword could reach the boy, All for One blocked it. All for One. Unfortunately, I can't let you kill my apprentice, King of Heroes. Shigaraki. Master. All for One. I was supposed to be going to another one of my hideouts, but if you insist on fighting, then so be it. Gilgamesh. I still haven't forgotten that you attempted to capture me and my wife years ago to turn into your weapons. Gilgamesh. To try and turn not one, but two kings into your weapons is absolutely inexcusable. I will have your head, All for One. Dozens of gates started to appear from behind me. I could sense fear and panic emanating from All for One and his apprentice. However, before I started commencing my attack, All for One suddenly started laughing. Gilgamesh. What is humorous about looking at death in the face, mongrel? All for One. Chuckles. What's humorous is that you thought that I was going to fight you alone. I'm not foolish enough to fight a battle that isn't in my favor. Kurogiri. Bring those two here. Kurogiri. Very well. The black mist then started forming into a warp gate. Out came two figures who then started to walk here from the other side. I could hear the sound of metal, indicating that those two were wearing armor. They were also emitting an all too familiar aura. Once I could finally see and identify what they were, I was left dumbfounded. Gilgamesh. How? How do you have control over them? All for One. Why, with multiple brainwash and hypnosis quirks, and with these of course. He held up his hand, and I saw the red marks on his hand that signify one's identity as a master. I regained my composure and adopted a stoic face while analyzing the situation. Gilgamesh. Command seals. I looked over at All for One's two servants. One of them was a servant that I had once fought a long time ago, Berserker. He was still the same as ever, with full-body black armor and a black fog constantly surrounding him. Looking over at the other servant, I froze. I couldn't believe my eyes at the time. However, I snapped back to reality quickly once I thought the situation through. Gilgamesh. That second servant must be a product of that accursed grail. The servant then went to her master's side. She looked the same as her, but much more different. Her skin was paler, and her eyes were golden color. The armor that she wore was nearly identical to the original, but black with red, and her sword was very different from the original. Not only by the way it looked, but also by the feeling of dread it gives out. Gilgamesh. An alternate version of Artoria. Salter. Master, are you fine? All for one. Yes, I haven't been injured. The fake then looked at me and narrowed her eyes. I looked back at her with a glare while still being on guard in case Berserker makes any sudden movements. All for one. You and your wife have been a thorn on my side for too long, King of Heroes. Saber, Berserker. I want you to capture this one so I can finally turn him into my weapon. Salter. Consider it done. Berserker. GRRR. Gilgamesh. Grits teeth. You detestable curs. I shall annihilate every last one of you. Don't think that I will ever yield to you, all for one. I shouted at them while opening the gate of Babylon wider and surrounding the 5 of them with my most powerful treasures as my golden armor materialized on my body. The rabid dog and the fake then got into their stances as a battle that shook the earth came after. Izuku's Pav, Izuku. So this is the place. Anastasia. It's so flashy. My adorable housemate said while having stars in her eyes. Anastasia, Artoria-san, and I had arrived inside the place where the retirement party was being held. The inside of the building was indeed as flashy as Anastasia described. There were a lot of tables, and the whole place was very bright with 3 beautiful chandeliers lighting the area. The people inside consisted of heroes, police officers, hero commission officials, essentially anybody that Artoria-san had worked with before. Everyone was looking at the 3 of us as we entered the room. I looked over to my right and saw Anastasia giving a nervous smile to the crowd. On my left, Artoria-san was giving a small smile and a wave. The retirement party started soon after our arrival. As a Hero Commission official was giving a speech, I looked around and saw a few familiar faces. Izuku. Uncle Enji, Shoto, and Shoka. Well, she has always been a big fan of Artoria-san. I looked around a little more and saw the big oaf that I did not want to see. With an angry expression on my face, I clicked my tongue while looking in the direction of my former stepfather. Izuku. All Might. I didn't think he'd come here. He never had any sort of relationship with Artoria-san from what I knew. After the speech from the Hero Commission official, Artoria-san also did a speech. However, I barely listened to her speech since I was sending a grim look in All Might's direction, which did not go unnoticed by Artoria-san. Once she finished her speech, the party commenced and she came over to me while Anastasia started stuffing her cute little face with food. Artoria. Izuku, care to tell me what was that look you gave the No.1 hero earlier? Izuku. Sighs. It's complicated, Artoria-san. I guess it's time that I tell you everything about my past. Once we get home, at least. Artoria. Very well. Anastasia. Izuku. Auntie. I might have eaten some desserts already, but there are steaks right there just waiting for us. Let's go. Izuku. Chuckles. I guess spending too much time with Artoria-san caused her to appreciate food more. While we were heading for the food, we were stopped by the last person that I wanted to talk to at this party, All Might. Izumi wasn't with him probably because she didn't want to spend more time with him than she had to. All Might. Good evening, Artoria. Long time no see. Artoria. Long time no see too, All Might. How are you? Third person's Pav. While Gilgamesh and Artoria were dealing with their problems, a major battle had just ended. As a result of said battle, a phenomenon, much like the one from 10 years ago, had once again occurred. In a dark alleyway illuminated by the moonlight, a flash of light appeared. Once the light disappeared, a figure was seen right in the middle of the alleyway. The figure is one that we know as Mordred Pendragon. She was still wearing her armor and holding her sword, but her helmet is off. Mordred. Ah. Son of a bitch, that archer is always showing off. She looked around the unfamiliar terrain and decided to head to one of the streets. Just before she reached the street, she decided to take off her armor, revealing her toned body. All she was wearing was a white tube top, short shorts, and a crimson leather jacket. Mordred. Where the hell am I? The sight that she saw when she entered the street was a beautiful one. The street was glistening with its lights of various colors. Something concerned her though, it was the appearance of some of the people with mutation quirks. After a few minutes of walking, she entered a mall. However, before she could enter, she sensed the presence of another servant. Being as vigilant as ever, she made her way towards the source of the presence. The other servant was just around the corner in another deserted alleyway. Summoning her armor and sword, she quickly turned and did an overhead slash to the other servant. What she didn't know though, is that the other servant was Astolfo. Fortunately, Astolfo was quick enough to dodge while letting out a surprised shriek. Astolfo. Wait, it's me, Ryder. Mordred. What the? Ryder. Astolfo. Why yes it's me, Ryder. Please stop. Mordred quickly stopped and took off her armor once again as she held out her hand for Astolfo, which he took with a nervous smile. He was also still wearing his outfit and armor. Mordred. Chuckles. Sorry about that. I thought that you might be an enemy. Anyway, what is the last thing you remember? Astolfo. The last thing I. Oh. Wait. Shiryu-kun might be in danger. Berserker is still out there. He was preparing to run off, but Mordred stopped him with a stoic expression. Mordred. Ryder, I'm confident that I destroyed that damn grail, but I don't think we're in Fuyuki anymore. Astolfo. Then where are we? Mordred. I don't know. Astolfo. Let's look around then. Nodding in agreement, Mordred and Astolfo prepared to head to the mall that she saw earlier. Just like Mordred, Astolfo switched to his casual attire to not attract attention. The outfit that he wore was a lavender striped shirt that exposes his abdomen with lavender and black jacket on it. He was also wearing black stockings, a black skirt, and lavender-colored shoes. Once they were in the mall, something caught Mordred's attention. It was a news report coming from TVs on display in an electronics store. The TVs showed a picture of Artoria, while the news reporters were talking about her retirement. After seeing Artoria's picture on the TV, Mordred was in a complete swirl of emotions. She was afraid, confused, but most of all, happy. Mordred. Father. Third person's POV, Izuku. Great. Just great. The situation that Izuku found himself in was very annoying to him. He had wanted to spend the party celebrating Artoria's retirement and to see how the Todoroki twins were holding up, since he knew that Endeavor would get an invitation and they would have most likely come along. His prediction was correct for the most part. However, he didn't think that All Might, of all people, would come, since the 0.1 and 0.3 heroes never interacted out in public. All Might. I am doing quite well, Artoria. I am here to thank you for everything you have done during your time as a hero. Artoria, thank you All Might. Getting praise from the symbol of peace himself, I am honored. All Might. Hahaha. The honor is mine. Who are these two? He said while pointing at Izuku and Anastasia. Izuku had an apathetic expression in response to being noticed by the symbol of peace. On the other hand, Anastasia was only mildly happy from the small smile on her face, since she was never a big fan of All Might. Anastasia. Nice to meet you, I'm Anastasia Fujiwara. I guess you can consider me as Auntie's apprentice. All Might. Oh. Your apprentice, eh? You seem like a fine young lady. I'm sure that you'll be a great hero in the future. Anastasia. Thank you very much. All Might. What about you, young man? Izuku. My name is Izuku. Crap. What do I say? I can't possibly tell him my real last name. Izuku Pendragon. Izuku Pendragon, the son. The three who were with him widened their eyes at Izuku's response. All Might whipped his head back to Artoria for confirmation. However, she was still frozen by what Izuku had said. Before All Might could ask Artoria questions, Izuku gave her a look that says, play along. She nodded lightly in response without getting the suspicion of All Might. All Might. Is that true? It's very surprising to hear that you have a son, Artoria. Artoria. Yes, Izuku's my son. All Might. I see. But still, Izuku, huh? He adopted a thinking pose as the big smile on his face faded. Artoria noticed this and quickly connected the dots. Izuku's expression during her speech, lying to him about his last name, and All Might's reaction to the name Izuku. Meanwhile, Anastasia was also getting suspicious of Izuku's and All Might's behavior. She wasn't stupid. Far from it, actually. She knew something was up, but she didn't have enough information to make a proper conclusion. Izuku. Ho. Do you know anyone with the name Izuku? Putting his right hand on his chin and his left on his hip, Izuku asked All Might while wearing a mischievous grin. Amusement was also present in his eyes. Artoria recognized his expression as the one that Gilgamesh wears if he's toying with his opponents. All Might. Why yes, my son's name is Izuku. I also have a daughter named Izumi. Both of them are twins. Izuku. You've no right to claim yourself as my father. Izuku. I see. It's only natural, you've been happily married to Green Tempest for more than 2 decades. Are they the same age as us? We're 15. All Might. Why yes they are. My daughter is set to attend UA, but I'm not sure if my son wants to attend UA. Izuku. You're the 0.1 hero. You must be a good father, so I'm not sure why your son would hesitate. Well, if he does attend, could you tell me about him? Like what his hobbies are? Or what does he like? He was very clearly enjoying the look of panic and guilt that could be seen on All Might's face. Beads of sweat were forming on the 0.1 hero's forehead as he struggled to come up with an answer. At this point, Anastasia figured out what was happening. She looked at Izuku, then to All Might, and she sighed in disappointment. Anastasia. I see. That's how it is. Another fake. Such a shame, it was the symbol of peace. Can't blame Izuku for doing this. All Might. You his hobbies are. Cough. Cough endeavor. What's going on here, All Might, Artoria? Just before All Might could squeeze out an answer, Endeavor came to them with a drink in his hand. He was still wearing his hero costume, as did all of the other heroes at the party. With him was Shoto, who was wearing a light blue shirt with a white tuxedo, a red tie, and white pants. Along with Shoto was Shoka, who was wearing a red one-piece dress with blue embroidery that has a dragon design. Shoka's attention was fully focused on Artoria, as she had always been a big fan of her. All Might. Endeavor. I apologize, young Pendragon, but I must. Cough. Cough. Go. I hope to see you at UA. Endeavor. You fool. You just revealed that you'll be working at UA. All Might said while giving a small signal to Endeavor, signifying his time limit is up. Endeavor shrugged his thoughts off and nodded in response as All Might left. Izuku's grin changed into a genuine smile the moment he saw his two childhood friends and his uncle. Endeavor. Clears throat. Artoria, I came to congratulate your retirement. Artoria. Thank you very much, Endeavor. It was a pleasure working with you on multiple occasions. Endeavor. The pleasure is all mine. I'd like you to meet two of my children, twins. This is Shoto and Shoka. Pointing to the twins, they gave small smiles as Shoto shook Artoria's hand while whispering a small nice to meet you. In contrast, Shoka shook her hand while fangirling hard. She kept asking questions about her sword, quirk, and other things. Her father told her to stop after a few questions. He then left, along with Artoria, to greet some other guests like Hawks, the number 4 hero, which left Izuku and Anastasia alone with the Todoroki twins. Shoka. Holy shit, I just shook Artoria-sen's hands. Shoto. Stop. Anastasia. Clears throat. Nice to meet you guys, I'm Anastasia Fujiwara. This is Izuku Pendragon. Izuku. Very nice to meet you. Izuku. Glad to see they're doing well. Shoto. Pleasure to meet you too. I'm Shoto Todoroki and this is my sister, Shoka. Shoka. Yoo-hoo. Anastasia. Wanna go to a table? I wanna try out those steaks over there. Shoka. Sure, let's go. Gilgamesh's pav, Gilgamesh. TCH. What an irksome situation. I said as I dodged another black energy wave from the fake as I jumped on top of a building. I looked around quickly and saw the ruined surroundings. It had been a few minutes since our battle started, however, I was no closer to killing All for One. Kurogiri and the mongrel, Shigaraki, retreated soon after the battle had begun. The rabid dog lunged himself at me, with a black and red pole in hand, while I was on top of the building from below. Reacting quickly, I grabbed a short sword from my gate and slashed in Berserker's direction, while he was still mid-air. The blade didn't reach him, but due to the sword's ability, Berserker became frozen in ice. Gilgamesh. Rabid dog. All for One sent another air cannon my way as I once again dodged by dropping down the building, only to be sent face to face with Artoria Alter. I quickly grabbed a golden sword from the Gate of Babylon and clashed swords with her. We held the deadlock as sparks flew from the impact, neither of us letting up the pressure. I took the opportunity to launch an attack at her at point-blank range. 3 gates with large spears surrounded her as they aimed for the head, heart, and abdomen. She reacted swiftly as she pulled away from me and redirected the spear, aiming for her head to hit the one aiming for her abdomen. I thought that the last one would hit her heart, however, she skillfully maneuvered out of the way so that the spear would only hit her left shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, I lunged at her with the intent to kill her, but Berserker managed to make it in time to save her by slamming his metal pole into my right arm. Gilgamesh. For an odd combination, their teamwork is impeccable. I was launched back dozens of meters as I prepared to launch another attack. However, I immediately realized that All for One was behind me, reeling his deformed arm back from the multitude of quirks he was using. My body subconsciously summoned a large shield at my side to block All for One's attack. The shield held its place as I sent a barrage of swords and spears at him at close range. I managed to severely damage All for One's right arm and left leg as he retreated backward. Before any more of my weapons reached All for One, Berserker came to his side and grasped a large broadsword, turned it to his noble phantasm, and started parrying my weapons to ensure All for One's safety. While Berserker was warding off my attacks, Artoria Alter was on my left side and sent a dark magenta beam hurtling towards me. I quickly invoked the true name of the shield still in my hands in response to her attack. Gilgamesh. Lord Camelot. Salter. That shield. The figure of enormous blue castle walls manifested and surrounded me. It was quite enough to stop Artoria's Alter's attack. She then went to All for One's side to check on his wounds, while Berserker got into a protective stance in front of them. Artori Alter then started talking to All for One, but I could still hear them talking even from a distance. I could also see Kurogiri arriving at All for One's side. Salter. Master, it would be wise to retreat for now. Even with your regeneration quirks, your wounds are too deep to heal during battle. If you were to pass out from blood loss, it would result in our defeat. Kurogiri. I concur. All for One. So even the three of us isn't enough to defeat you, King of Heroes. In response to that ludicrous question, I merely laughed. All for One and his subordinate simply looked at me with disbelief. Gilgamesh. Of course, these two alone aren't enough. If I wasn't taking this fight seriously, then the three of you might have had a chance. Unfortunately for you, I have a good reason to not hold back. All for One. Ho. And what reason might that be? Gilgamesh. I already know how much of a slimy rat you are. Always refusing to die, getting away at last moments using that mongrel, Kurogiri. All for One. Is that just your only reason? Are you sure what you're doing right now isn't for your family? My face gained a slightly surprised expression at the mention of my family. I quickly adapted my stoic face along with a glare as my smirk disappeared while I responded with an angry voice, since I have a feeling as to what All for One is going to say. Gilgamesh. What does my wife have to do with this? All for One. Don't play dumb now, King of Heroes. It's not only your wife. That peach-haired girl that lives with you, your wife is her legal guardian, right? Gilgamesh. How do you know that? All for One. Chuckles. I have my ways. There's also that boy that looks like you. From what my sources could gather, you seem to have a close relationship with that boy. Gilgamesh. All for One, choose your next words carefully. I might just go the extra mile after I kill you and go after your apprentice. All for One. Your threats mean nothing to me. You only found out my location on a fluke. Gilgamesh. If you or any of your subordinates touch my treasures, I'll personally throw you to the underworld. All for One. Oh? So they're your treasures. Gilgamesh. Not all treasure is silver and gold, you mongrel. All for One. Sighs. How regrettable that we must retreat. However, before I go, I want to see you on the ground. Saber, use your noble phantasm at its full power, now. Salter. Very well. She took a deep breath as she started to gather magical energy to use her noble phantasm. I sensed the danger of Artori Alter's noble phantasm. I put on a frustrated expression as I brought out my greatest noble phantasm from the Gate of Babylon, as it was the only one that could match hers. I grasped the familiar sword with my right hand. It had the shape of a cylindrical, drill-shaped pillar made up of 3 independently rotating segments, engraved with crimson cuneiform lettering with a gold handle and a handguard with blue designs. Gilgamesh. It's a good thing that Artoria's retirement party is in another city. Gilgamesh. I shall perform this final blow as a parting gift to you. Salter. Cry. It's time for you to come crashing down. Gilgamesh. I will tell you of the beginning. Heaven and earth split, nothingness congratulated creation, my sword of rupture cleaved the world. Salter. Vortigern, hammer of the vile king, reverse the rising sun. Swallow the light. Gilgamesh. Mortar of the stars, heaven's hell is the eve of creation celebration. Now you shall die and be silent. Salter. Excalibur. Gilgamesh. Enuma. Salter. Morgan. Gilgamesh. Elish. As soon as the rays of pure magical energy from both of our noble phantasms collided, the area around us became a massive crater. It was a battle between 2 powerful beings in the world of quirks. The surrounding around us became so bright due to the effects that our noble phantasms were causing. The stones on the ground melted as the air heated up to an unbearable degree. I could see that our mighty clash of epic proportions was creating a bright multicolored beacon above our heads. It could be seen from miles away. After a few seconds, I could feel my opponent's power waning before it suddenly disappeared altogether. Swiftly stopping my attack, I cautiously went to the area where Artori Alter was. The crust of the earth around me became orange and yellow due to the insufferable heat that Excalibur Morgan caused. I walked to the spot where Artori Alter previously was, however, they weren't there. Gilgamesh. Blasted. They got away. That was why the altar's presence suddenly disappeared along with berserkers. Letting out my frustrations, I punched the ground, resulting in a smaller crater. I eventually calmed down and decided to head back. Summoning my Vimana, I sat upon its throne and rode off in the direction of my home. Third person's Pav, Anastasia. Bye. Shoka-san. Shoto-kun. Shoka. Goodbye, Fujiwara-san and Pendragon-kun. I'll see you guys at UA. Shoto. Goodbye. It was nice spending time with you too. Back to the retirement party, the Todoroki family was preparing to leave as the kids were saying their goodbyes at the entrance of the building. Artoria was still inside the venue talking to some Hero Commission officials while Endeavor went to go get his car. Anastasia then went back inside to get Artoria so that they could leave too. Izuku. Shoto-kun, I'd like to talk to you about something. Shoto. Yeah, sure. Shoka, you can go on ahead. Shoka. Sure, I'll leave you guys to it. She then left for Endeavor's car as Izuku was looking at Shoto with a very serious look. He was confused as to why the sudden change in mood since Izuku was smiling throughout the evening. Izuku. Shoto, I'd like you to promise me something. He said as he put his right hand on Shoto's left shoulder, looking at him directly in the eye. On the other hand, Shoto was surprised by Izuku's change in tone and the lack of honorifics when he addressed him. So he assumed that the matter was serious. Izuku. Please tell Izumi to take care of herself. Her big brother worries for her. She might be pushing herself too much with one for all. Shoto. What the third person's pav, Izuku? Seriously? You want one? Mordred. Hell yeah, I do. Mordred said while giving Izuku a thumbs up and a big smile. Thinking about what Mordred wanted, Izuku adopted a thinking pose while Anastasia was braiding his shoulder-length golden blonde hair. Astolfo was just sitting on the couch while on his phone, waiting for them to get finished. All of them were in the living room of Gilgamesh's penthouse. It had been 4 months since the retirement party and the appearance of the enemy servants. Throughout these 4 months, very important things happened. Gilgamesh and Artoria officially adopted Izuku after he revealed his past to them. Mordred got to meet Artoria once again, which resulted in them finally getting over their family issues. Izuku had also picked the noble phantasms that he wished to master from his treasury. The two kings, Gilgamesh and Artoria, also recently went on a vacation around the world. In doing so, left Izuku, Anastasia, and Mordred in the penthouse, but Astolfo was also living there, as per Mordred's request since it didn't sit well with her that the person she fought with during the Holy Grail War became homeless. Astolfo. I also like cats, they're very cute. Anastasia. That's very true. Izuku. Well, I'm sure father and mother wouldn't mind you having a cat. Besides, you would do it anyway even if we said no, Mordred. Mordred. Chuckles. You already know me so well, little brother. Izuku gave her a small smile in response as she continued fixing her hair. After Mordred had reconciled with Artoria, she had been introduced to her future brother, Izuku, as they were still working on the adoption papers. She was also introduced to Gilgamesh, Artoria's husband, who she refers to as her mother. Along with him was Anastasia, who she found out wielded Excalibur. Initially, she didn't like Anastasia because she felt like she should have been the one wielding Excalibur, but after a whole lot of drama and finding out the circumstances, she made it her mission to make Anastasia as strong as possible. This is because Artoria reassured her that Mordred is her one and only biological daughter, and that Anastasia wasn't a replacement. Another reason is that Mordred found out that she was also able to wield Excalibur as well, which satisfied her. There's also the fact that Mordred doesn't want Artoria's apprentice to be seen as weak. The group's attire was pretty casual. Their clothes were comfortable and easy to wear even during battle. Izuku was wearing a gold earring, black jeans, gold-colored sneakers, and a plain white shirt underneath his collared light gray coat with golden insides and outlines. Astolfo was wearing a familiar outfit. He wore was a lavender striped shirt that exposes his abdomen with lavender and black jacket on it, black stockings, a black skirt, and lavender-colored shoes. Mordred was also still wearing the same white tube top, short shorts, and crimson leather jacket that she bought in Fuyuki. On the other hand, Anastasia was wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, a black button-down skirt with a chain and long belt hanging, and black boots. Astolfo. I'm so excited. You guys ready so we can leave? Mordred. Just waiting on these two. Anastasia. Give me a second, I'm almost done with Izuku's hair. The group was preparing themselves for UA's entrance exam for the hero course. It was thanks to Artoria's connections that Mordred and Astolfo were able to participate, since they had to get their identifications forged. Everyone in the group was prepared and ready for the entrance exam, and all of them were confident that they would pass without a doubt. Anastasia. And. Done. Izuku. Once again, thank you. Anastasia. No problem, I don't mind. Mordred. Alright, let's go before you two get lost in each other's eyes, or whatever, again. The two people in question looked away from each other, while having a tint of red on their cheeks. Astolfo looked at the both of them with an amused grin, while he thought of how he will manage to see another couple's love for each other blossom. Though, he did feel a tiny bit envious of their obvious love for each other. The group of four were standing at the gates of UA High School, with a feeling of excitement and anticipation washing over them. Izuku and Mordred had wide smiles on their faces, showing their confidence. On the other hand, Anastasia and Astolfo wore small smiles. Izuku. This is it. Our first step in becoming a hero. A real one. Anastasia. To think that a quirkless kid like me could make it this far. I'm glad. While they were walking along the brick path, they were stopped by Mordred, who seemed to have an idea pop into her head. Mordred. Wait. I have an idea to make this exam interesting. Izuku. What is it, Mordred Nee? Mordred. We have a competition. The other three immediately tilted their heads to the side simultaneously, showing their confusion. However, Mordred never lost her big, wide smile, as the passers-by were wondering what were they talking about. Mordred. Whoever gets first place in the entrance exams gets to make the other three do something, no questions asked. For example, I might make Izuku buy me a whole meal. Izuku and Astolfo instantly got nervous at the thought of having to handle the cost of Mordred's meal. It's quite ironic that they weren't nervous about the entrance exams, but by having to do anything that the winner would ask. They were about to decline, but Anastasia talked before they could do anything. Anastasia. Sure. Sounds fun. Izuku. Oh crap. Astolfo. This is bad. The two of them looked defeated while their hands were frozen in the air. Both Anastasia and Mordred noticed their behavior and looked at them for a few seconds with questioning looks before concluding one thing. The two of them went gambling again and lost. Usually, they wouldn't have any trouble in terms of money since Gilgamesh and Artoria were filthy rich. However, they were still teenagers, so they were only given an allowance, which was still a lot of money, usually about 500,000 yen every month per person, including Astolfo. Anastasia. Sighs. The two of you went gambling again, didn't you? Izuku. Cat's out of the bag. Astolfo. Sorry. Mordred. So? Who made you two lose? Izuku. It was Yumeko. Mordred. That crazy bitch. Well whatever, nothing you can do to fix your blunder. Just hope that what I ask you doesn't involve money. Izuku. Why are you talking as if you've already won? Mordred. Isn't it obvious? Whatever this exam throws at me, I'll come out on top. Astolfo. Now hold on. Just as Astolfo was about to say his retort, he was suddenly interrupted by a very familiar ash blonde boy bumping into Mordred. With him was his twin sister, Kitsumi. Far behind them, a group of three had also arrived, consisting of Izumi, Shoto, and Shoka. Shoto immediately noticed Izuku as he was walking and sent a small smile in his direction, which faded instantly when he saw Kitsuki bump into Mordred. Kitsuki. Move it, you extras. Izuku. Kitsuki. As he was about to walk past Mordred after bumping into her, he was stopped by her hand on his shoulder, which forcefully turned him around to face Mordred with slightly furrowed eyebrows with her hand still on his left shoulder. The sudden action also caused both of them to stop in their tracks. Mordred. Hey jackass, you should be apologizing for bumping into me. Also, who the fuck do you think you are, calling us extras? Kitsuki. Let go of me, you want to die. Why the hell should I care about you? He said while slapping her hand away, causing her to become even more pissed and her glare intensified. Anastasia and Astolfo looked at the scene with an oh no, not again face. Well, Izuku feels like he's going to enjoy what will come in the next few seconds. Mordred. Growls. Listen to me dipshit, if you're going to threaten me for that, then you must be a brain-dead retard. Kitsuki. TCH. Talking to you is a waste of time. You're just a weak woman, and Kitsuki didn't get to finish his sentence, as Mordred suddenly grabbed his neck and slammed him to the ground, causing it to get small cracks. Kitsumi was about to interfere, but not before Mordred summoned Clarent and stabbed it into the ground right next to Kitsuki's face, with red sparks emerging from the sword. Blood spilled from the cut on his left cheek as a terrified expression made its way on his face because of her strength and her ferocious glare. Mordred. The next time you call me weak or woman, I will drive this sword into your skull. Got it. Consider yourself lucky that I held myself back. Kitsumi. Let go of him, you bitch. She released an explosion, aiming for Mordred's face, however, the explosion didn't reach its target as Mordred quickly moved out of the way. She stood up and grabbed Kitsumi's extended left hand and kicked her in the abdomen. Mordred didn't put enough force to severely damage her, only enough to leave her clutching her abdomen for a few minutes. Thankfully, there wasn't anyone there but Izuku's group, the Bakugo twins, and Izumi's group because all the other people had already left for the exams. Mordred then stopped, walked over to Kitsumi, stuffed her hands in her jacket, and went back to her group as they started walking again. Astolfo. Geez. Mo-chan, I think you should really get over your anger issues. Anastasia. Well, they sorta had it coming. Mordred. Damn straight they did. Those monkeys had the gall to insult and attack me. Astolfo. I didn't think that you'd agree with her, Anna-chan. Anastasia. Well, considering what they did to Izuku. Mordred. Izuku. Wait a minute, were they the retards who bullied you? Izuku. Chuckles. Yeah, they were. Mordred. I see. She said as she looked back to see the Bakugo twins getting up and glaring at her. She also glared back at them with an even more intense glare. All three of them knew that getting into a fight would be pointless and a waste of time, so they let it go, for now. Once they finished their written exam, Izuku's group arrived at the auditorium where they'll be having the hero course exam orientation. The four of them all sat down together and waited for the proctor to arrive. After a few minutes, Present Mick made his way on stage, while the big screen behind him was displaying the UA logo. Present Mick. To all examinees out there, welcome to my live performance. Everybody say, hey. Izuku Izumi muttered. Hey. All the examinees' heads turned to the three people to respond to Present Mick. The three of them had big, wide smiles on their faces, since they were fans of Present Mick's content and they were too confident for their own good. Meanwhile, Astolfo and Anastasia looked at the Pendragon siblings with disbelief. Present Mick. Thank you, little listeners. The three of them chuckled and sat back down as the examinees' attention was once again focused on Present Mick. Present Mick. To all the examinees, I'll give you a quick rundown of the practical exam. Are you ready? Yeah. Izuku Izumi muttered. Yeah. Present Mick gave the three a big smile as he started to explain the practical exam. They will participate in a 10-minute mock battle in a city practice center. All four of them had different practice centers when they were compared. While Present Mick was explaining the point system of the robots, he was interrupted by an examinee with short dark blue hair, wearing a pair of glasses and a cream-colored suit. Tenya Ida. Ida. I have a question. Present Mick. Okay. Ida. On this printout, there are 4 villain types. If it's a misprint, it'll be a great shame on Japan's best school. We, examinees, are here because we want to be taught by exemplary heroes. And you blonde-haired girl, your endless looking around is disrupting. Iida said as he pointed to the girl a few seats in front of him, who was Izumi. He noticed her looking everywhere as soon as she arrived at the auditorium. Beside her were the Todoroki twins, who were about to talk back to Iida. However, Izuku beat them to the punch while Iida was still talking. Iida. If you're here just for fun, Izuku. You should know when you are talking to someone innocent of your accusations, otherwise, you'll be a failure as a future hero. He said with a tone filled with arrogance and a smirk as he defended Izumi. Shoto was looking at Izuku with a small smile, which Shoka, his sister, noticed. Iida. Excuse me, but this girl was clearly disturbing the people around her by looking around the auditorium so frantically. Izuku. Nobody was getting disturbed. The 2 people who are sitting next to her are her friends. Besides, everybody was focused on Present Mick. The only people who would be distracted by her are the people with sensory quirks or a prim and proper perfectionist like you. Iida. The fact remains that she wasn't focused on Present Mick. Izuku. Nobody here in this place would be foolish enough to not listen to Present Mick's clear and simple explanation. You said it yourself. We are here. Because we want to be taught by exemplary heroes. Therefore, marking her as someone here just for fun would be hypocritical of you. And isn't singling out a single examinee and disrupting Present Mick's explanation a bit supercilious of you? Additionally, you don't know the circumstances behind her actions. Iida. I see. Please let me apologize. It is as he said, I was indeed hypocritical and supercilious. Please forgive me. Izuku. It's a good thing that he admitted his mistakes. Otherwise, I would have had to take a more aggressive approach. He said while bowing deeply to Izumi, who was just shocked by what Izuku had said. Everyone else was very interested in the situation and the reason why a boy who seemed to have no relation with a girl whatsoever would know how the girl behaves. Izumi. Please raise your head. It's quite okay. Iida. If I may ask, why were you looking around the auditorium so frantically? Izumi. Oh, my brother ran away from home some time ago and before he left he said he would apply for UA's hero course. Present Mick. So this is the twin sister of the Shota's nephew. Iida. I see. Your brother. Please let me offer my deepest apologies once again. Bowing his head once again, he apologized once again. Izumi then looked at Izuku with a look of admiration, while he looked back at her with a genuine caring smile, as both of them looked back at Present Mick. Present Mick. Examinee no. 7111 Kun, good job for admitting your mistake. The 4th villain is 0 points. He is an outcast. It's just a gimmick causing a ruckus throughout each center. You can destroy him, but there's no point. To the listeners, I advise you to avoid these guys. Iida. Thank you and please excuse my question. Iida finally sat down after Present Mick's explanation. All of the examinees were thinking of plans on how to destroy the robots and how to avoid the 0 pointers. Meanwhile, Izuku's group would probably just blow through the 0 pointers if they encounter one. Present Mick. That's it for now. Finally, I'll present to you our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said. True heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life. Over and beyond, plus ultra. Izuku's POV, after Present Mick's explanation ended, the others and I separated to our practice centers. I and some other examinees had to ride a bus to get to practice center B. From Present Mick's explanation, the practical exam is a real simulation of villains running rampant in a city. Judging from the enormous metal door and the buildings I could see from the outside, he wasn't kidding when he said city. While I was lost in my thoughts, someone grabbed my left shoulder from behind. "Nice to meet you, I'm Tenyu Iida from Saumei Private Academy. I'd like to thank you for stopping me earlier." Izuku. "Likewise, Iida. My name is Pendragon, Izuku Pendragon." Iida. "Pendragon. Are perhaps related to the former No. 3 hero?" Izuku. "Yes, I am. I'm her son." Iida. "I see. It seems that you understood more than me about that girl's situation. I misjudged her. However, if you don't mind my asking, how do you know so much about her? Like the fact that the people next to her were her friends." Izuku. Smirks. "Well, the brother she was referring to is me." Present Mick. "Okay, start." I immediately went through the enormous metal gate and went inside the city. I followed the main road until I saw a group of robot villains. I swiftly grabbed a Japanese katana from my treasury with a unique sheath and thought to myself with a smirk. Izuku. This will be quite fun. Izuku. The Wandering Tales of Shana-O, Act 4. Izuku's Pav. Izuku. The Wandering Tales of Shana-O, Act 4. Dan no Yura, 8-boat leap. 7 identical clones of me appeared behind me in a brief flash of light and disappeared just as quickly as I felt power run through me, and my jumping power increased greatly. I got into a stance and jumped right in the middle of the group of robots. In an instant, I cut down 4 of them, leaving 10 more robots. I jumped onto the side of a building to gather momentum and lunged at a 3-pointer and slashed it to pieces. I kept repeating this process until every robot in the area had been destroyed and cut to pieces. The entire process only took me 10 seconds, as the nearby buildings had cracks on them from the force of my jumps. Not losing any focus, I ran to find more robots. Izuku. That makes 37 points within the first minute. Goodness, I felt like Levi from that old anime, but without the omnidirectional mobility gear. As I was running, I heard the sound of someone cursing. I immediately went to the source of the sound as I landed on a tall building and saw 2 examinees surrounded by a group of 4 3-pointers and 3 2-pointers. I looked at the scene with the Wandering Tales of Shana-O on my left hip with my hand clutching it tightly while it was in its unique sheath. Izuku. It seems like they got too overconfident and got ambushed. Sighs. It's what happens when one recklessly charges at the enemy without having the strength to show for it. Examinee 1. Someone, help us. Izuku. Chuckles. The Wandering Tales of Shana-O, Act 1. Eye of Shiva. Detecting the 6 secret teachings. In an instant, the 2 previously trapped examinees got forcibly teleported right in front of me, with their terrified expressions still on their faces. After a few seconds, one of the 2 seemed to understand what happened, while the first examinee was still frozen in shock. An amused smirk unconsciously made its way on my face as one of them started speaking. Examinee 2. Thank you for helping us out, but could you help get us down? Izuku. Unfortunately, an exam is still ongoing, so I am disinclined to acquiesce to your request. Examinee 1. Disinclined to. What the hell does that mean? Izuku. It means no. Running to the edge of the building, I jumped from the top while my eyes were set on the group of 7 robots that had ambushed the 2 examinees. While I was still in the air, I activated the Gate of Babylon and tore each of them apart within a few seconds using low-class arms. Once I landed on the ground safely, I couldn't hear the sounds of robots from anywhere nearby. Izuku. That makes 55 points. It seems that the robots in the area have been eradicated. I should head to the tallest building and use the Gate of Babylon alongside Failnaught for long-range attacks. Making up my mind, I once again used the Wandering Tales of Shana-O to relocate myself to the tallest building in the city practice center from what I could see from the ground. Once I made it to the building, I put the Japanese katana back in my treasury and took out a pearl-white harp-like bow with golden designs from my treasury. I looked at the ground below and saw multiple examinees fighting robots. I started strumming the strings on Failnaught, causing various robots to be cut down or torn apart by 9 invisible blue vacuum arrows as the examinees were questioning who was the one causing the robots to be destroyed. Taking extra care so I don't accidentally chop an examinee to pieces, I kept strumming Failnaught as I activated the Gate of Babylon above my head and synchronized my attacks. Izuku. The combination of Failnaught and the Gate of Babylon certainly is potent. Good to know. Present Mick. 6 minutes, 2 seconds left. Third person's POV, a dark monitoring room had all of the teachers of UA High School looking at the examinees with great interest. Some familiar faces were there like Izawa, Nezu, Toshinori, and Inko. They were all happy with how talented this year's batch was. As the screen showed various examinees, a teacher, Midnight, who was wearing her hero costume, spoke after Nezu finished his monologue. Midnight. This year's batch looks very promising. Inko. They are, especially Izumi, I'm sure. Nezu. Izumi's not the only promising examinee. There are still 3 minutes left and 2 examinees have already broken All Might's record of 107 villain points and both of them are close to breaking your rescue point record of 72 points. Toshinori. What? 2 students have already broken my villain point record. Aizawa. Who are they, Nezu? Nezu. They seem to be siblings. Mordred and Izuku Pendragon. Cementus. Pendragon. Like Artoria Pendragon. Inko. Izuku. Toshinori. I met young Izuku Pendragon during Artoria's retirement party. I didn't see young Mordred, though. Nezu. I'm sure that Mordred had a reason for not going. On the other hand, 3 examinees are not that far behind the Pendragon siblings in terms of points. With the 3 being my niece Izumi, Astolfo, and Anastasia Fujiwara, he said as Inko realized that this may not be her son, however, she still had her doubts. The screen showed Mordred kicking a 2-pointer at a group of other robots and throwing her sword at them before the robots exploded because of Clarence Crimson Lightning. Another window showed Izuku running along. Practice entered B's rooftops while strumming Failnod and using his Gate of Babylon to save other examinees and destroy robots. Astolfo was also seen on the screen using his La Black Luna to annihilate a group of robots, while Anastasia was using her Mana Burst to move around quickly and slash all the robots in her path while she was saving other examinees whenever she can. A window showed Izumi using her quirk to forcefully tear apart all the robots in her way while flying. Vlad. Can you give us more information about the top 2? Nezu. Well. Nezu said as he got Izuku's and Mordred's applications. Nezu. Clears throat. Both of them are the children of Artoria Pendragon, the former No. 3 hero. Mordred is her biological daughter. However, Izuku Pendragon was adopted. It says here his former name is Izuku Yagi. As soon as he said that, Inko's doubts were confirmed and everybody in the room, who knew what was going on, had their jaws dropped and expressions of disbelief. Even Nezu himself did not expect Izuku to change to such a huge degree, to the point where he surpassed the No. 1 hero's seemingly unbeatable record. After a few seconds of heavy silence, Toshinori broke it with a tone unbefitting of the symbol of peace and a worried and anxious expression. Toshinori. And no way. And Nezu, if he is my son, then why does he have a quirk? Toshinori. I don't want to believe it but he might have gone to All for One. Inko. Is that? My son? Nezu. Now. I know what you're thinking, Toshinori. Although it's a possibility, let's not jump to conclusions lest you alienate him again. As for your question Inko, he is indeed Izuku Yagi, or rather, was Izuku Yagi. It seems that he was adopted by the Pendragons 4 months ago. Inko. How could that be? We're his parents. Toshinori. Frowns. Why would Artoria be the one to adopt him? Aizawa. No you're not, Inko, legally or otherwise. Both of your rights as his parents were taken away after Tsukauchi completed his investigation. Therefore, he was up for adoption. Anyway, Nezu, I'd like to ask if we could meet him once the practical exam is over. Nezu. Very well, I would also like to talk to him once the practical exam is over. Speaking of, the examinee's real quality will be tested now. Pressing a red button labeled motivation switch. Nezu smiled sadistically as the 0-pointers were finally emerging in all of the city practice centers. Izuku's paw rumble after I finished off another 1-pointer. I heard a loud rumble and felt a vibration from very far behind me. I looked at the source of the clamorous noise and saw a huge cloud of dust. Focusing my eyes, I could see a figure in the cloud of dust. Once it emerged, it was easy to identify that it was the 0-pointer. It punched the ground using its gigantic metal arm, resulting in another dust cloud. I decided to head over to the 0-pointer to see if any other examinees were still there. Izuku. How odd. The people who designed the 0-pointer must have known its lack of mobility, yet they still made it unnecessarily large. Nobody would get anything by fighting that robot. It's as if it's a challenge. Did they make it that large because of the intimidation it causes? Present Mick. 2 more minutes left. Once I arrived in front of the 0-pointer, all the other examinees were running away, including Ida. However, I saw a girl trapped in the debris of the building that the 0-pointer crushed. Reacting quickly, I rushed to her side and pulled the debris off her and picked her up with a bridal carry. I got out of there as fast as I could with a calm expression before the 0-pointer attacked again. Izuku. I see. So this is to emulate the spirit of self-sacrifice. Izuku. Girl, can you walk? Huh? Yeah, I can. Izuku. Good. I then proceeded to set her down once I put enough distance between us and the 0-pointer. The girl thought that I would come with her to run away, however, I simply turned back and walked to the 0-pointer. Wait a minute, you're not going to run away? No one can beat that thing alone. Izuku. That's right, nobody can beat it alone here. At least, nobody but me. What? Please, you'll get hurt. We should be running away. Izuku. I'm disinclined to acquiesce to your request. What does that even taking the opportunity? I immediately ran towards the zero-pointer as I heard her yelling at me to stop. I merely looked back at her with a cocky smirk as the distance between me and the zero-pointer was decreasing. Izuku. Smirks. Works every time. Once I reached the perfect distance between me and the zero-pointer, which was about 100 meters, I summoned a gate by my right hand and took out a crimson-red spear. I then got on into a crouching position with my left hand on the ground and my right hand tightly gripping my spear. Taking a deep breath and adopting a serious expression, I accelerated and dashed 50 meters before taking to the skies. I arched my back as if drawing a bow, and once I finished accumulating magical energy, I hurled it towards the zero-pointer with all my might. Izuku. Resign yourself and receive my blow. Gatebolt. Upon impact, Gatebolt created a huge explosion in carpet-bombing fashion that caused massive destruction. The sheer wind pressure from the attack was enough to blow away all the dust in the area and eradicate the streets of the city practice center, as the buildings that surrounded the zero-pointer also got caught in the attack. Once the dust settled, the zero-pointer was nowhere to be found. The only thing that was left behind the robot was its feet, which had smoke coming from it. Present Mick. The exam is over. Izuku. Exhales. Well, that was a very good learning experience for combat against multiple enemies. As I was walking back to the entrance of the practice center, I saw a recovery girl healing a few examinees. I didn't stop and kept walking. Izuku. Sighs. I pray that I surpassed Mordred Knee in points, and I hope that present Mick. Also, would Izuku Pendragon, Izumi Yagi, Shoto Todoroki, and Shoka Todoroki please come to the principal's office? Izuku. Groans. Perhaps I made too much of a spectacle of myself to elicit Uncle Nezu to check my application during the test. They must know who I was by now. After getting off the bus and having a conversation with Iida, I walked to the main building of UA High School, as the clear blue sky and pure white clouds were above my head. While I was walking, a very familiar voice called out to me. Mordred. Oi Izuku. Wait. Izuku. Mordred Knee. I looked back at her with a genuine smile adorning my face as she caught up to me. She then started to look at me closely while circling me. The people around us were confused by Mordred Knee's actions, as was I confused. I asked her about it. Izuku. Mordred Knee, what are you doing? Mordred. Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for any possible injuries. Thankfully, there seems to be none. Izuku. Goodness, you're overprotective. Mordred. Shrugs. Whatever, I can't help it. Izuku. Anyway, where's Anastasia and Astolfo? Mordred. Dunno, I haven't seen them yet. By the way, why did Present Mick say that they needed you at the principal's office? Izuku. Well, they figured out who I am and are probably going to ask me about my powers. Mordred. Sounds like a hassle. Want me to come with? I immediately accepted her offer, since it would be good to show my former parents that I am more than happy with my new life, just in case they try to do something absurd like trying to take me back. After I texted Anastasia and Astolfo that they should head home without Mordred Knee and we arrived in front of the principal's office. Judging by the noise inside, everybody else seems to be there already. I took a deep breath as I knocked on the door. Hearing Uncle Nezu's enter, I opened the door. The sight that greeted me was my former parent sitting with Izumi on the couch to the right, while the Todoroki twins were on the other couch. Surprisingly, they were sitting with the Bakugo twins, who weren't called here. I could see Uncle Nezu standing menacingly on his desk while Uncle Shota was right beside him. As I stepped into the room, I started speaking in a haughty tone with a smirk on my face. Izuku. Chuckles. Well. To what do I owe the pleasure of being invited to the principal's office on the day of the entrance exams? Nezu. You could say that it was because was your stellar performance or your identity. My smirk did not fade from Uncle Nezu's words as a smirk also crept on his face. From my peripheral vision, I could see my former parents, who were in their hero costumes, look impatient and were constantly looking at me and Uncle Nezu. Izuku. So this confirms it. You've read my application, have you? Nezu. Yes, I have. It says here that your former name is Izuku Yagi. My question is, are you Izuku Yagi? Because neither of you has any similarities in terms of appearance, personality, and power. Izuku. Chuckles. To answer your question, Uncle Nezu, I was Izuku Yagi. Third person's POV, Izuku. Chuckles. To answer your question, Uncle Nezu, I was Izuku Yagi. The moment Izuku said that, everyone froze as if they were encased in ice. How could they not? The person they had been searching for the past 10 months just showed up at Japan's most prestigious school and effortlessly broke the #1 hero's record. The prospective students' jaws dropped as a sense of astonishment flared up inside them, except for the Bakugo twins. On the other hand, the adult suspicions were finally confirmed as Shota, Nezu, and Inko looked relieved, but All Might was still on guard, since the possibility that Izuku had gone to All for One still existed. While the room was dead silent, Mordred sauntered into the room as the Bakugo twins looked at her with furious expressions. Mordred. Yo. Izuku. This is my elder sister, Mordred Pendragon. Uncle Nezu, may she stay here while we have our conversation. Nezu. Smiles softly. Permission granted. It's nice to see you again, my nephew. Izuku. Indeed it is. He said as he walked over to Nezu's desk and gave him a firm handshake. He then turned to his uncle Izawa and hugged him as they greeted each other while they were still hugging. After that, he went to the Todoroki twins and gave Shoto a firm handshake while thanking him for taking care of Izumi. He also hugged Shoka and finally arrived in front of Izumi. However, All Might spoke to him before Izuku could talk to Izumi as he and Inko bowed deeply. All Might. Izuku, my boy. Please forgive us, I didn't know that rejecting you as a hero would lead to this. I only wanted to protect you, being a hero would have been way too dangerous to a quirkless person. Inko. Please forgive us, my baby boy. Izawa. Sighs. How irrational. Asking for forgiveness after ignoring him for more than a decade. Izuku. Glares. Your begging means nothing to me, you deceitful curs. The sight of the two of you makes me want to hurl because of the amount of hypocrisy, deceit, and contradictions that you two carry with your feeble bodies. Mordred. Smirks. I haven't seen him this mad since the last time Anastasia and I fought. Inko. Even so. Even if you hate us. Home hasn't been the same without you. Izumi barely talks to us anymore and the family is at its worst. Izuku. Scoffs. I am not some object that you can obtain or discard as you so choose, cretins. Izuku then ignored them and walked past them as he turned to Izumi, who was still looking at him with her wide green eyes. Izuku knelt at her level and smiled warmly as he spoke in a very gentle tone, a stark contrast to his previous one that contained his hatred and bloodlust. Izuku. Izumi, it's been a very long time since we last saw each other's faces. Izumi. Yeah. Whenever we called each other. Voice breaks. I never saw why your face. The tears that she had been holding in finally let loose as she hugged Izuku like he was going to disappear at any moment while she cried on his shoulder. He only responded by hugging her back and patting her head with his right hand as he kept saying comforting words to her. After a few seconds, Izumi calmed down enough to speak. Izumi. Sniffles. Why did you never show me your face whenever I called, Ani-sama? Izuku. Chuckles. Well, I wanted to surprise you. I wanted to show you how much I changed, how much I grew. What, you didn't see this much change coming? Izumi. Why you big dummy. I thought you got scarred on the face or something, or you didn't want to talk to me anymore. Lightly punching Izuku's chest, she pouted slightly. The gesture caused Izuku to admire how cute his sister was acting. Mordred looked at the scene with a slight smile adorning her face. On the other hand, the other people in the room were about to start asking some questions. However, Mordred was stopping them by giving them a slight glare that screamed. If you try to do anything, I'll break your bones. Izuku. Well, I did keep my promise, didn't I? That we will become heroes, together. Izumi. Yeah, you did. Smiles brightly. Thank you, Ani-sama. All of the other people who were there didn't dare to disturb the heartwarming moment between brother and sister. If you didn't count a certain idiotic woman. Izumi's smile caused Inko to try and hug Izuku and Izumi while they were still kneeling on the floor. Fortunately, Mordred stopped her by gripping Inko's right arm tightly while the Pendragon siblings were glaring at her. Inko. What? Let go of me. Mordred. No can do, you old hag. Knowing what you did to Izuku, you think you can just suddenly try and hug him. Inko. Of course, I can. I'm their mother. Izawa. Sighs. What an idiot sister of mine. Nezu. At the very least, she's adopted. Mordred obviously did not like this answer, so she gripped Inko's arm even tighter, causing Inko's hand to turn purple and her bones on the verge of cracking. At this point, Inko was trying very hard not to cry out, as tears were welling up in her eyes. She tried to push Mordred away with her telekinesis quirk. But all that happened was that the floor broke under Mordred's feet as a small amount of wind pressure resulted in Inko's attack. Mordred. Scoffs. Is that all the 0.31 hero can do? Seems like rescues really are all you're good for, and yet. Glares. You didn't think to rescue my little brother even when he was living under the same roof as you. All Might. Young Mordred. I must ask you to let go of my wife now. Mordred. And. What if I don't? Izuku. Clears throat. Mordred. Please cease this. Even if we can win, mother would not like it if we fought against the 0.1 hero. Clearing his throat as he stood up along with Izumi, he sent a disdainful glare to All Might and Inko. He then addressed his sister and spoke to her in a normal tone. Mordred. Ha. Why would you fight? Izuku. Because if you end up fighting someone, it usually ends up with me fighting alongside you. Mordred. Heh. Guess you're right about that. Izuku. Also, do not refer to me as your son hereafter, Green Tempest and All Might. Once Mordred let go of Inko's arm, All Might went to check on it as she bit her lip to suppress her cries, both from the pain and Izuku's words. Nezu decided that it was time to start asking questions, since everyone's greetings were done. However, just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a pair of angry Pomeranians. Kitsuki. Hold on a damn minute. You just said that you and this guy can defeat All Might. Kitsumi. Also, are you Deku? There's no way that weak fucker is the same person. As soon those words left her mouth, the pair was glared at by everybody in the room. The most intense glare came from Izuku himself. As nice as it was to see his sister, uncles, and the Todoroki twins again, he didn't want to drag this discussion on any longer. Thankfully, Nezu decided to make them leave with a stern tone and a stone-cold gaze. Nezu. Leave. Now. Kitsumi. But. Nezu. No buts. If you refuse to contribute to this discussion due to your logical contempt towards Izuku, then you must leave. Otherwise, the rejection of your application in UA will be on the table. Kitsuki. TCH. Damn it. The pair then went on to leave the room, but not before Kitsuki whispered something to Izuku, or rather, whispered a threat to Izuku with an infuriated tone. Izuku merely looked at him with an unreadable expression before his mouth curled upwards into an arrogant grin. Kitsuki. Listen, if you are Deku, then you've been hiding your quirk all this time, haven't you? The principal said that you and that bitch surpassed All Might's record along with 2 others. Izuku. Chuckles. Who knows? Kitsuki. You damn bastard. Once we get to UA, we'll see who is better. Don't think you're hot shit just because of this. Izuku. Ho. What an interesting idea. The thought of you groveling at my feet and writhing in pain certainly catches my attention, you mongrel. Glares. However, if you call my sister a bitch again, I will make you miserable. With that, the Bakugo twins left with eyes housing their fear due to Izuku's tone. When the door closed, the Todoroki twins got up and went to the door. Shoto. Sorry Izuku. It's time for the recommendation exams, so we need to go. Nezu. My apologies for holding you two up, but I just wanted you two to know. Shoka. It's alright, Principal Nezu. We're grateful, or at least I am. Izuku. I see, it's alright, Shoto and Shoka. It was nice seeing you two again. I'll meet you on the first day of class. Shoka. Yeah. Same here. I still can't believe that you're the same guy I saw at Artorias-san's retirement party. The Todoroki twins then left as Izuku and Mordred remained standing. The grin Izuku had earlier faded to an apathetic expression, a stark contrast to his previous expressions, while talking to Izumi. All the other people sat back down in their seats as Nezu began to speak. The Pendragon siblings looked at them with unreadable expressions as they crossed their arms. Nezu. Clear his throat. Why don't you take a seat, Izuku, Mordred? Izuku. Sorry, uncle, but I don't want to drag this discussion on any longer. As nice as it was to see my sister and everyone else again, I already know what you are going to ask. Mordred. Me too. It's going to be lunch in a few minutes, anyway, so we need to go soon. Nezu. Very well, then. I shall get to the point. How did you get your quirk, my nephew? Izuku. My quirk. Unfortunately, disclosing everything about it is not something that I can do. All Might. Son. Please tell us, did you get your quirk from All for One? We need to know. You couldn't have been a late bloomer. Azawa. You moron. The kids don't know about him yet. And he might not know about him, either. To Izuku, it was extremely humorous how scared Toshinori was with a person who was almost killed 4 months ago. Especially since he doesn't know that there are more powerful threats compared to All for One like Artoria Alter. Izuku and everyone else knew about the King of Night's blackened counterpart. Gilgamesh also mentioned to them that Artoria Alter had seemingly limitless mana during their fight. Izuku. Chuckles. Oh my. How wrong you are. Do you honestly think that I would align myself with that greedy maggot? All Might. What do you mean by that? Izuku. To make it completely clear, I would never ally myself with that maggot. It is just about the only thing that we are on the same side with. All Might. Then how did you? Izuku. I shall give you a hint for that infantile mind of yours. It's arrogant of you to think that One for All is the only power that can be passed down. Also, I told you not to refer to me as your son anymore, did I not, you fool? After Izuku said that, All Might sat back down and assumed a pensive posture as he thought carefully about Izuku's words. Azawa and Nezu also assumed the same posture as the Todoroki twins, and Izumi was confused and did not yet know who those All for One is. The possibility that there was another quirk like One for All did not cross their mind at any point, but they did understand that it was possible. After a few moments of silence, it was broken by Inko, who decided to foolishly scold Izuku. Inko. Izuku. It's not nice to talk to the No.1 hero like that. Even if you do hate him, you should respect the fact that he's Japan's most powerful hero. All Might. Inko. Izuku. You dare talk to me about respect? What about me? Did you respect the fact that I was your son? Or that I even existed? Inko. Izuku. Listen carefully, the only people I respect are my family, my close friends, and the true heroes of old to this day. The heroes of old are the ones who give me the strength I have today. Well, the true heroes of today's era are the ones who shall guide me and the other aspiring heroes. Remember that you are not my family, my friend, or a true hero. All Might. Young Izuku. All Might roared as he stood up and looked at Izuku with a slight glare. He had endured Izuku's arrogant attitude throughout the discussion. It was Izuku's blatant refusal to respect him and his wife that finally made him angry. Moreover, it hurt his pride greatly when Izuku said that he and Mordred can defeat him together. That in itself did not hurt his pride, it was the lack of hesitation in Izuku's tone. All Might. I don't know what has gotten into you, but stop your arrogant attitude now. You have no reason to have such an attitude. Izuku. The notion that my attitude isn't justified is simply preposterous. All Might. That still doesn't give you the right to insult your mother. I don't know what has Artoria been teaching you, but Izuku glares. I advise you to choose your next words with great care. Aizawa. Because you may not like them. Izuku. Because he may not know what he's talking about. The symbol of peace then continued while using an extremely disrespectful tone as Nezu, Inko, Izumi, and Aizawa were very interested in All Might's speech. On the other hand, Izuku and Mordred's patience were nearing its limit. Since they had been enduring being in the same room as All Might and Inko for the past few minutes. All Might. I think I do. Your adopted parents must be silly to not realize their children have such huge egos. Have you not stopped to think that Artoria may not be a good? He didn't manage to finish his sentence, as chains were wrapped around his neck, arms, torso, and legs which came from Izuku's Gate of Babylon. All Might did not even have time to react before two swords were pressed on his neck and heart. With Mordred's clarent at his neck while she stood behind him, and Izuku's Estus at his heart. The sudden movement of Izuku and Mordred caused a small gust. All Might. What the? Strains. Why can't I get out of these chains? Izuku. It's because these precious chains wouldn't be broken by the likes of you. Be grateful that I even used Enkidu on you. Izuku said in a very calm tone as his hand-crafted crimson sword, the blade of Estus, erupted into bright orange and searing flames, causing the hero costume of All Might to burn on his chest area. Crimson sparks also emanated from Mordred's blade, while its owner glared holes on the back of All Might's head. Mordred then started speaking in a furious tone. Mordred. You bastard, you don't have the right to judge my father. Unlike you, the only time when she made mistakes with her parenting was because she had a good reason to. Mordred. It was simply because I lacked the qualities of a king. However, I'm grateful that my father recognized her mistakes and was even willing to train me to be a king, even though it wasn't needed. But this man. Until now, he still doesn't seem to consider Izuku as his son. He may say son. However, I can tell that deep down, he despises Izuku for leaving and ruining their family. This is the type of person that absolutely can't let near mine. She thought as she gripped Clarent even tighter and kept glaring at All Might. Her brother then signaled to her that this was just a bluff, which she knew already. Nobody would be stupid enough to kill the No.1 hero before the first day of school. While All Might was still struggling to get out of Enkidu, Nezu chose to defuse the situation. Nezu. Izuku, would you and Mordred please stop your bluff? Izuku. Sighs. Very well. He removed Estus from All Might's chest, stood up, and placed the crimson sword and Enkidu back in his treasury as All Might fell to the ground, clutching his neck while he tried to calm his breathing. His wife immediately rushed to him and helped him up while she had an anxious look on her face, and Izumi didn't particularly mind Izuku's actions. Aizawa looked at Izuku's weapons and took note of the similarities between them and a certain vigilante. Izuku. Clears throat. I apologize for quarreling in your office, Uncle Nezu. Mordred. Me too, I guess. Nezu. It's quite alright. Your actions were justified, however, I must ask you to control your emotions better next time. Izuku. Very well, we shall take note of that. Giving a slight bow to Nezu and Aizawa, Izuku and Mordred made their way to the door, but not before Izuku hugged Izumi and said his goodbyes to her. Mordred opened the door and left the room. Izuku was still at the doorway as he turned back and looked at All Might and Inko. Izuku. As one sows, so do they reap. This is simply karma, All Might. Izuku's paw of Mordred. What a big ass door. Izuku. Goodness, this door is enormous. I guess they do have to take into account the students with mutant quirks, to be fair. Anastasia. Sounds like there's a commotion inside. Inside the main building of UA High School, the four of us stood outside the door of the Class 1A classroom. We all had big smiles on our faces because this would be the beginning of our exciting new lives. We would be living in the school's dorms, so UA is technically a boarding school. Another factor, of course, is the fact that this would be the beginning of our academic year in UA's hero course. Astolfo. Ah. To hell with the commotion. Let's go in already. Astolfo grabbed the door by the side and enthusiastically slid it open. All the students inside turned their heads toward us. I immediately spotted Iida, who seemed to have been reprimanding Kitsuki and Kitsumi because Kitsuki's feet were on his desk while Kitsumi sat on her desk. The three of them looked at us in surprise until Iida seemed to have recognized me. Iida. It's you. Izuku. Oh no, do as you please. Keep reprimanding, or rather, annoying those two to your heart's content. I was going to say that, but it would be rude of me to discourage Iida by telling him that he was annoying. The rest of my classmates then looked at us. I looked around some more while Iida walked towards us as if imitating a robot while saying good morning. Iida. I'm from Same Private. Anastasia. Ahem. Sorry to interrupt, but we heard you through the door. It's nice to meet you, Iida-kun. Izumi and the Todoroki twins caught my eye while I was looking around, so I sent a small smile in their direction. When I turned my gaze back to Iida, Astolfo and Mordred Nee began to introduce themselves. Astolfo. Yoo-hoo. You guys can call me Astolfo. Nice to meet you all. Mordred. Name's Mordred Pendragon. The robot-like student looked at her in surprise, as did the rest of my other classmates. This was understandable, especially since Mordred Nee was not wearing the normal uniform for girls. The outfit attracted the attention of most of my classmates, and they found out that her last name is Pendragon. Astolfo, on the other hand, wore the uniform of the girls. This was because he insisted on wearing the girls' uniform. But everyone was completely fooled by Astolfo's appearance and behavior, and so they have fallen for his trap. Izuku. How I pity the men that Astolfo will attract sooner or later. Iida. Pendragon. Izuku. Just call us by our first names, otherwise, we would get confused. Iida. Alright then, Izuku-kun, you knew how the exam was set up, didn't you? Izuku. Your assessment is correct, although I only pieced it together until after the 0-pointer emerged. Iida. I didn't notice it. It's hard to admit, but you were one step ahead. I should have expected this from the son of a top hero. Astolfo. Oya. What did you notice, Izuku-kun? Izuku. Well, I figured out the rescue point system during the exam. Astolfo. You figured that out. I was just running around, destroying robots, and saving people. Anastasia. Which got you second place in the entrance exam. Astolfo. Which got me second place in the entrance exam. Ahahahaha. Izuku. Did he seriously just use this opportunity to boast? Everyone, including me, looked at Astolfo with blank expressions as he kept laughing heartily. When he finished, Iida turned his attention back to Mordred Nee and seemed to be bothered by the fact that she was wearing a different outfit. All my other classmates looked at us in amusement. Izumi, however, just stared at Astolfo without blinking as she seemed to be deep in thought. Izuku. Wonder what she's thinking about. I should probably greet her later. Iida. Now that I have the opportunity to ask. Why are you not wearing the UA blazer? And why is your skirt blue? Mordred. Huh. Who the hell cares? You got a problem with it? Iida. Of course I do. You are not following the proper dress code for students. Mordred. Listen up, I get to wear what I want, got it? I didn't like the UA blazer, so I ditched it. The outfit that Mordred Nee wore was a long-sleeve button-up white shirt while still wearing the red tie. It was all accompanied by a light brown cardigan over her white shirt, while her skirt was colored royal blue instead of dark blue-green. Iida. But that's Anastasia. Iida-kun, I suggest you give up. Mo-chan insisted that she not wear the normal girl's uniform. Iida. But I refuse. It's against the rules, so. Astolfo. Ah. Don't be such a worwart, Iida-kun. Besides, Mo-chan's got it covered. Iida. What do you mean by that? As those words left his mouth, another student arrived by the doorway. She had a perpetual blush on her cheeks with bobbed warm auburn brown shoulder-length hair and a very round face. I instantly recognized her as the girl I saved during the entrance exams, as she seemed to have recognized me as well. That braided golden blonde hair, you must be that cool boy. Izuku. Thank you for the compliment. May I ask for your name? Oh, I'm Ichako Uraraka. Izuku. I see. Nice to meet you, Uraraka. My name is Izuku Pendragon. I am Th. Izuku. This presence. Uncle. Uraraka. PP Pendragon. Are you really? Azawa. If you're gonna be hunting for buddies, do it elsewhere. A very familiar yet tired voice interrupted Uraraka as I saw Uncle Shota in a sleeping bag behind Uraraka in the hallway. Iida and Uraraka looked like they had just seen a ghost while my group and I expected this since we sensed Uncle Shota coming earlier. The sight of Uraraka slowly looking behind her back was quite amusing because it seemed like a horror movie. Aizawa. This is the hero course. He said as he pulled out a bag of juice from his sleeping bag. Iida and Uraraka just looked even more horrified as he stood up and unzipped his sleeping bag. Aizawa. It took you lot 8 seconds to quiet down, except for some of you. For example, you 4 quieted down as soon as you felt my presence, did you not? The 4 of us that he was referring to nodded in response, while our smiles did not fade at all. Uncle Shota smirked in response as he looked toward the rest of the class while he continued speaking to the confused students. Aizawa. Most of you kids aren't logical. I'm your teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you. Wear these and come to the field. Uncle Shota said as he pulled a PE uniform from his sleeping bag. The other students started to get up from their seats and go to the front to get theirs. As Uncle Shota was about to leave, Iida stopped him by raising his hand and shouting. Iida. Sensei. Aizawa. Size. What is it, Iida? Iida. Is it appropriate for Mordred-san to wear a different outfit compared to the rest of us? Aizawa. Dwelling on trivial matters is irrational. She has already formally requested a change in attire, anyway. Class 1A. We can do that. Mordred. Chuckles. Told you nobody cares, 4 eyes. She said with a grin while patting the shoulder of Iida, who immediately apologized once again. It seems like Astolfo was the first one to head out of the room, followed by Anastasia and me. Once I reached the changing room, I quickly started to change into my PE uniform. After I finished changing, I went outside and saw Astolfo already waiting there. I ran to his side and waited for the other students while making small talk with him. Third persons. Class 1A. A quirk assessment test. Uraraka. No ceremony or orientation. When everyone had finally gathered, Aizawa explained the Class 1A would be taking a quirk assessment test. Of course, once again everyone was confused because it was their first day and they had not yet unpacked their personal belongings at the Heights Alliance. The only ones who were not confused by this development were Izuku and Izumi, since they already knew how Aizawa worked. Aizawa. If you want to be a hero, you don't have time for that. UA is known for its unrestricted style, so that freedom goes for us teachers, too. Class 1 had various reactions of nervousness, surprise, or excitement. Aizawa pulled out a phone from his pocket that had a list of physical fitness tests. Aizawa. You've been doing this since middle school, right? Physical fitness tests without using your quirk. The country still hasn't gotten around to standardizing those sorts of records or keeping track of average performance levels. The Ministry of Education is just lazy. Continuing his speech, he turned to the Pendragon siblings with his everlasting tired face. Aizawa. You 2 tied for first place in the entrance exam, right? Both of you, along with another 3, even broke All Might's record in the entrance exams. Mordred. Still can't believe that we tied of all things. Izuku. Coincidences can be freaky. The students of Class 1 already expected this since they saw the leaderboard scores of the examinees. But they still couldn't believe that not 1, not 2, but 5 people completely eradicated the symbol of peace's record. Aizawa. Both of you, in junior high, how many meters was your softball throw? Mordred. Crap. What do I say? I'll have to just guess how much I can do without monoburst or clarent. Mordred. Around 600 meters. Izuku. 46 meters. Whispers. Before my life changed for the better. Aizawa. Without your quirk, Mordred. Mordred. My quirk has a passive ability that enhances my strength. Can't turn it off. Mordred. Of course, it's just my strength as a heroic spirit. Aizawa. I see, then do it using the full potential of your quirk. With a nod of her head, Mordred walked toward the circle Aizawa pointed to as she materialized her armor and summoned Clarent, but the armor was helmetless as she palmed her fist. This action caused astonishment among the other students of Class 1A, except for a few. Aizawa. As long as you don't exit the circle, anything you do is fine. Don't hold back. Once Mordred had the ball in her hand, she looked at it for a moment before deciding what to do with it. She assumed a batting stance and threw the ball into the air with her eyes closed and her eyebrows furrowed. Anastasia. That reminds me of how bad Auntie is at baseball. Izuku. I hope she doesn't do it like our mother. As the ball began to fall, Mordred's eyebrows drew together even more as her concentration grew. Once the ball came into just the right position, Mordred's eyes snapped open and she swung her blade with all her might. Mordred. Take this. Clarent's blade collided with the ball, which was flung high into the air and trailed by crimson lightning. The force of the impact created a small cloud of dust around Mordred with crimson sparks as a small gust caused the student's hair to flow. A smirk adorned Mordred's face as she dematerialized her armor and sword while she waited for the results. On the other hand, the Bakugo twins were seething because the person who threatened the two was this strong. Aizawa. First, come to know your maximum limit. Beep. Beep Aizawa. This is a rational metric that will form the basis of your hero foundation. The underground hero turned and showed the phone screen that had Mordred's result. All of the students were astonished by the number displayed on the phone. Mordred had a satisfied smirk as she looked at the phone screen, which displayed 39,357.56 meters. Some of the students began to express their excitement and surprise. Class 1A. Whoa. Kaminari. Nearly 40 kilometers, seriously? Ashido. Awesome. That looks so fun. Zero. We can really use our quirks now. That's the Department of Heroics for you. Izuku Izumi. Here we go. Aizawa. It looks fun, huh? Do you plan to become a hero within 3 years with that attitude? A batshit crazy grin crept on Aizawa's face as he swept his hair back with his right hand. Aizawa. Alright then. In that case, new rule. The student who ranks last in total points will be judged as hopeless and instantly expelled. Class 1A. Ha. In a different location, the figure of a pale woman arrived in front of a certain compound. The pale woman was the servant known as Artoria Alter or Saber Alter. She wore a casual outfit consisting of a black shirt, black short shorts, a black leather jacket with red insides, and a pair of calf-high jet black boots. The sounds of a person talking to somebody else inside the compound could be heard. She had just knocked on the gate a little while earlier, and the person who answered recognized her as the former No. 3 hero. Which she wasn't. Said person was now getting the head of the compound since he was panicking that their villainous acts were caught. While Salter had a slightly annoyed expression. Salter. This endless waiting is wasting my time. Soon after, the head of the compound finally came outside. He was a pale young man of narrow build with short shaggy auburn hair and golden eyes. He wore a black dress shirt with matching dress pants. Over this, he wears a dark olive green bomber jacket with a thick purple fur collar and white lace-up sneakers with tan soles and no socks. However, his most distinguishing figures were the white surgical gloves he wears on his hands and the magenta plague mask he wears over his mouth. He was the villain known as Overhaul. He came outside with his guard up and narrowed eyes. He had already ordered the evacuation of Erie just in case his purpose is to attack his compound. His subordinates, the 8 bullets, were also in a position to attack at any time. Overhaul. To what do I owe the pleasure of having the former No. 3 hero knock on my door? Salter. Sorry to say, but I am not the former No. 3 hero. Overhaul. Please don't take me for a fool, Artoria. I know exactly who you are. The leader of the Shai Haseikai said as he put his hands behind his back and started to take off his gloves slowly. Salter noticed this and spoke once again. Salter. I am not here to fight you, Overhaul. I'm also not the former No. 3 hero that you know. You could say that I'm her villain twin sister. Overhaul. Scoffs. I don't believe in the possibility that the Artoria Pendragon has a twin sister who is a villain. Salter. I'm not telling you the possibilities, I'm only telling you the truth. The atmosphere around them began to thicken with the tension and the pressure they were both releasing. Thankfully, there weren't any citizens around due to having work. However, the 8 bullets were starting to get impatient because they couldn't hear their conversation. Overhaul was trying very hard to discern whether or not Salter was lying, since every word she said was accompanied by a blank expression. Eventually, Overhaul removed his finger from his glove that was taking it off and decided to play along. Overhaul. Why have you come here, so-called twin sister of Artoria Pendragon? Salter. I have come with an inquiry. Overhaul. An inquiry? Salter. I heard you were making quirk-destroying bullets. In an instant, Overhaul's composure cracked since nobody but the Yakuza were supposed to know. Salter continued talking to the shocked Overhaul as the 8 bullets were surprised by the way Overhaul was slightly shaking. Salter. I'm interested in them. Tell me more about them. Overhaul. You. How do you know about that? He wanted to kill her. He so desperately wanted to kill her, however, the only thing stopping him was that he wanted to find out how she knew. Nobody else but him and his subordinates were supposed to know about the quirk-destroying bullets. Salter. I have my ways. Anyway, as I said, I'm interested in them. Please, tell me more. Izuku's Pav, Izuku. This'll be a breeze. After an hour or so of physical fitness tests, it was now my turn with the softball throw. In my peripheral vision, I could see my sisters cheering for me together. During these last couple of hours, my 2 sisters, Izumi and Mordred Ni, got acquainted thanks to me. Anastasia and Astolfo were also enthusiastically cheering for me with Shoka, while Shoto was just watching, though I'm sure he was cheering for me from the inside. Once I made it into the circle, I got a softball from Uncle Shoto while he was smiling at me. Izuku. Using fail not to launch it would be the best course of action. A gate appeared by my side as I grabbed the intricate harp-like bow from my treasury. I threw the ball into the air as I strummed. Fail not once, causing it to remain floating. Strumming the strings on fail not, I gathered power with every strum as the ball remained floating. I planned to release all the accumulated magical energy to launch the ball in one shot. As I was strumming fail not, I overheard some comments and a small whisper from Mordred Knee. Uraraka. Whoa. It's floating. It's like I touched it or something. Asui. How is he doing that? Kiro. Mordred. Whispers. Tristan's bow, huh? My throw might be beaten. After a minute or two, I finished my strumming, to the dismay of some of my classmates. It seems like they liked hearing Failnot's tunes. With one last pluck, the ball launched into the sky with immense force. It was enough to send all the dust in the field away, as my classmates shielded their eyes from the dust. Azawa. Smirks. The results are 41,658.41 meters. Class 1A. Wow. That's more than Mordred sans. Mordred. Ha ha ha. That's my brother for you. But next time I'll be beating that record. Anastasia. Whispers. Cap. Mordred. Ha. Care to tell me what you said, Anastasia? Anastasia. Eep. And nothing, Mo-chan. Ahaha. Izumi. I think Fujiwara-san said Cap or something. What does it mean? Mordred. Oh, did she now? Thank you, Izumi. Now. Anastasia. We're going to spar later. Anastasia. Sighs. Yes, sensei. I was too immersed in watching their adorable interaction to notice Katsuki's furious expression. He then began to run at me while making explosions from his palms. It seemed like he finally snapped after seeing me beat him in every single test. Katsuki. Hey. You have been beating me every time. Tell me what the hell's going on, Deku. Not panicking at all, I just stood there. I still had Failnut in my left hand, so I could just blast him away or chop him to pieces. Before he could successfully lunge at me, the chains from Astolfo's Volcano Cligarante are wrapped around his waist as Uncle Shota's capture gear entangled his hands and head. Katsuki. What the hell is this cloth? It's hard. And strains. These chains. Izuku. How foolish of you, Katsuki. He was 1 meter away from me. Getting a front row view of his frustrated and furious expression is quite an amusing experience. However, I didn't have a smile on my face, instead, it was replaced by a look of haughty disdain. Izuku. It was moronic of you to not accept the fact that I am better than you, Katsuki. Katsuki. Like hell I. Groans Izuku. Sighs. It's easier for you to do so, you abhorrent waste. Glares. It'll be less painful for you if, or rather when I make you feel the pain you caused me 100-fold. Anastasia's pav, after the whole fiasco, that is Katsuki Bakugo's attempt to attack my Izuku, it is now my turn for the softball throw. I made my way into the circle and received the softball from Izawa-sensei. He then stood back and signaled me to start. A deep breath escaped my lips as I could feel the gazes of everyone present in the field. Anastasia. I guess I'll do what Mo-chan did. There's no other way to go about this since I'd disintegrate this little ball if I did anything else. I summoned Excalibur on my outstretched right hand and took a batting stance with it. I threw the ball upward with my eyes closed and a cool calm expression on my face. As I was waiting for the right time to hit the ball, I felt Excalibur glowing slightly. My concentration grew with each passing moment the ball was falling. Anastasia. Just rely on my instincts. Once the ball was in the most perfect position, my instincts kicked in as I gripped Excalibur tightly and swung it with all the strength I could muster. My face remained the same as my eyes were still closed, along with a calm expression on my face, though I did feel a small smirk creeping on my face. Beep. Beep Izawa. Your distance is 38,751.5 meters. Anastasia. Thank you very much, Izawa-sensei. My gaze wandered from him to my classmates, all of whom I know by name. I became familiar with all of them during the quirk assessment test. Their faces were quite a spectacle to behold, to say the least. My family was the only ones not surprised since they've seen me do this 1,000 times. Their eyes were wide open and their jaws dropped comically. They looked at me with shock, amazement, and astonishment reflected on their faces. For a few seconds, they looked at me very intently. To be honest, I felt a little uncomfortable, even though Auntie had taught me how to deal with crowds. Anastasia. Why are you all staring at me like that? You're all looking at me as if I grew a second head. Ashido. Well, it's just. Jiro. You're literally. Asui. Kiro. That sword is the same as. Uraraka. Artorias. Yayoi Rozu. It's fundamentally the same as hers. To the appearance and the power. Shoka. Do you know her personally? Anastasia. Giggles. I should have known this would happen. Auntie's crazy popular with girls all over the world. People would go absolutely apeshit just for her autograph. I looked back at them with a small smile as I debated in my head whether or not I should tell them I'm her apprentice. They'd probably ask me a boatload of questions about Auntie if I did. Ultimately, I told them the truth since neither Izuku nor Mo-chan seemed to mind. A nervous smile and a little blush from embarrassment adorned my face as I fiddled with my fingers and took a deep breath. Anastasia. Why, you see, I'm sorta her apprentice since we have very similar quirks and all. The girl's facial expressions changed from surprise to understanding. One of the girls, however, looked at me as if I were her prey. That girl was Shoka Todoroki, who seems to be a die-hard fan of Auntie. It looked like all the girls wanted to ask a bunch of questions. Shoka. Holy shit. Tell me everything you know now. After a few minutes of hell questions, Aizawa-sensei stopped the girls and some of the boys. Fortunately, they did not go after me, Izuku or Mo-chan, yet. After Astolfo-chan and a few other people threw the softball, it was now Katsumi Bakugo-san's turn. Her twin, Katsuki Bakugo-kun, got 705.2 meters for his score, but he seemed dissatisfied with it, probably because everyone in my group got more than 38,000 meters. Once Katsumi-san got into the circle, she got a softball from Aizawa-sensei. Her eyes were glistening with resolve as she suddenly bit her hand. All of us looked shocked while Katsumi-san's hand started bleeding as the ball was smeared with blood. I looked at Izuku, expecting him to know how her quirk worked, however, he seemed just as surprised. Katsumi. Go. An explosion occurred as Katsumi-san threw it with almost the same amount of firepower that Katsuki-kun did. From what I could see, the ball was not as far as Katsuki-kun's. However, she wasn't done yet. While the ball was still mid-air, Katsumi-san closed her bloody and shaky hand as the ball once again exploded far in the distance. Katsumi. Exhales. Blood burst. Distant detonation. Beep. Beep Aizawa. Distance is 3010.53 meters. Katsumi. I see. Thanks. She looked at Izuku with a neutral expression for a split second before turning back to her big brother. The quirk assessment test continued while I was lost in my thoughts. I thoroughly analyzed the quirks of all the participants as I watched them during this test, since not only was Aizawa-sensei watching them, but so was I, and probably Izuku. Anastasia with that flashy throw, I could tell that her fighting style is very reckless, albeit effective. If she uses blood, her firepower is nearly 5 times stronger than her brother's, but she has a time limit which is until she passes out from blood loss. But size. I'm overanalyzing again. When did I even get that habit? Is it from Izuku? Ah. Whatever. After Katsumi-san, it was the turn of the Todoroki twins. Shoto Todoroki-kun was first. He threw the ball with his left hand while Flames shot the ball into the distance. By my standards, he got a pretty okay score, nothing to scoff at nor seem excited about. But maybe my standards are a little too high. Anyway, his score was 845.26 meters. Next up were the Artoria fangirls, Shoka Todoroki. She threw the ball with her right hand as medium-sized flames rose, but this time the flames did not go out. They still lingered on the ball as if it were the engine of a spaceship. It took a good minute for Aizawa-sensei's phone to beep, indicating her result of 3,366.23 meters. Anastasia. I understand now. The boy twins have the power to generate explosions, fire, or ice in large quantities, while being able to adjust their power. The girls also have the power to generate whatever quirk they have in small quantities, but they can manipulate it. Anastasia. Phew. Wasn't even a challenge. Astolfo. Chuckles. Didn't even break a sweat. Mordred. I expected more. Izuku. So did I. Our quirk assessment test had just reached its conclusion since all 8 trials came to a close. We gathered around Aizawa-sensei as we waited for the results. He was fiddling with his phone as my classmates were chatting with each other until Aizawa-sensei finished. I could hear the sounds of the Todoroki twins and the Bakugo twins arguing with each other until Aizawa-sensei shut them up. Aizawa. Alright, let's quickly announce the results. I simply summed up each test score. Since it's a waste of time reciting everything, I'll show you all at once. The phone in Aizawa-sensei's right hand created a hologram which showed the rankings of everyone. First. Izuku Pendragon second. Mordred Pendragon third. Astolfo fourth. Anastasia Fujiwara fifth. Izumi Yagi sixth. Momoyaoi Rozu seventh. Shoto Todoroki eighth. Katsuki Bakugo ninth. Katsumi Bakugo 10th. Shoka Todoroki 11th. Tenya Iida 12th. Fumikichi Tokoyami 13th. Mizo Shoji 14th. Masharao Ijiro 15th. Ijiro Kirishima 16th. Mina Ashido 17th. Achako Uraraka 18th. Sayu Asui 19th. Yuga Aoyama 20th. Hanta Siro 21st. Denki Kaminari 22nd. Kyoka Jiro 23rd. Minoru Mineta Anastasia. Whispers. Last place will be expelled. Giggles. If the last placeholder is competent enough, perhaps not. Mineta. No. This can't be. No. No. No no. 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 I haven't even reached the starting line yet. Sobs. I didn't even get to know the girls better. This can't be happening. Sobs. All our classmates looked at him pityingly, except the Bakugo twins, Izuku and Momoyoi Rozu-san, since she probably thinks that Izawa-sensei will not exclude anyone. I looked at the dismal, small boy with an expression of interest because I wanted to see if he had enough potential in Izawa-sensei's eyes to not provoke expulsion. Izawa. Oh yeah, that whole expulsion thing was a lie. The casual delivery of the truth caught most of my classmates so off guard, as their eyes were as wide as saucers and their jaws dropped. It was quite funny, to say the least. Even Mo-chan chuckled a little. Izawa. It was a logical ruse to pull out your best performances. Class 1A. Wei-I-I-ed. Yayoi Rozu. Of course, it's a lie, duh. It's not hard to figure out. Anastasia. My, how wrong you are. Izawa. We're done. The curriculum is in the classroom, so take a look at it. Head to your dorms after you get it and unpack your stuff. With that, Izawa-sensei left, leaving us in the field. As we were heading back to the classroom, I saw Izawa-sensei talking to Ass Might in the corner of my eye. I shrugged it off and continued walking with the entirety of Class 1A. While we were in the hallways, I increased my pace and walked next to Momoyoi Rozu-san. Anastasia. Yayoi Rozu-san. Yayoi Rozu. Oh. Hi there, Fujiwara-san. What can I do for you? Anastasia. Oh, I just wanted to tell you a few things. Yayoi Rozu. What is it, then? Anastasia. Well, I just wanted to tell you that Izawa-sensei wouldn't have hesitated to expel us. Yayoi Rozu. Huh. Mineta. Huh. Class 1A. Hi. Oddly enough, all of Class 1A heard us. Well, it was probably because I did it on purpose. Izuku and Mo-chan sighed at my antics while smiling as I sent them a smile of my own. Class 1A started bombarding me with questions once again, but this time all I had to say to render them speechless was Izawa-sensei expelled an entire class the year before. In my peripheral vision, I could also see Astolfo-chan happily talking to Izumi-san. Third person's POV, within the compound of the Shai Hasekai, two powerful people are talking with each other about the reason for one's visit. The two were Artori Alter and Overhaul, who was still debating in his head whether or not he should trust the beautiful woman in front of him. His guard was still up since she looked identical to the former No. 3 hero, the only difference was her golden eyes and her skin tone, which was paler than the original. Both of them were in the underground lounge of the Shai Hasekai compound. Overhaul was surrounded by his subordinates, the 8-bullet, while Salter was sipping on the tea that she was provided while having her legs crossed. Eventually, Salter decided to break the silence while elegantly putting her tea on the table. Salter. I thank you for your hospitality, but we had to walk for 30 minutes underground. You're quite the cautious man, aren't you? Overhaul. My apologies for the inconvenience. After all, we don't know who's watching us. We also don't know what our guest is up to, so we have several connecting underground tunnels. This meeting room is sort of an underground secret chamber. Mimic. We managed to survive until now because we're so cautious. Rappa. It really is the former No. 3 hero. Let's fight. I'll kill you. Salter. I thought that I had made it abundantly clear that I am not the former No. 3 hero. Tengai. Stop it, Rappa. We are only here to guard the Master Overhaul against a potential threat. Mimic. Moving on, how did you know about the quirk-destroying bullets? Salter. Unfortunately, I've no reason to disclose that information to you. Overhaul. Shin. Kai Chisaki signaled the individual known as Shin Nemoto, who was wearing a black robe with a mask, to use his quirk. Nemoto's quirk was confession, which allowed him to force the person he asks a question to tell the truth. As he started speaking, Overhaul and the other 8 bullets give their full attention to Salter's responses. Nemoto. How do you know about the quirk-destroying bullets? Salter. I learned about them via All for One's information network. Overhaul. All for One? Nemoto. What is your relationship with All for One? Salter. He is my master. Nemoto. Have you come here under his orders? Salter. No. I came here on my own without All for One's knowledge. Nemoto. Are you the former No. 3 hero? Salter. No. Nemoto. Why do you want to know about the quirk-destroying bullets? Salter. I believe it may be useful for my goal. Nemoto. What is your goal? Salter. To annihilate quirks. Overhaul. Interesting. She has the same goal as I do. Nemoto. Why should we tell you about our plans? Salter. I can give you a Number of all for one's assets that may be useful in the production of the quirk-destroying bullets because, unlike his other subordinates, I have more freedom. Enough to own some of his assets. Nemoto. And what kind of assets are they? Salter. Quirk analysis pods allow us to know everything about the quirk of whoever is inside it, including its strengths, weaknesses, and how to completely utilize it. Top-of-the-line quirk-canceling cuffs or bracelets, a large amount of funding, bleeding-edge medical technology that the military only has access to, and a lot of other things like brainwashing technology. Would you be interested in one of these? As soon as Salter finished her sentence, she finally got out of her trance-like state. She glared at Shin Nemoto for using his quirk on her, however, she still remembered what she said to Overhaul. Her questioning gaze wandered back to Overhaul, who is deep in thought. After a few seconds, Overhaul made his choice. Overhaul. I see. It seems like our goals align, and your assets will be exceedingly useful for our research. Very well then, I'll tell you about our plans. Salter. Much obliged. They then went to visit the centerpiece of all of Overhaul's plans, Eerie. While the two of them were walking, along with the 8 bullets, Overhaul explained his plan of using Eerie to create quirk-destroying bullets, and how the Yakuza will profit from it by selling the quirk-destroying bullets to the villains, while selling the cure to the heroes. Salter listened to Overhaul's explanation with an impassive expression. Salter. How greedy. Seeking to profit from a war between the so-called heroes and villains. The big group finally arrived in front of a one-way glass, which had Eerie resting on an operating table. Overhaul continued explaining how Eerie's quirk is essential to his plans. However, Salter was barely listening since all she could think about was, how long did this child have to suffer? Thankfully, her silent anger did not show on her face. Overhaul. Therefore, Eerie's quirk. Salter. Is this the best you can do? Overhaul. Glares. Excuse me. Salter. Glares. I meant couldn't you train the child to use her quirk so that she could make the quirk-destroying bullets herself? Overhaul. Training Eerie to use her quirk efficiently would be far too tedious and extremely dangerous. Salter. No. If you had the patience, the rate at which perfect quirk-destroying bullets could be produced will improve if Eerie does it herself. Overhaul. That notion makes sense. However, if Eerie gets any ideas of betrayal and such once she masters her quirk, even I might not be able to stop her. Therefore, harvesting her flesh and blood is the most efficient way in the long run. As soon as those words left Overhaul's mouth, Salter looked at her feet. She was already thinking of a plan to get Eerie out of there. Due to living in society as a normal person for 10 years, her newfound anger could not be contained as she started speaking with fury lacing. Her tone. Salter. This is precisely why I detest quirks. The concept of heroes and villains is also ludicrous. The quirkless oppressed. Using children in such a way for profit is not something that I, Artoria Pendragon, condone. Dark magenta and black magical energy surrounded Artoria Altar in a whirlwind of pure power. The 8 bullets, along with Overhaul and his assistants, retreated backwards swiftly as soon as they feel the magical energy irradiating off of their worst nightmare. She then reached her hand up, as if grasping something, and there appeared her sword Excalibur Morgan. Overhaul, his subordinates, and even Eerie, could feel the intense magical energy, power, and sense of dread radiating off of it. Overhaul. Gasps. You. Salter. Die, along with everything you have built, Overhaul. Anastasia Mordred. Whoa. This house is bitchin'. Izuku. Couldn't say it any better. Class 1 had just arrived at a Heights Alliance dormitory, where the entirety of Class 1 will be considering their homes for the next 3 years. Every student was pleasantly surprised by how spacious it was. There was a common area with couches, tables, television, kitchens, bathrooms, and laundry rooms. In the middle of the common area, where all of the students' belongings are. There were bags, boxes, and mallet bags all over the place. The students then went on to get their stuff from the big pile of things. While they were still organizing everything and gathering their things, Aizawa entered the building. He passed out the keys to everyone's bedrooms, the map of the building, and an announcement. Aizawa. By the way, there will be 3 pairs of people who will share the same room, since the hero course accepted more students than usual. Izuku. Who are the pairs? Aizawa. The pairs are Izuku Pendragon and Anastasia Fujiwara, Astolfo and Izumi Yagi, and Kitsumi Bakugo and Shoka Todoroki. Kitsumi, Shoka. You've gotta be shitting me. Astolfo. Smiles widely. I look forward to sharing a room with you, Izumi-san. Izumi. Smiles. Please take care of me. Anastasia. Grins. Well. If it isn't Lady Luck helping a gal out. Izuku. Grins. Well, fate has been kind to me lately. Anastasia's pav, to say that my life was terribly hard is an understatement. Every day from before I was taken in by Auntie was arduous and unbearable. I was part of the 20% of the population who doesn't have anything that defines them in this corrupted society. Yes, I am quirkless. It all started when I was diagnosed as such. When my dad found out, he opted to abandon me and mom. It was messed up, and it was all because of something that I couldn't control. My mom simply accepted the fact that my dad left since she probably could understand why. Dad. I am not going to tarnish my reputation for that quirkless child. He said as he slammed the door shut behind him, leaving mom to cry on the floor, heartbroken. I could only look on with sorrow as it finally clicked in my head that I was the problem. The situation in school wasn't better, either. I was bullied by nearly everyone there. The teachers wouldn't give a rat's ass about me, so they simply shrugged it off while I was left helpless. On the other hand, mom didn't take care of me very well, even though she never laid a finger on me. She was a hero, so she was always away at work during the day. Even though she never taught me anything nor interacted with me much, she kept me well fed, gave me clean clothes, and gave me a roof above my head. However, whenever she would look at me, all I could see in her eyes were grief and sadness. 5 years later, my mom died on a mission. I cried my heart out when I heard the news. I honestly couldn't understand. She sacrificed her life for the sake of dozens of people, but she couldn't even look her daughter in the eyes. It was only later that I found out that she staged that disaster and an accident occurred, leading to her death. Anastasia. I see. She was a fake hero. Always chasing after the glory, the money, fame, thinking it would bring dad back to her. When she didn't even think about her daughter. After my mom died, at the age of 9, I was taken to foster care, where an even darker future awaited me. The kids there would often bully me for being quirkless, because even though they didn't have family themselves, at least they had something unique to only them, a quirk. Whenever I was alone, I always read books applied to me by a kind foster care worker. She was always the one to stop the other kids from going too far. The books I had read were extensive as I managed to educate myself to the level of a first-year high school student at the age of 10 and learned 5 languages. Japanese, English, Mandarin, Spanish, and French. At that point, I started to train my body so, at the very least, I could try to fight back against my bullies. Even though I knew that it would only get me into more trouble, I simply wanted to defend myself. Anastasia. What good would I be if I can't even protect myself? Relying on others to protect me would make me deadweight. If I can't do it today, I'll make myself do better tomorrow. That was what I used to say to steel my resolve in order to move forward. Eventually, I beat my 5 bullies in a confrontation, which resulted in me getting into trouble. The kind foster care worker was proud of me, just like I was satisfied to know that pure hard work could very well make up for natural talent, or rather, quirks, even a little. I was never a big fan of the symbol of peace. All Might. He said that anyone can be heroes, but I knew very well not to give in to the temptation of becoming a hero. In my perspective, heroes were nothing more than glorified policemen masquerading in costumes. However, my perspective of heroes changed when I saw her. Artoria Pendragon, the Dragon of Hope. I recognized her as the person who would always visit my home. She was a junior of my mom when she was still alive. I used to play with her whenever mom left both of us alone in the house. It was also when I started to call her auntie. The desire to call out to her grew inside of me, however, the chance of meeting her now, when she was at the peak of her career, was 0. That was what I thought until, at the age of 11, auntie wandered into my foster home. Upon seeing me, she broke into tears as she ran up to me and hugged me tightly. Everyone there was surprised that the No. 3 hero was there for Anastasia Fujiwara. She explained to me how my mom's death was an accident and about mom's will. Apparently, due to some unfortunate circumstances, the will couldn't be delivered to auntie. The will said that in the case of my mom's death, Artoria Pendragon become my legal guardian. That she did as I finally escaped that damned place. However, I managed to say my goodbye to the kind foster care worker. At the age of 12, a miracle happened. I was on a walk with auntie outside during the night in a plaza when I saw my dad. He looked so happy while he was with his new family. He had a wife, a son, and 2 daughters. Anger bubbled in my chest as my gaze was locked on him and him alone. Managing to calm down, I asked auntie if we could leave. However, before we left the plaza. Villain. Hua. There are so many little ants here. A villain with a gigantification quirk that turned him into a giant hideous red monster crashed into the plaza. Luckily, auntie was there, so I was sure that the villain would be disposed of quickly. However, he took hostages, dad, and his new family. Villain. If the hero doesn't back down, I will crush this family, you hear. The villain probably didn't think much of me as I hid in one of the destroyed buildings near him. Auntie had a calm expression as she faced the villain, Excalibur in hand. Both of them kept eye contact, however, the villain opted to threaten auntie even more as the police arrived at the scene. His giant red foot came crashing down on my dad as I looked at the scene with wide eyes. Auntie probably could have saved him, however, my body involuntarily moved. I managed to save Dad from immediate death as his family nearly had to endure his loss. In doing so, the villain's attention was focused on me. Villain. If it isn't another ant. My entire body trembled as the villain tried to grab me. However, at the last moment, the shaking stopped as something appeared on my hand, which caused the villain to be blown back. My gaze drifted to my right hand, and there I saw Excalibur. Auntie was right next to me as it seemed like she could have saved me, but Excalibur appeared on my hand before she did. Anastasia. Gasps. WHWH what? Why do I have Auntie's sword? Artoria. This should have been impossible. Villain. Groans. You damn brat. Needless to say, the villain didn't last long now that he lost his hostages. I left the scene before Dad and his new family could speak to me and before Dad could recognize me. I still wasn't ready to talk to them. Eventually, after dealing with the police and media, Auntie found me eating some ice cream at a convenience store. She then approached me with a questioning look. Artoria. How did you do that? Anastasia. You mean the sword thing? I honestly don't know. Why? Am I in trouble? Artoria. Giggles. Goodness no, Anastasia. I was just surprised, as all since nobody but me could have wielded Excalibur. Anastasia. Oh. I see. It is quite odd. Artoria. We'll talk about it more later in private. Sighs. I'll have to explain to you everything. However, why did you recklessly jump straight into danger like that? Anastasia. I'm sorry, Auntie. It's just that my body moved on its own. Artoria. I see. You shouldn't do something like that again, though. You know very well I could have handled that situation. Anastasia. I know. I'm sorry. Artoria. Sighs. On the other hand, what you did was very brave. Anastasia. Huh. Artoria. What I mean is, I'm proud of you. You have what exactly every hero needs. The will to protect others and the power to do so. Most heroes in this era do everything for money, fame, and the like. You, however, is what a true hero should strive to be. It was at that moment that I was reminded of how much Auntie had done for me. After I found out I could indeed wield Excalibur, I asked Auntie to train me. Her training was quite rough, but I pulled through as it was the first time in my life that someone had expectations of me, so I did my very best. I also got used to living with her and Uncle Gil in their penthouse. 3 years later, a certain broccoli head came looking for Uncle Gil. At the time, I wanted to take a walk outside, which led me to Izuku Yagi. He was Uncle Gil's successor. Of course, both Auntie and Uncle needed one so they could still exist in this world, but I didn't expect Gilgamesh, of all people, to be interested in someone like him. A few months into his training, Izuku invited me out to train in swordsmanship while Auntie and Uncle Gil were out on a date. At the time, I only wanted to be hero because it was the best way for me to repay my debt to Auntie. But the desire to protect others was still there. Izuku. Ga. Pant. Pant. Again please, Anastasia-san. He said as he fell on the ground while we were sparring with wooden swords. It was at this time that his hair started changing from green to golden blonde, so only the roots were golden blonde, but his eyes were crimson red. I looked at him slowly getting up with a look of concern and curiosity as I started speaking. Anastasia. Tell me, Izuku-kun, why do you keep getting up despite knowing you can't beat me at your level? Even if it's just training, you've kept getting knocked down by me for the last 3 hours. Izuku. Because I want to improve, to get stronger. Pant. Pant. I've only had the Gate of Babylon for a few months, but if I start to neglect my body and sword techniques, my hard work will have been for nothing if the only way to win is going close range. Anastasia. I understand wanting to get stronger, but why? What is your reason for fighting? Izuku. Chuckles. It's simple. Because I am free to do what I want and I choose to fight. Fight for the sake of the oppressed and the children who have no one else to turn to. Anastasia. The oppressed and children, huh? Smiles Izuku. Smiles. That's right. The world is beautiful in every single way. I believe being born into this world is a blessing itself, so the concept of ruining or taking another's life is atrocious. Anastasia. I see. You have quite a lovely worldview, huh? If only everyone could think that way, then the world would be rid of evil. Sighs. And if only I had the freedom to think that way when I was young and until now. Izuku. What do you mean by that? Anastasia. Well, when I was young, my survival was all I could think about. Back then, I had no dreams, no one to look up to. That is until Auntie came and saved me. I owe her my life, it's why I started training to become a hero, anyway. Izuku. Listen, Anastasia-san. Everyone in this world has the freedom to live, to dream, to hope, to love. I want to save everyone because I simply don't want anyone's freedom to be taken away. However, there are a lot more things to fight for other than repaying your debt. Anastasia. Other things to fight for. Izuku. Yeah. Like, in my case, I fight not only for the oppressed and the children, but also to keep the promise I made to my younger sister. As well as that, once the corruption of the hero society gets exposed, I want the world to know that there are still true heroes. Anastasia, becoming a hero for the sake of the oppressed and children. What a wonderful source of inspiration. And to let the world know that there are still true heroes, huh? Anastasia. Blushes. What a lovely worldview indeed. Alright. Let's continue training. Izuku. Got it. I'm grateful to Izuku for not only coming into my life, but also giving me a proper reason to become a hero. I fight for the sake of the oppressed, for the children, and him. Looking back at it, if not for him, there's a chance would have probably become a fake hero, like my mom. As time went on, my feelings for him became even more apparent to me. Throughout our training together, I hid my feelings with my cheerful and teasing personality. However, that didn't last long. By the time Mo-chan and Astolfo-chan had arrived, I embraced my feelings for him and I confessed. Beep. 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 Anastasia. Yawns. Morning time. What a drag. I woke up to the familiar sound of my bothersome alarm. Groggily getting up, I rubbed my eyes and looked around my dorm room. It was slightly bigger than the rest of my classmates' rooms since it was made for 2 people. Boxes and bags were strewn all across the room because Izuku and I haven't finished unpacking yet. I looked to my side and saw him. Izuku peacefully sleeping right next to me with his shoulder-length hair all over his pillow. Smiling as I leaned down, I kissed his forehead. His lips curled up into a beautiful smile in response, one that I would never grow tired of seeing. It was times like this I cherished the most. I am well and truly in love with IZUKU PENDRAGON. Third person's POV, All Might. It is I. Mordred. Sighs. Let's hope this won't be a clusterfuck. Izuku. Unfortunately, it will be if he's the one. All Might. Entering through the door, like a normal person. The symbol of peace yelled as he struck a pose befitting his style by the doorway. The students of Class 1 looked at him with admiration, excitement, and astonishment as they showered him with praise and expressed their anticipation of having All Might as their teacher. But 7 of the students looked at him and his approaching and floating wife with indifference. Green Tempest. Oh, dear. You should have said. We are entering. Instead of that. Class 1A. It's Green Tempest too. All Might. Hahaha. Yes, it is US. Green Tempest. We will be teaching foundational hero studies. All Might. For this class, we'll be building up your hero foundation through various trials. Green Tempest. You'll get tons of credit for it, too. Izuku Yagi said as she winked at the students while her body was still floating beside All Might. The people who knew about her neglect internally cringed at this. Her husband then did another pose and outstretched his hand, showing a card that had the word battle. To which the students had varying reactions of anxiety or anticipation. All Might. The trial of battle. Katsuki. Grins. The trial. Izuku. Of battle. Smirks. Green Tempest. Along with that. Is this. Pointing at the wall on her right side, sections of it protruded, revealing 23 cases with a number on them. Continuing where Green Tempest left off, All Might explained that it was the hero costumes of Class 1A. In doing so, the students of Class 1A were delighted to know that they will soon wear the hero costume of their design. Izumi. Good thing they're keeping their promise of not letting the others know I'm their daughter. All Might. Once you change, meet us at ground beta. Class 1A. Yes. After the 2 finished up their explanation, All Might and Green Tempest made for the door while the class got up. But before they left, All Might asked Mordred something. She was in the front of the class, along with Izuku and Izumi. Their chairs only made a row of 3 in the front, making them look like leaders of the class. All Might. Young Mordred, may I ask why are you not wearing the UA blazer? Mordred. Did this guy not get the memo or something? Mordred. It's called fashion, old man. Look it up. With that, the symbol of peace left the classroom with his wide smile slightly faltering. The students then left the classroom with their cases in hand. The only people that didn't have a case, or rather, didn't request for a hero costume made, were Anastasia and Mordred, since they already got something. But, Astolfo had something made even though he already had his normal battle attire. After all of the students finished changing into their hero costumes, they made their way to ground beta. The sounds of multiple footsteps could be heard as they were nearing the end of the tunnel. Once some of their figures became slightly visible, All Might started speaking as the sun's rays were directed at the first group of students. All Might. Starting from the looks is also important, boys and girls. Be aware that from today, you are heroes. All Might. You all look great, guys. Green Tempest. You're so cool. All Might. Let's get started then, use Igats. Oh, UHH. Where are young Izumi and young Izuku, along with his companions? Izuku. Chuckles. Right here, All Might. Once again, the sounds of footsteps could be heard in the dark tunnel as Izuku responded to All Might while the darkness still enveloped his and the others' bodies. With one last step, the last group of students basked in the sunlight as the eyes of their classmates were glued to them. Nobody could blame them. The costumes of Izuku and his comrades were a sight to behold, after all. First up was Izuku. His costume was a Chinese-style outfit. The combination of its colors, consisting of blue, red, black, and gold, was very pleasing to the eyes. He was still styling his hair into braids due to its length. On his left shoulder was a piece of golden armor, which was a noble phantasm that envelops his body with a protective layer of magical energy, as if he was wearing a full bodysuit of armor. Next up was his lover, Anastasia. She was wearing the clothes that Artoria used to wear when she was young. The Dragon of Hope had given it to Anastasia as a gift for her 15th birthday. The costume was a white dress with some shining armor on top. Along with those, Anastasia tied her hair up into a ponytail with a black ribbon. Mordred was wearing her armorless attire, which was super revealing. Though, that problem never bothers Mordred. Her armor can be summoned at any given time, so a hero costume is not needed because her armor itself is the costume. On the other hand, Astolfo was still also wearing his normal battle attire. Although, he had some additions on it, which was a large red cape with a black fur collar. In addition, he also has a small crown on his head. A downsized black Luna could also be seen hanging on his belt. This costume emphasizes the fact that Astolfo was formerly a royal. Last, but not least, was Izumi. Her flowing long, blonde hair fit perfectly with her golden headpiece. The magnificent white, gold and cyan dress accentuates her hurdless figure. Surrounding her was 20 identical swords, which were forged using a rare, high-grade metal, so their durability is not anything to worry about. The weight of each sword exceeded 20 kilograms since they were made of pure metal. Uraraka. Whoa. Your costumes look so cool. Kirishima. Your costumes are so manly. Aoyama. How flashy. Your costumes look as good as mine. Mineta. Whisper. I approve. The hero course is awesome. All Might cleared his throat to stop the commotion as he began to explain the battle trial. Halfway through the explanation, however, he got overwhelmed by the number of questions that the students had, so Inko had to take over before All Might could pull out his cheat sheets. To summarize, the students will be split into two teams of two. The heroes and the villains. The battle trial, which occurs indoors, replicates a situation where the villains are hiding a payload inside the building, and the heroes must secure it or defeat the villains within a time limit. The villains are granted victory if they successfully protect the payload or capture the heroes. On the other hand, the heroes can defeat the villains using a capturing tape. All Might. Let's start the lottery. But, one of you will have to fight alone because the class is odd in number. Team A. Anastasia Fujiwara and Kyoka Jiro Team B. Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji Team C. Momo Yaoi Rozu and Ejiro Kirishima Team D. Kitsuki Bakugo and Tenya Iida Team E. Astolfo and Mina Ishido Team F. Izumi Yagi and Yuga Aoyama Team G. Mordred Pendragon and Denki Kaminari Team H. Fumikage Tokoyami and Sayu Asui Team I. Masher Aojiro and Shoka Todoroki Team J. Minoru Mineta and Hantasiro Team K. Kitsumi Bakugo and Ichako Uraraka Izuku Pendragon Izuku. Size. Well, this is quite unfortunate. However, I'm not worried one bit. All Might. The first two competitors are. He said as he stuffed his hand inside two lottery boxes labeled villain on his right and hero on his left. The students of Class 1 were wide-eyed with anticipation as All Might grabbed two balls and showed the class while Linko announced the roles of the two teams. All Might. These two. Green Tempest. Team A versus Team D. Team A are the heroes, whereas Team D are the villains. All Might. The rest will go to the monitor room. Class 1A, yes sir. As the rest of the students started leaving, Anastasia's lover and friend stopped beside her, while the rest of the class went to the monitor room with Inko. Team D and Jiro started heading to the building with All Might, where the trial will happen. Slapping Anastasia's back roughly, Mordred offered some words of encouragement. Mordred. Chuckles. You can do it, Anastasia. Just remember the training we did together. Astolfo. Yeah, that boom boom guy isn't gonna be a problem. They said as the two walked back to the group of students heading to the monitoring room, leaving the two lovers behind. Izuku smiled gently as he planted a kiss on Anastasia's lips before pulling her into a small hug. She was pleasantly surprised as she hugged him back with a happy smile adorning her face. Izuku. Do kick his ass for me, okay? Anastasia. Smirks. There's no need to remind me. I was already planning on doing just that. Anastasia's pav, Jiro. So, you got a plan. Anastasia. Our opponent's actions will be predictable, so yes, I have a simple 1. Jiro-san and I were outside of the building where we'll be fighting against Team D, Kitsuki Bakugo-kun, and Tenya Iida-kun. Asmite Sensei had just left for the monitoring room after explaining that we should wait for 5 minutes before entering the building. We had the map of the building in our hands that we were memorizing as Jiro-san asked me a question. Anastasia. The plan is straightforward, I'll lure Bakugo-kun away, since he'll most likely be coming for me. On the other hand, you try and get the bomb. If you can't beat Iida-kun then try and slow him down as much as you can before I get there. Jiro. How do you know Bakugo-kun will come for you? Anastasia. Easy, he hates my boyfriend just as much as we hate him. Jiro. Oh yeah, I should have known by the way he screamed. Deku. How did you get a girlfriend before me? During breakfast. All Might. The practice indoor battle with Team A and Team D will begin. Green Tempest. Start. Anastasia. Alright, time to win. Before we entered the building, Jiro-san put her earphone jacks on the wall of the building to find out the position of our opponents. After a few seconds, she said that Iida-kun was on the 5th floor with the bomb. On the other hand, Bakugo-kun was on the 2nd floor on his way down. Following the plan, I picked up Jiro-san and used Mana Burst to get to a window on the 3rd floor. I dropped her off there so that I could fight Bakugo-kun properly while Jiro-san handled Iida-kun. Once she got on her feet, I jumped from the 3rd floor and landed gracefully on the ground with my Wind Magecraft. With Excalibur in hand, I taunted Bakugo-kun as I entered the building. Anastasia. Come and fight me, you jerk. When those words left my mouth, I heard the sound of distant explosions coming my way. It was getting closer and closer until he showed up and tried to strike a blow using his right hand that was empowered by an explosion. Reacting swiftly, I dodged his right hook and elbowed him in the face, dazing him as he fell to the ground. Anastasia. Surprise, surprise, the bully is all talk. Kitsuki. Groans. Damn you. Bitch. He rushed at me again using his explosions to propel himself. While he was still mid-air, he did a roundhouse kick using his left leg, aiming for my head. I responded by blocking his kick using the guard of Excalibur as I used my free left hand to punch him in the abdomen, hard before he could do a right hook once again. While rolling on the floor, he recovered quickly as he propelled himself once again. Anastasia. It seems like he's really fond of right hooks. Kitsuki. I don't care if you're the apprentice of the former No. 3 or whatever. I'm going to crush you either way. I thought that he would do another straightforward attack. But, my expectations were betrayed as he did a brilliant backward somersault in the air as he got behind me. He attempted to strike my back with an explosion, but I was too fast. I blocked his explosion with my right Vambrace's eye. Successfully slashed his legs with Excalibur as he fell to the ground with blood dripping from his wounds. Anastasia. Stay down. Kitsuki. Groans. Like hell. He started to get up as he rained a barrage of explosion-empowered punches on me. To which I responded in kind by simply parrying all of his blows. Trails of light followed my sword as the number of Bakugo-kun's explosions were dropping, since he couldn't keep up with the speed at which we were exchanging blows. An opening was created due to his fatigue because of my previous attacks. I seized the opportunity as a diagonal slash was performed by me. The slash connected with its desired target as Bakugo-kun was left with a large gash on his chest. It wasn't deep enough to leave a scar, I'm sure, but it would still hurt like hell. He dropped to the floor as he applied pressure on the wound. Kitsuki. Shit. Explosions appeared on his palms as they propelled him backward. He managed to create some distance between us as he stood upright with his left hand still on his wound. It seemed like this isn't enough to make Asmite Sensei and Green Tempter Sensei stop the fight. As my opponent stood up, the grenade-shaped gauntlet on his right hand flashed red. He got a wicked grin when he saw that signal. Kitsuki. If you are the apprentice of the former No. 3 hero, then that sword must be powerful. Glares. Why haven't you used its full power yet? Are you saying you can beat me without it? Anastasia. Maybe. Kitsuki. Grits teeth. Since you're the girlfriend of that Deku, then you must know that my explosions are made from the nitroglycerin from my sweat glands. Anastasia. TSK. A support item to accumulate that, huh? Kitsuki. Exactly. You're smart, just like that nerd, Deku. He activated his support item as a pin appeared on it. He got into a rock-steady stance with his left hand on top of the gauntlet on his right. I got myself ready as I gripped Excalibur tightly with a focused expression on my face. Kitsuki. If this is made just as I requested, these gauntlets will store the nitroglycerin inside. All Might. Young Bakugo, stop right now. You'll kill her. Kitsuki. Not if she dodges. Pulling the pin on his gauntlet, a massive explosion arose. The outrageous explosion caused by Bakugo-kun's tantrum destroyed everything in its path. It left a blackened area where it was striking and ash clouds in its wake. At this point, it was only a few meters away from me as I took a deep breath. Anastasia. Pierce air. A horizontal tornado emerged from the tip of Excalibur while I did a thrusting motion. The tornado from Pierce Air collided with Bakugo-kun's massive explosion. The ash and dust from the collision of our attacks got sucked in the horizontal tornado, as did Bakugo-kun's explosion. Pierce Air successfully extinguished the explosion as clouds of dust and ash was left in the clash's wake. Anastasia. That was surprising, but not unpredictable. In the distance, I heard Bakugo-kun panting heavily. The clouds of ash and dust hadn't settled yet, so I used them to mask my presence as I got closer and closer to him. His hands were on his knees as blood was still dripping from his wounds. He was completely defenseless because of his fatigue and pride. Anastasia. He probably thought I got caught in the explosion. Seizing the opportunity, I rushed at him from behind as I grabbed his head while his eyes widened with fear and shock. Grasping his hair tightly, I bashed him into the ground before he could counterattack. Cracks appeared on the floor from the impact as Bakugo-kun became completely unconscious. Anastasia. Exhales. Punk-ass Pomeranian. This is barely anything compared to what you did to Izuku-kun. Jiro. Fujiwara-san, you okay? What was that explosion I heard? Anastasia. I'm fine, Jiro-san. What about you? How's your fight going with Iida-kun? Jiro. Not too good. Iida-kun keeps running away with the bomb so I can't touch it. But I managed to land some hits on him, so he slowed down a little. Anastasia. Alright, I'm on my way. Bakugo-kun's down. Before heading up to where Jiro-san was, I captured Bakugo-kun using the capture tape and grabbed his communication device. As I was running up the stairs, I heard Iida-kun panicking because he couldn't contact Bakugo-kun, while Jiro-san kept trying to attack him, but he just kept dodging and moving the bomb. Once the bomb was close to the door, I made my move. Iida. Bakugo, respond. Where are you? Anastasia. Giggles. Unfortunately, and I mean that very insincerely, I put him in the hospital. Iida. What th? Using his momentary shock, Jiro-san landed an attack on him as he was left keeling over from the sound waves. I instantaneously ran toward the bomb using Mana Burst to immensely increase my speed. Iida-kun's hand was frozen in the air because his and Bakugo-kun's defeat was certain as my hand touched the payload, winning us the match. All Might. The heroes. The hero team wins. Third person's POV. Once the first match between Team A and Team D reached its conclusion, the participants went to the monitoring room for evaluation, except for Kitsuki, since he needed to go to the infirmary. The three remaining participants stood in a line in front of All Might and Green Tempest while they reviewed the battle. Once they have finished with their review thanks to Momoyoi Rozu's insights, it was now time for the next battle. All Might stuffed his hands in the two lottery boxes once more as he pulled out two balls, while Linko once again announced the roles of the teams. Green Tempest. Team B versus Team I. Team B are the heroes, whereas Team I are the villains. Shoto. Gasps. So, I'm up against Shoka. Shoto. Let's see how you fare, Ataudo. Grins Shoto Todoroki's POV, All Might. The indoor battle trial round 2 starts now. The second All Might said those words, Shoji used his quirk, Replicant Arms, to grow ears on his tentacles inside of the building. After a few seconds, he got the information he needed as he looked back at me, with his mask still covering his face, as he turned the ears into two mouths and spoke to me as he kept his sharp gaze straight ahead. Shoji. Both of them are on the north side of the 5th floor. It seems like they're, yes, planning an ambush. Shoto. Stay outside, it's dangerous here. If my sister gets enough time to prepare, our chances of winning will diminish. Touching the wall with my right hand, frost surrounded it as the ice spread throughout the entire hallway. Shoji withdrew from the building as the ice kept spreading, encasing everything in its way with its cold. Eventually, the entire building became encased in ice. I also took care not to freeze the payload, since it would result in a loss of points. Shoto. Hopefully, I made it in time before she. I was suddenly interrupted by flames erupting from every direction in the hallway. I managed to make it out of there and regroup with Shoji as we looked at the building before us. The entire building was enveloped in a warm flame, melting the ice that I had produced. I could tell that the flames weren't enough to damage anyone, not even enough to leave a burn mark. But it was enough to melt my ice. Shoto. Sighs. It seems like she already finished. Shoji. What do you mean? Shoto. My sister. Her preparations have been completed. With this, she's probably already riddled the entire building with traps. The flames died down and left behind trails of water all over the building. I sent a small nod to Shoji as we entered the building once again. We cautiously walked in the hallways as I started to explain the properties of my sister's quirk to Shoji after I thought about my options. Both of us still had our focused and sharp gazes scanning the area around us, while Shoji still had ears on his tentacles. Shoto. Using my ice on the building again would be futile. On the other hand, if I use my flames, the building would collapse, which is why Shoka's flames were weak. I treat this training exercise as if it were the real thing, so damaging the payload is something I can't afford. Shoji. It's a good thing that those flames weren't enough to damage us. Is it her limit? Shoto. No. It isn't her limit. Far from it, actually. You see, my sister can manipulate the ice and flames that she produces. If she wanted, the flames from earlier could have easily been just as hot as any other flames. Shoji. I see. Shoto. She can't do much with her flames. The most she can do is expand it or manipulate its temperature, since she prioritized her ice manipulation training. Shoji. I understand. But, between the two of you, who would win? Shoto. It would be tough, but I would. She knows that, so she's probably going to use traps to stall for time. Shoji. Traps, huh? Shoto. We need to get to the payload before time runs out, which is about 12 minutes right now. Shoji. Right, there's still a Jiro to watch out for too. Speaking of, I can hear him going down to the 4th floor. Shoto. He's probably going to take the role of splitting us up. Even if my sister is naive at times and a crazy fangirl of Artoria, there's still one thing that she excels at. Shoji. Which is? Shoto. Strategy. Both of us made our way through the 2nd floor to get to the next flight of stairs as we endured a myriad of traps set by my sister. With the way this building was structured, the flights of stairs were always on the other side of the floor from the one before. Because of that, Shoka's traps were fully utilized and took up a lot of time. The traps that we had to endure ranged from ice spikes, random bursts of flames, icicles falling from the ceiling, and a lot of other things. By the time that we got to the 4th floor, 7 minutes had already passed, leaving us with 5 minutes left. Both Shoji and I were covered in frost with our costumes dirtied. With my quirk at the ready, we tread carefully in Ajiro's direction. For some odd reason, we didn't encounter any traps on the way to the flight of stairs. Once we were close enough to Ajiro for an attack, the sound of ice cracking was getting louder and louder. It was too late before I realized that it was one of my sister's attacks. Shoka. Crystalline divine child. Shoto. Damn it. Shoji, you need to capture Ajiro. Ajiro. Like I'd let you. I couldn't finish my sentence as Ajiro did a surprise attack on Shoji. He managed to block Ajiro's tail as they fought each other. Shoji quickly sent me a nod, indicating that I should go ahead while they fought. A wall of flames then proceeded to separate us, so I couldn't see them anymore. My legs moved as I ran up the flight of stairs with a focused face only to be met by them. They were ice clones created by Shoka. Shoto. Shoka's crystalline divine child. But, there are only 2 of them. I launched an attack at both of the ice clones using my flames. However, they managed to dodge the attack by re-entering the 5th floor. As soon as I stopped my attack, they ran back inside and jumped from atop the stairs. While in midair, both of them tried to axe kick me, but I dodged by leaning to the right. Seizing the opportunity, I sent a burst of flames at both of them, melting one of them. The other one dodged by using the first one to change its trajectory by kicking it. The ice clone landed on its feet as it tried to strike me, but not before I used my left side to fully sublimate it. Maintaining my sharp and focused look, I ran up the stairs as I opened the door. The sight that greeted me was my sister with her left hand on a huge block of cloudy ice. She looked back at me as she sighed as she pulled out a pair of golden Japanese war fans from her belt. They had several patterns resembling lotuses engraved on the side, complete with a green tieback. Even from this distance, I could tell that they were extremely sharp. Shoto. That block of ice must be the payload. Shoka. Sighs. So, that's about as much time as little Almi can buy. Shoto. It's over, Shoka. I have about 4 minutes left. You and I both know that in terms of sheer destructive power, my quirk is better. Shoka. Smirks. That might be true, but if it's just stalling for time, it'll be a piece of cake. Freezing clouds. My sister created a large wave of cold wind that had small ice particles and used her fans to scatter them. The wave of wind reached me, but it didn't do much damage to me physically because I enveloped myself with my flames. However, due to the relentless cold of her attack, my lungs felt like they were freezing. Shoka. Don't let your guard down. Wintry icicles. Dozens of icicles spawned on top of my head, heading straight for me. Before they could reach me, I used my flames to destroy every last one of them. In doing so, the temperature in the room increased as the cold from earlier completely vanished. For some reason, Shoka still had that smirk on her face, even though this should be the end of the line for her. We kept fighting for a total of 3 minutes until I eventually defeated her using a controlled flashfire fist. Thankfully, it didn't damage the payload in any way, since the ice that was surrounding it was tough as steel. I also managed to capture Shoka with the capturing tape while she was recovering from my attack. While my sister sat on the floor with the capturing tape on her, I put my left hand on the block of ice and began to melt it. I took great care not to use too much of my flames so that I would not damage the payload. The block of ice was very thick, so it took longer than usual to melt it completely. As I was doing that, my sister was still watching me even though she had already been captured. Shoto. This must be why there were only 2 clones earlier. She focused on making this ice as thick as possible, since there would usually be 4 of them. Shoto. It was a good fight, Shoka. Shoka. Oh, little brother, this was never about the fight, you know. I promptly continued melting the cloudy ice while ignoring my sister as she kept talking. She might have been trying to make me lose my focus. She was lovable, yet incredibly annoying that way. At this point, I had less than a minute left, but it was enough time for me to melt the ice and touch the payload. Shoto. What the? Once I finished melting the block of tough ice, what was inside totally caught me off guard. It was nothing. The inside of the block of ice was completely hollow. There was nothing there. I looked back at my sister and instantly knew from the smirk ever present on her face. My composure cracked as my stoic expression became accompanied by sweat forming on my forehead. Shoto. You. Moved the payload. Shoka. Giggles. Ding. 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 There was never any specification on where we could put the payload, so I decided to move it elsewhere. Shoto. Shit. Where is it? Shoka. Language. But I'll tell you since you don't have enough time, anyway. It's all the way on the 1st floor. Shoto. Damn it. Shoji. We need to. All Might. The villain team wins. As soon as All Might said those words, my hand fell from my earpiece. I looked back at my sister, who was getting up from the floor, with a neutral expression. She patted the dust off her costume and walked towards me. Once she got in front of me, she put her hand on my left shoulder with a small smile. Shoka. I knew I can't beat you in a fight no matter how hard I try, so. Schemes like this would be the only way to win, little brother. Shoto. Sighs. You got me this time, Shoka. Third person's POV. After Shoto and Shoka's match, it was now the 3rd round. The 2 teams fighting against each other were Team H versus Team J, which was Fumikage Tokoyami and Sayu Asui versus Minoru Mineta and Hantashiro respectively. As the match started, in the monitor room, the students were observing the battle, while the sound of murmurings and whispers could be heard all around the room. Izumi. So, Ani-sama, how do you feel about having to fight alone? The symbol of peace's daughter asked as a small smile adorned her face. Her 20 identical swords were hovering above her head following the shape of a circle with the blades pointing outwards. Her brother, Izuku, looked back at her with a gentle smile while he responded. Izuku. Not worried at all. I'm quite confident in my strength. Izumi. I see, you've changed a lot for the better, Ani-sama. Izuku. Much obliged, Izumi. How are you, anyway? I trust that Astolfo's been treating you well. Izumi. Blushes. Oh. Well, she's super nice. But, her teasing is quite overwhelming. 3 Izuku. She. Oh no. Dear sister, you've fallen for his trap. 9. All Might. The hero team wins. Green Tempest. Alright, everyone. Well, they're heading back, let's choose our next matchup. With that remark, All Might once again put his hands inside the 2 lottery boxes and pulled out the matchups. Green Tempest looked at the balls in All Might's hands and announced the 4th round's participants, while the 4 participants from the previous round entered the room. Green Tempest. Team G versus Team C. Mordred Pendragon-chan, Denki Kaminari-kun, Momoye Oirozu-chan, and Ejiro Kirishima-kun, please proceed to the next battle building. Mordred. TSK. Don't add chan to my name. After the 4th round had begun, Mordred and Kaminari entered the building and threw all caution overboard. They went straight to the 5th floor without checking any rooms on the way. Kaminari simply followed Mordred as she seemed to know what she was doing. Still, he was curious about the reason for her rashness. Kaminari. Mordred, why aren't we checking any of the rooms? They might be using the same stratagem as Shoka did. Mordred. Because neither of us is a sensory type, so they would think that we would check every room. Thus, they would use that to their advantage and put the payload on the 5th floor. Kaminari. But, what if they did use the same plan as Shoka? Mordred. Easy. We can just backtrack and find it if it isn't on the 5th floor. I'd tear down every wall in this building if I have to. Kaminari. To be honest. That plan is awful. Mordred. Who cares? As long as we get the job done, none of that will matter. Kaminari. Right. Smiles. By the way, your costume looks so cool. Mordred. Thanks, yours looks like something I can pick up at any store. Kaminari. You know, you're supposed to return the compliment. Mordred. That was a compliment. It's not every day that a hero can look like a part of the general populace. What is your quirk, anyway? Kaminari. Electrification. I can generate electricity and cover my body with it. I can also use it at a distance, but I have no control over it. Mordred. You don't look like you know how to fight. But, if you cover your body in it, then can't you use a weapon to conduct the electricity like a sword or something? Kaminari. Yeah, but the problem lies in the metal itself. You see, if my output exceeds what the metal can conduct, it'll melt. Mordred. Listen, if there's a metal that can be turned into a scarf, then there's probably one that can handle the electricity. Kaminari. Hums. She's right, there is one metal. The blades of the Thunder Hashira duo. Mordred. Alright, we're here. Both of them stood before the door that led to the 5th floor atop the last flight of stairs. The door can't even be considered a door anymore since it was barricaded in metal. Kaminari knocked on the metal as the sound that came out indicated that it was pure metal. The man-girl next to him gently pushed him aside as she promptly kicked the metal barricaded door. Kaminari. Whispers. Jesus, she's so damn strong. Mordred. What was that? Kaminari. Oh, nothing. Keep at it. Mordred. Okay, when I kick the door down, I want you to run in there, 100% maximum no chill, as Rin used to say. The barricaded door had a huge dent in the shape of Mordred's heel. Normally, this would be difficult even for someone with a normal strength enhancer quirk, since both the door and the barricade were made of hard metal. But this is Mordred we are talking about, so she managed to kick the door down in less than 2 seconds. Mordred. You get the Yayoi Rozu girl. I'll get the other guy. Don't worry about me, use your quirk if you have to. Kaminari. Alright. He ran into the room, his quirk producing sparks on his hand. The sight that met his eyes was a rock-hard fist coming straight for his face. Fortunately, Mordred pulled him out of the way and intercepted Kirishima's fist with her left hand, while her right hand grabbed Kaminari's collar. Mordred. Yo. Let's go, Vermilion Head. With her right hand gripping Kirishima's fist tightly, she threw him to another side of the room as she let go of Kaminari. She nudged him to go on ahead and get the payload, an order that he followed. Kirishima got up and lunged at Mordred while he reeled back his right fist. Once he got close enough to Mordred, he threw the punch. But, Mordred leaned to the right and side kicked him in the gut, blowing him back again. Mordred. Come on, get up. You can do better for some who's obsessed with the term manly. Kirishima. Grins. Of course not. He lunged at Mordred again and began a barrage of attacks. Mordred responded by returning his attacks with a smile as they began a battle of brute strength. On the other side, Kaminari began his attack on Yayoi Rozu by releasing his electricity near her. Kaminari. Indiscriminate shock 800,000 volts. However, she had a large insulated sheet at the ready, rendering his attack ineffective. His attack did not land on its intended target Yayoi Rozu, but his electricity hit both Mordred and Kirishima. The attack caused pain to both of them. Kirishima fell to the ground, while Mordred remained standing and glaring at Kaminari. Mordred. You seriously need to control your damn quirk. Kaminari. But you said 100% maximum no chill. Mordred. Sighs. Just deal with Yayoi Rozu. Kirishima began to stand up as smoke arose from the electricity burns on his body. He shook off the pain and assumed a fighting stance as he turned to Mordred again with a smile on his face. Mordred returned the smile and also assumed a fighting stance. They fought again while Kaminari was attacked by Yayoi Rozu who used a wooden bow staff. Kaminari. Winces. Ow. Damn it. Yayoi Rozu. You said during the introductions yesterday evening that your quirk has a limit. She said as she attacked Kaminari again with her bow staff, driving him back. He had a slightly anxious expression with sweat forming on his forehead because of his reckless attack earlier and Yayoi Rozu's ruthless strikes. Yayoi Rozu. Your attack from earlier must have drained a lot of your energy. If you use your quirk again with large output, your brain might short-circuit. Kaminari. You're right, it might. But if it did, there's still her to worry about. Yayoi Rozu. He's right. I thought that Mordred-san would check all the rooms before coming here, but she predicted my prediction. The plan was to wait until they got here after checking all the rooms and stall them, but we'll have to improvise. I hope that Kirishima-kun can hold off Mordred-san long enough. That was what she was hoping for, however, the sliver of hope that she had left would disappear in the next few seconds. The fight between Mordred and Kirishima was coming to a close. It is obvious that Mordred's stamina is far superior to Kirishima's, so this outcome was inevitable. He had his hands on his knees as he breathed heavily. His opponent still had that smile adorning her face. Kirishima knew that she was holding back. She still hadn't summoned her armor or her sword as she fought him only with hand-to-hand combat. He knew that he couldn't beat her at this point, as if such a thing would stop him from trying his hardest. Kirishima. Pant. Pant. If I give up with just this, then I wouldn't be able to call myself a hero. Let alone a man. Mordred. Haha. That's what I like to see. You have my respect. But, this fight is over. When Kirishima's desperate attack brought him in front of Mordred while he was gathering momentum for a punch, Mordred already knew that this fight was over. whether it was due to Kirishima's exhaustion or Mordred's superiority. In response to Kirishima's attack, she delivered a knee strike to his chin before knocking him out with a spinning hook kick. Mordred. I win. With Kirishima's defeat came the victory of Team Gaoi. Rozu was the only one left to defend the payload. But she just was not strong enough to stand up to both Kaminari and Mordred. A robot took care of Kirishima and brought him to the infirmary, while the remaining 3 participants went back to the monitor room. When they entered the room, All Might and Green Tempest announced the last 2 rounds. All Might. So, the next round will be Team E vs. Team F, which is Astolfo and Mina Shido vs. Izumi Yagi and Yuga Aoyama. Green Tempest. And the round after that will be IZUKU Pendragon vs Katsumi Bakugo and Ichako Uraraka. Third person's POV, the 5th round participants, Astolfo, Mina Shido, Izumi Yagi, and Yuga Aoyama. Please proceed to ground beta. The symbol of peace, All Might, said while gesturing to the door. The 4 of them walked in a line as they went out the door, but before Izumi exited the monitor room, her mother, Green Tempest, whispered something to her as she flashed a thumbs up. Good luck, Izumi. Remember, be careful. Thanks, Green Tempest sensei, I'll keep that in mind, she said as she shot her a smile. Izumi then proceeded to get out of the room, while her 20 swords followed behind her. Once the doors closed, her smile instantly dropped as the previously cheery expression adorning her face morphed into a slightly annoyed one. She refused to let her classmates know that she was the daughter of the famous hero couple, since she despised them. Of course, who could blame her? Her mother and father neglected Izuku because he was quirkless, or so they thought. At this point, Izuku still hadn't told Izumi how he got his powers, so she was still out of the loop. She made a mental note to know the details sooner or later. But for now, the battle trial against Team E takes priority. Aoyama and Izumi situated the payload on the highest floor of the building where the battle trial will commence. They were the villains for the 5th round, while the other 2 were the heroes. Izumi was preparing for the match by spreading out small doohickeys all around the building. Every last corner of the building was occupied by these, so she could still fight even if she was incapacitated by Astolfo's chains. She's probably going to be the more troublesome opponent of the 2, Izumi mused. Hello, Mademoiselle Yagi, may I ask something? Aoyama asked on their communication device. Sure, what's up? Izumi responded as she put her index finger on the communication device in her right ear. Can you perchance explain to me what kind of devious plan you have conceived? Simple, I'll try to overwhelm the 2 of them, but if one or both of them get past me, then it's up to you. Unless you want to come with me down here. She said the latter part with a teasing smile, which he couldn't see. No, I'm quite comfortable up here, Mademoiselle Yagi. However, hypothetically, if one of them were to get past you, and I need help, what then? Relax, I left 5 of my swords there and planted some of my gizmos in the corner of that room, so you should be good. You just need to stay with the bomb. Gizmos. By that, do you mean the indoor battle trial round 5 starts now. All Might shout disturbingly in their ears. Ha. Alright, Aoyama-kun, let's do our best. Izumi said as she sighed, tired from hearing her father's voice. Right. As soon as she heard an answer, she took her finger out of her ear and put herself in an attack position. She was on the 1st floor of the building behind a pillar in a spacious room, waiting for any sign of the enemy team. After a few seconds, heavy footsteps could be heard echoing through the large room. Taking a peek past the pillar, Izumi saw Astolfo and Ishido entering the room. With the distance they had between each other, an attack from Izumi would be devastating. That being the case, Izumi took the chance and attacked. She sent 10 of her swords hurtling towards the pair, hoping to catch them off guard. Whoa, there. Watch out, Ishido-san. In the nick of time, both of them managed to dodge Izumi's initial attack by dodging in opposite directions. Expressions of surprise and excitement were evident on their faces from the big smiles adorning the pair. Meanwhile, Izumi had her hand outstretched as she smirked while looking at the cloud of dust that her attack caused. Guess it wasn't going to be that easy, she mused. That was dangerous, you know. The pink-skinned hero in training exclaimed. Yo. Fancy seeing you here, me-chan. Astolfo said with a grin as he summoned Volcano Caligurante and tapped its blade on his shoulder. Fancy seeing the 2 of you in this dump as well. Izumi responded with a smile as her blades returned to her side. A heavy atmosphere then settled within the spacious room as Astolfo and Izumi locked eyes with each other. The both of them still had their grins adorning their faces while, on the other hand, Ishido became anxious from the atmosphere. After a few seconds of tense silence, Astolfo whispered something to Ishido without breaking eye contact with Izumi. Ishido-san, the moment Izumi-chan makes a move, I want you to run like hell, okay? He whispered to Ishido. Okay, I'll leave her to you. She replied while giving an okay sign with her right hand. Actually, never mind, I'll make the first move. He declared. As soon as those words left his mouth, he rushed toward Izumi while tightly gripping his sword. Izumi reacted quickly enough and immediately sent a barrage of swords toward Astolfo's running form. Astolfo, however, was able to change direction and run with blinding speed to avoid the barrage of swords rushing at him. "Welp, guess that's my cue," Ishido muttered as she turned to flee. However, before she could escape completely, Izumi spotted her and sent some of her swords hurtling toward her. The distance between her and the swords narrowed as Ishido prepared to try to block the swords with her quirk. But fortunately, she did not have to, because Astolfo intervened and parried the swords with his own. "Keep going, Ishido-san," he urged. "Okay, thank you." With that, she successfully retreated toward the nearest staircase, on her way to the payload. While Ishido left, Astolfo and Izumi were left alone in the large room. Despite the grin on his face and the way he carried himself, Astolfo was completely focused. Izumi, on the other hand, had a very serious look on her face as she took a deep breath and launched her barrage of attacks again. Thanks to Astolfo's supreme physical abilities, dodging Izumi's attacks barely made him break a sweat. After a few seconds, Izumi realized that attacking with just her swords would be futile due to Astolfo's speed and agility, so she opted to adopt a slightly more reckless strategy. She started to use One for All to enhance her telekinesis quirk further. "Arg. What a troublesome lady you are," Izumi yelled as sparks of gold lightning started to envelop her body, indicating One for All's activation. "Yeah, lady," Astolfo blurted out as he dodged another attack. For a moment, Izumi had a gap in her defense as she gathered the power of One for All. And that very moment was all Astolfo needed. He seized the chance and lunged at Izumi, while the blade of his Volcano Colligurante turned into chains that wrapped around Izumi's leg. Oh, crap. She then got launched around the room thanks to Volcano Colligurante, while its owner just started laughing maniacally. Eventually, Izumi managed to right herself by using her quirk to make herself float. Using all of her willpower, Izumi forcibly got herself out of Astolfo's chains. She looked at Astolfo with a pout as she dusted herself off. "That was mean, Astolfo-san." It's still a battle, Izumi-chan. I also heard you say something really wrong." "Something wrong? Whatever." With her telekinesis quirk further enhanced thanks to One for All, Izumi used her quirk on Astolfo himself. She used her quirk to drive Astolfo to the ground, effectively limiting his movements as her sword started to surround him. Astolfo turned his head in Izumi's direction while he was still being forced to the ground with Izumi's powerful quirk as his sword was still in his hand. "Ow, ow, 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 ow. You really are powerful, Izumi-chan." He spoke with a smirk while he was still writhing on the ground. "Why, thank you for the compliment. What did I say that was wrong, anyway?" Izumi asked while her hands were still outstretched. "Oh, that," Astolfo muttered as he put his left hand on the ground and started using his monster strength to slowly get up, much to Izumi's surprise. "Well, you see. I am a man," he continued as he stood proudly. Pardon. I'm confused. What did you just say?" Izumi screamed with a bewildered expression, causing her to momentarily lose her focus. Thanks to the sudden shock from revealing that Izumi had been caught in a vicious trap, Astolfo was able to get away from Izumi's hold as he kicked her away, blowing her back several meters. He smirked as he reached for the small hunting horn that hung on his belt. Once he properly got hold of it, the hunting horn increased in size before it fully encircled Astolfo's body. "Sorry about this, Izumi-chan. La Black Luna," he shouted as he blew into the horn, which caused a blue shockwave to materialize. The force of the impact was enough to reduce the room he was in beyond recognition. Fortunately, the columns were still intact, but the same cannot be said of the rest of the room, as a huge crater could be seen. Amid all the destruction stood Astolfo, who put his La Black Luna back on his belt as he looked around for signs of his opponent. When the dust settled, Astolfo spotted the silhouette of Izumi. "Still conscious, huh? Well, that isn't unexpected," Astolfo muttered as his gaze fell on Izumi's figure. At the last possible moment, Izumi managed to use her quirk to manipulate the ground and her swords to act as shields for herself, but the force of La Black Luna made her fall over in pain. Astolfo did not miss the chance, reacting quickly and immediately pouncing on her. With his Volcano Colligurante, he wrapped chains around Izumi's body, incapacitating her. "Gah. Damn it," Izumi complained. Nice job blocking my attack, Izumi-chan, but you shouldn't have let your guard down afterward. End of the line. You're right," she said with a sigh. "Mademoiselle Yagi, I require your assistance. Mademoiselle Ishido is going on a rampage up here." I might have lost, but until you put that capture tape on me, I'm still in this game," Izumi declared with a determined voice. Her swords once again arose by her side and started attacking Astolfo, who narrowly dodged the sudden attacks. He was about to pull out his capture tape, but Izumi's swords weren't giving him room to breathe as he kept dodging the continuous barrage of attacks. With Izumi, her headpiece was revealed to have had a screen built in, which allowed her to access her gadgets from earlier. This headpiece isn't just for show, you know. It allows me to access my gizmos, or rather, cameras, Izumi thought with a smirk. To explain, Izumi's telekinesis quirk requires her sight. Therefore, she uses cameras in tandem with her headpiece to fully utilize her quirk in this battle trial. Earlier, Izumi had left 5 of her swords with Aoyama in the bomb room with cameras in every corner of said room. Unfortunately, neither Astolfo nor Ishido knew. With Aoyama and Ishido, they were locked in a fierce battle, much like the other pair. However, it was clear to anyone with a pair of working eyes that Aoyama would lose within a matter of seconds, which is why he called for reinforcements. Just as Ishido was closing the distance between them using her acid quirk, she was thrown off course by a pair of swords. What the? Aren't those Yagi-sans? Ishido yelled. So, this is Mademoiselle Yagi's reinforcements. I need only stay with the prize for a few more minutes, and it's our victory. With Mademoiselle Yagi's help, it shan't be a problem. Aoyama stated while T-posing. Oh, shut up, will ya? Ishido began to attack Aoyama again, but the difficulty increased greatly thanks to Izumi's support. In the course of a minute, Ishido was losing since her acid could not melt Izumi's swords or affect them in any way, so she was at a great disadvantage. Not to mention that Aoyama's quirk combined with Izumi's swords was good for buying time, because the swords covered Aoyama whenever he got a stomachache. What a drag. Astolfo-san, what's going on with Yagi-san? I can't get close to the bomb. Ishido complained. Sorry, Ishido-san, she's going crazy. But don't worry, backups are common. Huh? How will you? She was suddenly interrupted by a screech coming from outside. The sound of flapping wings was heard as another screech was heard by both Aoyama and Ishido. The sound of wings flapping came closer and closer until the roof of the room the two were in was destroyed. When the two looked to see what had caused the destruction, they saw the hippogriff. What the hell is that? Ishido cried. It's my friend, the hippogriff. It's your backup, Ishido-san. Go get that bomb. Astolfo encouraged Ishido. Whoa. Awesome. Ishido yelled with stars in her eyes. This creature is. Aoyama squeaked. The hippogriff shrieked as it flapped its wings, causing a small gust that momentarily blew Izumi's swords away. Then it grabbed Ishido and lifted her into the air, throwing her straight at the payload like a projectile. Aoyama could do nothing to stop it, while Ishido used her acrobatics to land safely and secure the payload. I did it. The hero team wins. All Might declared. Izuku Pendragon's POV, the indoor battle trial round 6 starts now. The so-called symbol of peace yelled into my ear. What a bothersome mule, I thought with an annoyed expression as my gaze fell upon the building towering before me. After the previous match between Astolfo and my sister, it was now the final round. It was me against Katsumi and Uraraka. Truthfully, the chances of me winning the battle trial was colossal. I could even secure the payload if I were to use drones and my wandering tales of Shana-o, but this was a chance for me to confront one of my former oppressors. The destructive power of Katsumi is troublesome to deal with. I need to be prepared to attack and defend at the same time, therefore. Gate of Babylon. Jeanne d'Arc's Luminicide Eternelle. A golden gate appeared by my right hand as I reached for the holy battle flag, Jeanne d'Arc's Luminicide Eternelle, protruding from it. It had a spear point at the tip as the flag itself was white, with a golden yellow design of an angel or iris flower that was embroidered upon it. I spun it around as I sharpened my gaze and started walking inside the building. Oh, how I deigned to cross blades with you, Katsumi. I sneered as I was making my way up the first flight of stairs. The moment I reached the second floor, I immediately felt the presence of Katsumi coming toward me. After a few seconds, Katsumi launched a surprise attack in the form of a bloody knife. I managed to dodge the knife, but the blood it was smeared with flared up in pink flames. In response, I activated a mitigated barrier of Luminicide Eternelle, subsequently rendering her attack ineffective. Not a pleasure to see you again. I said as I glared in her direction. Thought so. It'll take a whole lot more than that to take you down, Hadeku. She remarked as her figure started coming out from the shadows. Stating the obvious is the hallmark of a fool. I taunted as she finally came into view. She wore the clothes and accoutrements of an assassin. A red scarf accompanied her white and black outfit, which consisted of a white skirt and black thigh-high socks tucked under her black calf-high boots. To match her outfit, she carried 4 knives on her hip and a gun that probably used special bullets. HMPH. Unlike my big brother, I'm not stupid enough to not face the facts. You are strong, or rather, you became strong. How? I don't know, nor do I give a shit. What really matters is how much I stack up against you. She responded. I never could tell which one of you twins was the mature one. Very well. Witness the monumental difference in both our strength and status, you minx. I asserted as a smirk crept on my face. As soon as those words left my mouth, Kitsumi instantly took hold of her gun and started shooting at me. Reacting quickly, I planted luminicide eternel on the floor firmly and erected a mitigated barrier to block her bullets. The bullets that she was firing were creating small explosions from my observation, but they didn't affect the barrier in any significant way. Realizing her gun's futility, Kitsumi dropped it and charged toward me. She used explosions on her palms to lunge at me while trying to axe kick me with her right leg. However, I parried her kick with my right hand while I clutched my flagpole, spun it around my left hand, and hit Kitsumi with the spearhead, but she was able to deflect it with an explosion. Surely this isn't all you can do? It would be way too mundane otherwise, even for you. I provoked with a smirk. The provocation worked as she adjusted her posture and landed gracefully on the ground. With an angry expression, she grabbed a couple of knives and tried to cut me with them. In response, I used the holy battle flag in my hands to engage in an exchange of blows with her. Our exchange did not last long, as I quickly found a gap and delivered a heavy blow to her abdomen. Kitsumi clicked her tongue in response as we took our distance from each other. As Kitsumi landed a dozen meters away from me, I began a barrage of attacks on her using the Gate of Babylon. Nevertheless, my opponent pressed on with her attack as she grabbed one of her knives, cut herself, and threw it at me. "Take this," she screamed. Reckless indeed. Once again, I warded off her bloody knife and the ensuing explosion with a barrier. However, when I looked back at Kitsumi, who had cuts all over her body from my barrage of attacks, she smiled. My eyes widened slightly as I looked over me and saw the ceiling collapse. I then fought off the falling concrete with luminicide eternel as I began to jump to the upper floors with Kitsumi following behind me. It seemed like the initial explosion from Kitsumi's knife was the start of an explosion chain. Bombs from the upper floors started detonating, causing more holes to form in the ceilings. Normally, this would be good for me, but I doubt that it was a coincidence. This is probably a trap, but I'm curious as to where this leads. I'm used. You dumbus. She shouted from below me. I looked back down at her while still in the air and saw her starting to close her fist. By the time I realized what was happening, I had already jumped into the middle of her levitating trap, which was by the hole that led to the 4th floor. Grenades were floating all around me, flashing red due to their activation. Despite the situation I was in, a big smile spread across my face. Heh. How surprising. I didn't think that you'd work together with your Raka. I shouted as I gripped luminicide eternel tightly. Think again. Looking to my right side, I saw your Raka holding a huge pillar that I assumed to be affected by her zero-gravity quirk. Stones mixed with grenades were floating in front of her as she assumed a batting stance and hit the objects in front of her. At the same time, the floating grenades around me stopped flashing red as Kitsumi closed her fist. Time seemed to slow as my smirk grew wider and my hold on my weapon became tighter. Comet home run. Bloodburst. Devastation web. What a nice combination of ultimate moves, even if it's only improvised. However, this won't ever be enough to triumph over me. Luminicide eternel. I held the holy battle flag as I twirled it around, leaving blue trails of light emanating from the flag. As I placed it firmly on the ground, a golden light enveloped my body. The warm golden light formed a barrier around my body, while Kitsumi and Uraraka's attacks were turned null. Their special attacks cost them a lot of energy, but I did not need much to block them. As the dust settled, I saw Uraraka vomit disgustingly where she stood, no longer able to fight. On the other side, I could see Kitsumi looking at me a floor below with wide, frightened eyes. I sighed lightly as I lunged at her, hitting her instantly by making the spearhead of my flagpole collide with her face. Gah. Shit. She screamed as she fell to the ground. Time to rest, you mewling quim. I've had enough of looking at your pathetic self for one day. I stated as a matter of factly. Damn you, Deku. In a desperate attempt, she lunged at me as she propelled herself with her explosions. She tried to hit me with the added firepower of her blood with an explosive left hook. But before she could even get within a few meters of me, I closed the distance between us and drove the spearhead of my flagpole into her stomach, reaping her consciousness from her. Both of the villains are unable to battle, therefore. I muttered. The hero team wins. Finally Might declared my victory. Izuku Pendragon's POV, the battle trial for today had reached its conclusion with my victory. Once my classmates and teachers had finished analyzing and discussing my battle against Kitsumi and Uraraka, Might and Green Tempter went to the infirmary to check on a few injured students. Of the injured students, the Bakugo twins, Izumi and Kirishima, who earned a small amount of my respect, come to mind. Following the overly dramatic exit of the No.1 hero, the class separated and went into the locker rooms to change and go to our classroom before returning to the dorms. I felt the gazes of a few of my classmates on me while I slipped off the top of my hero costume, but it didn't faze me in the least as I kept changing. While doing so, I noticed Shoto approaching me in the corner of my eye, but a sudden yelp caused him to stop in his tracks. "Hey Astolfo. What are you doing here? This is the boys' locker room, you know." Kaminari yelled from across the room, eyes widened in shock. I tore my gaze away from my locker and spotted Astolfo standing innocently at the locker room's entrance. My classmates were either surprised or rushed to cover themselves up, since some were still half naked. As an amused smirk crept up my face as Iida turned to face Astolfo, I knew exactly what would happen next. "It's as Kaminari-kun said, Astolfo-kun. The girls' locker room is just next door, so could you please exit immediately?" He did some odd robotic hand movements. "Some of the boys are still changing into their uniforms." "No, I don't think I will." Astolfo replied with a carefree smile. "And why is that?" "Because I'm the right place, of course." Astolfo strode past Iida until he arrived at his locker near Aoyama's and opened it. A purple bald dwarf named Minoru Mineta, who was standing next to me, looked at Astolfo with very attentive eyes. What's more is that I noticed his eyes wander to Astolfo's bared thighs. I could only snicker at this little pervert's actions. "Whatever do you mean by that, Mademoiselle Astolfo?" Aoyama asked, fully dressed in his uniform. "Huh? Do you guys not get it?" He took off his cape and crown as he pointed at himself with his right thumb. I'm a boy." "Huh? Wah. No effing way. That you're lying. That's impossible." Once their initial reaction stopped, a heavy silence fell upon the room. Everyone's eyes became as wide as saucers, while their jaws comically dropped to the floor. The room was quite still as everyone was left contemplating Astolfo's words. I struggled to hold in a chuckle, so I covered my mouth with my right hand, which did not go unnoticed by Shoto. Ahem. Breaking the silence, Iida cleared his throat. "See, could you repeat that, Astolfo-kun? I'm a boy. Is that really so hard to believe?" Astolfo tilted his head once again, chuckling all the while. "And no, it's just that because of your appearance. We all thought that you were a girl." Ejiro exclaimed. "Appearances can indeed be deceiving." Shoji muttered. "So Mademoiselle is actually a monsieur." Revelry in the dark. Most of my classmates accepted the fact that Astolfo was a man pretty quickly. It was really no surprise since we live in a world where quirks exist and can change the appearance of people quite easily, but there are always people who have trouble accepting the truth. No. There's no way that. Astolfo's a dude. Mineta screamed, his hands clutching his head. Damn it all. I got tricked by that kind of person again. Kaminari mumbled as he lay on the floor, dejected. I chuckled heartily. I can see why Astolfo laughed so hard when we found out about his gender. Anastasia Fujiwara's POV, after the dismissal of class, all of class 1 has started heading back to the dorms. I was engaging in some light conversation with the other girls in my class as we were walking on the concrete pathway toward Heights Alliance. The school campus was quite big, though not as big as, say, Anne's. Ahead of us, the boys were in a heated discussion about the earlier battle trials. "Hey guys, did you see how cool Kirishima-kun was against Mordred-san earlier?" Ashido-san enthusiastically asked. "Still kicked his hard ass, though," Mo-chan proudly remarked, earning a few giggles from all the girls. As the casual conversations continued, I couldn't help but notice Izumi-san's troubled expression behind the group. She seemed to be pondering something while clutching her bag tightly and looking in Izukun's direction. I walked toward her and lightly tapped her left shoulder, which snapped her out of her trance. "Why the long face, Izumi-san?" "Oh, Anastasia-san. What do you mean?" she asked with an impressive fake smile. "I suppose pretending to like your parents would give you good acting skills. Not that it matters to me since I see with much more than eyes. Please don't hide your troubles with me, Izumi-san." I smiled. "I can always help you." "Thank you, Anastasia-san." She took a deep breath and looked at the beautiful orange sky, the fading light of the setting sun enveloping all of us. She turned to me and said, "When did Ani-sama become so arrogant?" I let out a sigh. "I thought you would ask that. Eventually. Both Izumi-san and I know better than most about what kind of personality Izuku had before he came to us. I suppose it's only natural she would wonder how such a timid, shy boy became so different. Although, it's pretty obvious to me that he's still that same dorky, kind, and gentle person from before, despite his changes. As you know, Izuku has changed a lot in the eyes of most." My gaze wandered to Izumi-san, who was listening attentively. "But he's still the same Izuku that you know and love, and he always will be. But, deep down inside, he's probably the most insecure and scared person in this school. He always feels the need to become better than he was yesterday. To make sure that he exceeds expectations from both Gilgamesh-san and himself. I know that, but..." She glanced in his direction and pouted. "I'm afraid that he'll pick a fight he can't win." I raised an eyebrow before I giggled with my hand on my chin. What an overprotective little sister you are, and here I thought you were more worried about what others would think. A negative personality change. Why would his personality change be bad? He finally has some confidence. Do you know how much I've tried giving more confidence during our childhood? Every damn time I finally made some progress, those dumb twins would always ruin my efforts. She took a deep breath with an exasperated expression. But now, he's too confident. He's become arrogant. I mean, did you see how he purposefully let himself fall into Katsumi's and Uraraka-san's trap? I burst out laughing with my hand covering my mouth. PFFT. Ahahahaha. Izumi-san seemed to be alarmed by this as she recoiled back slightly with an embarrassed pink blush adorning her face. All of the other girls glanced at both of us for a second, then went back to their gossiping. I'm sorry, you probably think I'm weird, don't you? She covered her blushing face with both of her hands. Oh crap, I've embarrassed myself in front of Ani-sama's girlfriend. What have I done? I stopped laughing as I rubbed my eyes. I think you're very cute, Izumi-san. What do you mean? She made a little gap between her fingers to peek through. You aren't weird at all, Izumi-san. It's only natural for you to be so overprotective of your brother. You've been there for him since childhood. It's practically a habit of yours by now. She slowly put her hand down, although her face still had a slight tinge of pink. I guess so. But between you and me, Izumi-san. I leaned towards her ear with a sly smile and whispered. My astute and lovely cub is probably stronger than most top heroes by now. Yeah? She was visibly taken aback. She looked as surprised as a small child who had just discovered that babies don't come from storks. Is he really that strong, Anastasia-san? I winked at her, giggling lightly. You'll have to ask him that yourself, Izumi-chan. Also, you don't have to be so formal with me. Just call me Anna. I put my hand on her shoulder and whispered. Or Wani-san. Oh, what else can I say? She's most likely going to be my sister-in-law in the future. Third person's POV, every student in class 1 has just arrived at their dorms. Some elected to rest in their rooms, while others simply changed and hung out in the common area watching some TV or playing with their phones. Following their humiliating defeats and more serious concussions, the Bakugo twins arrived a little later than the rest of the students from the infirmary. Despite their splitting headaches, Katsuki and Katsumi forced themselves to go to their rooms. And now, some breaking news. This caught the attention of the people who were sitting idly by doing whatever they were in the common area, like Anastasia and Astolfo. Izuku was busy having a well-needed talk with Izumi, while Mordred was busy stuffing her pretty little face full of ice cream in the kitchen. The female news reporter continued while showing overhead pictures of a raised building. Yesterday, the compound of the Yakuza group known as the Shiha Seikai was found completely destroyed as the Shiha Seikai. Who could have caused this? And for what reason? The Yakuza are on the brink of extinction. The remaining members are treated as potential villains and are constantly under surveillance. Anastasia mused while crossing her legs and resting her head on her left hand. Oh, Anna-chan is going detective mode again, Astolfo thought. Additionally, the current leader of the Shiha Seikai, Kai Chisaki, is dead. Some in the common area widened their eyes slightly, surprised by the news. While others raised their eyebrows, wondering who did such a thing. Mordred had also finished eating her ice cream and sat on one of the sofas and started watching the news as well. Dead handsome, that is. What the heck? Ciro whispered. Which makes it all the more tragic that his face has been destroyed beyond all repair. Is he dead or is he not? Mordred questioned. This news reporter is very incomprehensible. Iida complained. The TV then showed a slightly blurred picture of Overhaul's unconscious body being taken to an ambulance. His body was riddled with deep gashes and slash wounds. Although, the thing that most people were paying attention to was the color. His wounds had a black and dark purple color surrounding the affected area. Almost as if it was a skin disease. Anastasia widened her eyes. I see. So, it was her that did such a thing. She gritted her teeth as she abruptly got up. I'm going out for some fresh air, guys. Oh, sure thing. Uraraka said. Once she got outside, she immediately pulled out her phone and went to her contacts. She scrolled until she found Artoria's number. Her finger hovered over the call button, hesitating whether or not to call her with an uncertain expression. Ah, damn it, I can't do this. Artoria-san and Gilgamesh-san are enjoying a well-deserved vacation right now. They've been training us non-stop for 10 months, which led to them spending less alone time together. Anastasia eventually put her phone down and put it back in her pocket. She let out a deep sigh as she turned back to the door, only to see Mordred staring down at her with her hand on her hip. Good thing you didn't call her. She shouldn't have to stress about her alternate self. I agree, but with Alter back, then Shigaraki and All for One are sure to make a move sooner or later. Logically speaking, Artoria-san and Gilgamesh-san is our best chance against them. Mordred sighed. Logic was always your way of doing things. And you, emotions. Mordred chuckled lightly. Guess so. She walked down the steps of the building and put her hand on Anastasia's left shoulder. Don't call father. She's enjoying her stay in London right now. Besides, we can deal with that pale donkey and Faker ourselves. The peach-haired girl smirked in response. Ho. How are you so sure about that? The four of us are the strongest people in this school if we exclude that symbol of peace retard. Besides, I've already defeated father once. Shouldn't be too hard to do it again. Anastasia scoffed. Oh please, you only won because you caught her off guard with your battle continuation skill. The dazzling Knight of Camelot got irked and gripped Anastasia's shoulder with a forced smile. Well, now, I still won in the end, didn't I? The girl in her grasp deadpanned. Both of you died. I don't think that counts as a win. The irk mark on Mordred's forehead got bigger as she abruptly slung Anastasia's entire body over her shoulder. Needless to say, the beautiful girl with a well-endowed body was quite surprised by this sudden development. Although she always expects the unexpected, so it doesn't count. Wah. Hey. Put me the hell down. Nope, we're going training. Anastasia visibly recoiled. And no. We already went training today. The battle trial doesn't count because neither of us broke a sweat. Mordred started walking to the back of the building, while Anastasia flailed around like a fish out of water. Oh, god damn it. It goes without saying, the relationship between these two is quite odd. They are a teacher and student, best friends, rivals, and presumably future in-laws. Hope you're rested from yesterday's battle trial. It was the next day, and the class was in session. The whole of Class 1 sat in their classroom as Izawa conducted homeroom. I took the liberty of looking at your marks and evaluation. Bakugo twins. Stop acting like 7-year-olds. You're wasting your own talents. The Bakugo twins furrowed their eyebrows. We know. Kitsuki said. Anyway, now to homeroom business. I'm sorry to spring this on you all, but is it another special test? Most of Class 1 thought simultaneously with tense expressions. We need to pick a class president. The class rejoiced since most were excited to nominate themselves to be class president. In normal schools, being a class president would only entail more unnecessary work, however, in the hero course, this role is an opportunity to train your ability. To lead others as a top hero. President. Choose me. Me too. I want to do it too. It was meant for me. I'll be the leader. Silence. A pair of sharp voices put an end to the noise. The voices had come from Izuku and Iida. Both of them exchanged glances with each other before Izuku proceeded to stand up and gaze upon the hushed students with raised hands. He put a finger on his lips to signify not to be noisy. The task of becoming a leader is one laden with commitment where one must carry and pull everyone's weight. Not everyone is fit to become one. It is a burdensome office that requires the trust of those around you. Izuku declared. I completely agree. This is why the only truly worthy leader will emerge from a democratic choice, reflecting the will of the people. Which is why it must be settled with a vote. Iida continued. Your hand is raised the highest. Class 1 exclaimed. It's still too early to have developed any trust in each other. Asui remarked. And everyone will just vote for themselves. Kirishima added. All the more, whoever receives multiple votes would be the most appropriate, right? Izuku turned to Izawa, who was getting in his sleeping bag. Would that be alright, sensei? As long as you all do it in time, I don't care. Izawa fell over. Much obliged. Some time passed as all the votes of the students were tallied and written on the chalkboard. The top 5 students were Izuku Pendragon, 5 Anastasia Fujiwara, 4 Mordred Pendragon, 3 Izumi Yagi, 2 Katsuki Bakugo, 1 perfect. Izuku whispered. Why Deku? Who voted? Katsuki shouted. It's better than voting for you. Siro replied. Ha. Got more votes than you, Mo-chan. Anastasia bragged. TCH. Katsuki continued shouting and making a scene, while his twin sister was just silently accepting the truth. On the other hand, Iida was clenching his fists on his desk with a negligibly frustrated expression, like Mordred was. Once the noises died down, Izuku and Anastasia walked up to the front of the class. Okay, so Izuku is president. The vice president is Fujiwara. Looking forward to working with you, Stacy. Izuku whispered in Anastasia's ear. As do I, my Izu-kun. The heterochromatic girl replied in a sultry tone. Lunchtime rolled around and nearly all of the students went to the cafeteria. Only Aoyama opted to stay behind in the classroom, which Izuku and Anastasia found to be a little bizarre, especially since Lunch Rush was the one cooking the cafeteria food, but they shrugged it off. They proceeded to have lunch with quite a large group that included Izumi, Iida, and the Todoroki twins. They talked about some trivial matters, and they found out that Iida was Ingenium's younger brother. The group was having quite a leisurely time until a siren was suddenly activated. An automated voice stated that a security level 3 had been breached and that they should evacuate to the rooftop. What security level 3? Iida questioned an upperclassman. It means someone broke into the campus. It's the first time. In 3 years. You should hurry. He scampered off, panicking. Someone broke into the campus. In broad daylight. Unlikely, Izuku thought with a calm expression. Soon enough, the wide hallway to the cafeteria exit was immediately filled with masses of panicking students. The Izuku's group stayed behind in the cafeteria at his behest to avoid getting squeezed by the panicking students while they tried to figure out what caused the security breach. These guys are incompetent. Mordred muttered. Come now, cut them some slack. Most of them aren't even in the hero course anyway. Anastasia defended the panicking masses. I know, but can't they even stay calm in this situation? It's in the middle of the day. Even if someone broke into the school, police and heroes would come immediately. Haha. Well, in their defense, no teacher or staff member is reassuring them. Izumi interjected. Huh, so that's it. Izuku said. What's it? Shoto asked. The Pendragon pointed to the crowd of people outside with cameras and microphones. Shoto immediately understood what happened and let out a sigh, disappointed that all the panic came from such a thing. Shoka jumped over him using his shoulders as a boost to see what was going on. The media broke in. Shoto stated. So, it's just the media, huh? Welp, no problem at all. Astolfo sat back down and started drinking his boba again. The sounds of the panicking students were still very much audible, and Izuku was getting increasingly irritated. He furrowed his eyebrows and decided to finally act. Everyone else just stayed behind and sat back down to let their class president do his work. He walked slowly as a golden gate appeared beside him. Gate of Babylon. Elizabeth Bathory Zarkani Xant Lanza. He pulled out a huge uniquely designed lance from his treasury. It was completely black in color with only a few spots of red and 2 spearheads. A wire also coiled itself around the pole of the lance. Izuku then took a deep breath and stabbed his lance into the ground, holding it firmly in place with his eyes closed. Killing Sarkani. He whispered. After gathering magical power for a moment, he opened his eyes and shouted, Hearken, students of UA. I am Izuku Pendragon. The sudden deep amplified voice coming from behind them shocked everyone in the hall momentarily before they turned their heads back to see Izuku gripping his lance as if it was a microphone. He had a slightly annoyed expression, yet he did his best to hide it, so no one noticed. They also took notice of Izuku's last name, Pendragon, which started some murmuring within the hall. The one behind all of this panic and the breach of security level 3 is merely the media. I implore you not to continue your disgraceful actions, you pack of dunces. This is UA, so act in a way that reflects this school's name and reputation. By now, everyone had calmed down and was listening to every word that was leaving Izuku's mouth with high attentiveness due to a certain trick that Izuku was using. The weather was also getting slightly rainy. Let me remind all of you again. You are in UA, the greatest hero school in the country. Everything is fine, all of you are safe. No villain shall come for you without going through me. That is all. Line up according to your class and head back until further notice, you shameful mongrels. Yes, Pendragon-san, all the students in the hall replied concurrently. How the hell can someone sound so gentle yet say such rude things? Shoka mumbled. And once again, he's gone and made a group of people his simps. Anastasia deadpanned. After a while, the police came and escorted the media out of the school grounds while everyone in the hall did as instructed. The reason why everyone in the hall was so quick to accept Izuku's instructions is because of one simple thing. His charisma skill. Becoming the son of Gilgamesh comes with a naturally high charisma that would usually have armies ready to lay down their lives. However, with killing Sarkani, Izuku was able to multiply his charisma to a very considerable degree. Therefore, everyone in the hall that was affected by Izuku's charisma most likely became his admirers. Could an ordinary reporter have done something like this? Once classes were over and the media were escorted off the school grounds, Nezu, Midnight, Recovery Girl and 13 went to the gate of UA. What they saw there surprised them because the sturdy gate of UA was destroyed, which left only dust in the area. Someone instigated this. Has some element of evil penetrated the grounds? Perhaps this was intended as a declaration of war. Nezu silently pondered aloud. I fear you may be right on this one, Uncle Nezu. Nezu whipped his head around and saw his beloved nephew walking toward him. He signaled to the other 3 to leave them alone for some private talk. Once they left, Nezu exchanged smiles with Izuku. Why, it's good to see you, my dear nephew. I heard about what you did in the cafeteria. You were quite bold and decisive. Thank you for your compliments, uncle. Now, what did you want to say? Izuku glanced at the disintegrated gate and sighed. I know who did this. Nezu's expression became serious. Who? Izuku furrowed his eyebrows, remembering what he did to them. The most insufferable man-child I've ever had the displeasure to encounter, Tamura Shigaraki. Izuku Pendragon's POV. I crossed my legs as I put an arm around Stacy, who was sitting beside me on the bus that we were on. I glanced around inside and saw all of Class 1 occupying the entire bus, their hero costumes filling it with color. We were all heading to a place quite a ways away from campus for our rescue training. Hey, Izuku-chan, I always say what I think no matter what's on my mind. Asui monotonously stated beside me. What is it, Asui? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Call me Tsayu-chan. I nodded lightly and gestured for her to continue. Your quirk reminds me of the vigilante that the police were after a year ago. I stopped myself from letting out a gasp because of Asui's question. The vigilante that she referred to was my very own father, Gilgamesh. When he was destroying entire crime syndicates and villain organizations for targeting my mother or simply incurring his wrath, the only clues he left to the police were slash wounds from his victims and the fading golden dust from our weapons going back to the treasury. Is that so? I suppose they're quite comparable to each other. I replied, trying not to give anything away. For all I know, Asui might be an expert in cold reading. Wait up, Tsayu-chan, we've never even seen that vigilante in action before or even seen him. Or her. Kirishima interjected. That vigilante disappeared a few months ago, right? Police and heroes never even found them. What was their name again? Dust Arsenal, right. Kaminari informed our classmates. What a horrendously dumb vigilante name for him, of all people. Stacy whispered. I concur. That sort of emitter-type quirk is awesome, though. There's a lot you can do with your weapons and stuff. Kirishima raised his right hand and used his quirk, hardening it. Not like my hardening. I'm good in a fight, but it's real boring. Whether or not your quirk is flashy, it doesn't matter too much. As long as you fulfill your role as a hero and protect the populace with vigor, that will be enough. I said while sipping a cup of coffee. The vermilion-haired boy showed an appreciative smile. Yeah, I guess you're right, Izuku, but the hero world has a lot to do with popularity. By the way, where'd you get that cup of coffee? Isn't it a Starbucks? Who knows? I shrugged his question off as I took another sip of my coffee while the others continued talking. As I finished doing so, I passed it on to Stacy. Thanks, love. Gracious, Corazon. Mo-chan worked me to the bone last night, so I woke up feeling dangerous. Stacy said quietly, taking a sip of the piping hot coffee. I lightly chuckled as I patted her head, the golden hair stick she wore glimmering faintly in the sun. I know. You made that abundantly clear last night. If we're talking the double whammy of flashy and strong, you can't not mention Fujiwara-san, the Todoroki, and Bakugo twins. Katsuki merely gave Kirishima a slight glance before looking back out the window as he did a small TCH. But Katsuki-chan is so unhinged. He'd never be popular. The angry Pomeranian in question abruptly stood up and gripped the railing in front of him. What did you say, frog face? You see? Kaminari gained a smug expression as he pointed at Katsuki. We've only barely started socializing, and already you've made it abundantly clear to us the unpleasantness of your steamed turd of a personality. Yeah, okay, Mr. Vocabulary. How about I pound you? I snickered as I turned to the explosive boy. It seems as though even people who are not as academically bright as you can realize your very own flaws and do not ignore it. Katsuki glared at me fiercely. I didn't ask for your opinion, Deku. I don't care about what you think. When I become the No.1 hero, you'll see that I'm the best there could be. As a warrior, perhaps, but as a hero, never. What a ludicrous mongrel he still is. I thought, sighing right after. Explosive monkey, you know Bayaz Haxing who, an average person's brain weighs roughly 1,400 grams. Stacy started, deadpanned. One would think that is enough to make some room for common sense. I continued with a smirk. Katsuki looked so furious that I swore I saw smoke erupting from his ears, while some of my classmates chuckled. You. Why you? Deku, you son of a bitch. I'll fucking. We're almost there. Settle down already. Uncle Shota interrupted him with a glare. Reluctantly, he sat back down and calmed himself, letting go of the railing, which was now blackened, presumably by mini explosions from his palm. I maintained my smirk as Katsuki kept glaring at me for the rest of the ride, while Stacy snuggled up to me. We were waiting for you. Once everyone had departed from the bus, welcoming us was a hero, 13. The space hero's costume consists of a white spacesuit design, using what appeared to be a puffy jacket instead of an actual suit, a black helmet with wide eyes, and a pair of yellow boots. The space hero, 13. A gentleman hero who excels at disaster relief. Although, I feel as though this hero is more of a gentlewoman than anything. I love 13. Your rocket declared rather enthusiastically. Let's go inside. 13 instructed, pointing at the enormous dome-shaped building behind her. Class 1 followed her instruction as we thanked her before proceeding inside the building. The sight that greeted us was an awe-inspiring interior chock full of disaster simulations, ranging from flood wrecks to massive fires. The rest of the students stood, marveling at the effort that built this place as they compared it to Universal Studios Japan. This is a practical training area I created to simulate all kinds of accidents and disasters, and its name is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. 13 announced, striking a pose. Uncle Izawa then started talking with 13 quietly as she held up 3 fingers. On the other hand, my classmates were still observing the myriad of disasters in this facility. With a slightly annoyed expression, Uncle turned to us. That problem can't be helped, then. Let's begin. Before we begin, just one thing. Or 2. Or 3. Or 4. As I'm sure many of you are aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can suck in and tear apart. 13 continued her speech about the risks of using quirks to harm others. That is all. I thank you for listening. She finished with a theatrical bow, earning the praise of my classmates. Alright, first things first. Sparks suddenly flared from the lights encircling the entire facility, causing Uncle to be interrupted. The little puppies known as my classmates looked around in confusion. I looked in Stacy and Mordred Knee's direction and saw them narrow their eyes at the central plaza. I looked at their line of sight and saw the fountain's water fluctuate and a dark purple swirl materialize from thin air. Bright yellow eyes unveiled themselves as the ominous purple mist expanded until a hand emerged. The figure revealed himself, masked by a severed hand and a crazed expression. The figure was one who I immediately recognized as Tamura Shigaraki, the most audacious destroyer I've ever met. Exiting the warp gate created by his chaperone, Kurogiri, Shigaraki cast an analyzing gaze toward us, while dozens and dozens of low-class plebeians also came from the warp gate. Huddle together and don't move. Uncle. Or rather, Eraserhead shouted at us, fear and shock lacing his tone. Class 1 had confused expressions as they looked at the central plaza, the sight of mysterious people catching them off guard. 13. Protect the students. What the heck's that? Kirishima recoiled back, surprised. Is this like the entrance exam? Has it already started? Don't move. Eraserhead equipped his signature goggles. Those are real villains. What? Villains? Are they dumb? They're stupid to break into a hero school. Sensei, what about the? What Yayoi Rozu said next, I didn't hear because Shigaraki's analytical gaze fell upon me. He glared at me with so much bloodlust that some of the villains around him shuddered. I did the same, matching his bloodlust with my own, as I had the sudden urge to lunge at him. I'm sure he felt the same since he started assuming a running stance. We kept glaring at each other with bottomless anger, and the urge to attack each other brutally increased with each passing moment. Moments turned to seconds as my hand unconsciously reached out for a weapon. I was about to use the wandering tails of Shana-O to close the distance until a hand found its way onto my shoulder. I turned my head back and saw Mordred Knee furrowing her eyebrows. Izuku, calm down. I wouldn't ask a second time. My eyes widened faintly before closing them and taking a deep breath. Pardon me, Mordred Knee. That was out of character for me. Damn right it was, don't go rushing in like an idiot without a plan. We still don't know what those plebs' plans or strategies are. Like I said before, don't make the same mistakes I did. She removed her hand from my shoulder and smirked. I'm not one to let you have all the glory. If we fight together. I let out a light-hearted chuckle. It seems as though Mother's lessons finally showed their results, though you're still the same Mordred at heart. Ha. Of course, I am. Ain't no one like me, except me. Looking back at Shigaraki, I observed that he had also calmed down. A surprise, really. It seemed as though he matured. Well, the best way to know an enemy's plans is to ask them yourself. Yep. From what you told me about Shigaraki, he does seem like the type to tell you his evil plans without a care in the world. I turned back to the rest of my classmates and saw Eraserhead giving out instructions before he prepared to jump into the fray. I also spotted Astolfo calming down Stacy as she took a deep breath and stopped glaring at Shigaraki. Kaminari, use your quirk to make a call. Wait, sensei. Surely you don't mean to jump in that crowd of villains alone. Your stamina isn't infinite. Stacy stopped Eraserhead before he could charge in. Plus, you have dry eye. Izumi worriedly added. A hero must always overcome any hurdle thrown at them. Besides, my goal isn't to defeat them. I only have to stall. Take care of them, 13. With that, he jumped down and started using his binding cloth and his erasure quirk in tandem to quickly and efficiently dispose of every villain in his path. As Eraserhead was doing that, my classmates began running to the entrance door, excluding a few. My uncle is truly such a badass. This is no time for analysis. We've got to evacuate. He yelled at the group that stayed behind, which was me, Mordred Knee, Stacy, and Astolfo. I exchanged glances with Mordred Knee and decided upon our next course of action. Astolfo and Stacy saw this interaction and nodded. All four of us summoned our weapons, mine being the harp-like bow, Failnod. We were about to go and massacre the enemy forces, but someone gripped my shoulder again. I turned my head back with a slightly irritated expression. Izuku-kun, you and the others can't just fight those villains. Letting Aizawa-sensei stall those villains until other heroes arrive is the most logical course of action. Even if we did want to help, we have no experience facing groups and real villains. Iida pleaded while doing his robotic hand movements with his free hand. Speak for yourself, Iida. I slapped his hand away. Having our help would help stall the villain significantly, all the while decreasing the chances of failure. But he looked down at the fight with a frustrated expression. We don't have permission to engage in combat. It's illegal and against the rules for people without hero licenses to use their quirks to harm others. In this case, any harm dealt to those low-class cannon fodder would be considered self-defense. Don't even try to bring up the rules. I looked at him with a very haughty expression. I am the rules. What does that even? Iida was suddenly interrupted by the ominous dark purple mist known as Kurogiri, warping right in front of my fleeing classmates. Both Iida and I saw him appear in the corner of our eyes as we turned our heads in his direction. TSK. I looked back at the fight below and saw that Eraserhead was still fighting the villains with great vitality. Fortunately, Shigaraki and the muscular bird-like monster with the exposed brain still hadn't made a move yet. It seems as though the street thugs' numbers lowered considerably. It's reasonable to assume that they separated into the different disaster simulations to attack us separately. Therefore, stopping Kurogiri from warping my classmates is now the priority. Change of plans. All 5 of us that stayed behind immediately rushed to our classmates' side, with Iida trailing far behind since we got there instantaneously. We broke through the group and stood face to face with Kurogiri. Now that the situation's changed, the best course of action is to defeat Kurogiri here and now and quickly help Eraserhead. Well. It's been 2.5 months since our last encounter, Izuku Pendragon, Anastasia Fujiwara. Indeed, it has. You're still working hard as Shiagaraki's chaperone, I see. I slowly pulled out the twin red and white Estes swords of Emperor Nero from the treasury and pointed the red one at Kurogiri. I suppose I am, but the need for me to look after him has been decreasing, as we had hoped. You know this guy, Izuku? Shoto asked from behind me. Yeah, he's a mysterious villain known as Kurogiri that works for. Never mind. All I know other than such is that he has a warp gate quirk. I maintained eye contact with Kurogiri, trying to predict his next move. Spill it, Kurogiri. Why have you and Shigaraki come here? What's with all the street thugs you brought along with you? Stacy questioned with a glare as he held up Excalibur. I have come before you as a member of the League of Villains. Forgive our audacity. Today we have come here to UA High School. This bastion of heroism. To have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. My eyes widened before I immediately compassed myself. I couldn't let my guard down around Kurogiri. The rest of my classmates were also shocked by the revelation as they let out a simultaneous gasp. We were under the impression that All Might would be here today, but it seems his schedule has changed. Well, no matter. 13 stepped in front of me as she opened her index fingertips lid. My role remains unchanged. I let 13 raise her right hand to use her black hole, knowing it would be the best way to ensure Kurogiri's defeat. However, she couldn't attack since 3 hot-headed fools struck first, expecting to defeat an unknown enemy with brute force and aimless explosions. Stay back, you impulsive fools. I shouted but was too late as the Bakugo twins and Kirishima had already rushed at Kurogiri headfirst. They let out war cries as Katsuki released the first explosion, with Katsumi following shortly after. Large amounts of dust had appeared from the Bakugo twins' explosions as we shielded our eyes from it, letting it settle. I saw Kirishima and the Bakugo twins standing ahead of us while Kurogiri's form was wavering, showing a metal plate amidst a dark purple mist. Did you think we wouldn't destroy you first? Dangerous, so dangerous. Yes, students, you may all be your still gifted golden eggs. No, get back. The 3 of you. 13 desperately called out, to no avail. Beggin. Kurogiri bellowed as he enveloped Class 1 in the dark purple mist, hoping to warp all of us into the different disasters in USJ. The first instinct I had within the direful darkness was to get as many people out of the mist. I immediately pushed some of my classmates out of the warp gate's range as I got out of there myself. Once the light entered my eyes again, I saw the area where we stood veiled with a dome of darkness. Damn it. I looked around the pathway and saw that the pair I saved were Shoka and Izumi. Sitting on the ground, worried for the rest of our classmates. Come on, get up. While I reached out a hand for both of them, I continued scanning our surroundings and saw that Mordred Nee, Astolfo, and Stacy also saved a few students, but not everyone. I stabbed the twin Estes swords on the ground as I checked if Izumi had any injuries. When I finished checking, Kurogiri started reforming as I glared at him. Siskin. Shoka whispered. With that, my purpose has been fulfilled. Kurogiri warped away, I assumed to Shigaraki's side. After he disappeared, all of my remaining classmates regrouped in the middle of the pathway, worry evident on their faces. Izumi-chan. Are you okay? Astolfo ran past me and held both of Izumi's shoulders quite firmly before checking her for any injuries like I did. I narrowed my eyes at the sight of a blushing Izumi and an overly touchy Astolfo. Everyone okay? Stacy questioned everyone as she walked by my side. They all responded with a nod as they expressed their worry and panic about the current situation. Thankfully, Mordred, Stacy, and I managed to calm them down using our charisma skills. I analyzed the current situation and decided upon what was the best way to ameliorate this disaster. Alright, here's what we're going to do. Ida, you run outside and call for help while the rest of you split into 3 groups to help our other classmates scattered throughout this facility. I'll go alone and assist Eraserhead. Is this arrangement clear? Yes. The group answered. As much as it pains me to leave you all behind, I'll do the role imparted to me with utmost care. Now that the situation's gotten far worse with 13 and the rest of our classmates separated, I must agree that this is the best course of action for us, this society's future heroes. Ida fortunately agreed. I grinned with excitement in response. The rest of our classmates are counting on us to mitigate these despondent circumstances. Let us fight for their sake. Let us fight as true and proper heroes. Their shining ray of grace. They roared with eagerness as the adrenaline flowed through their veins. Everybody proceeded to group up evenly, with Mordred, Stacy, and Izumi leading each group. I grabbed the twin Estes swords as I walked to the stairs leading to the central plaza, where Eraserhead was still fighting. But just before I jumped down, Stacy ran over to me and planted a brief kiss on my lips. My darling, keep yourself safe, Monchiri. Third person's POV, Kurogiri. Are the students separated? Down at the central plaza, right after Kurogiri had fled from the entrance pathway, he reconvened with the orchestrator of this raid, Tamura Shigaraki. He didn't tear his eyes away from the battle before him as he was analyzing Eraserhead's fighting style by using the goons he gathered as bait. The students are separated, along with 13, but there's still a group of students on the entrance pathway. That's fine as long as you didn't warp that kid with the engine quirk, then you've done your job. Just stay in the backline in case I need to swap characters. Kurogiri looked at his surprisingly matured master. I must say, it gladdens me to see you mature so much. You would have begun thinking irrationally, were it be you from 2.5 months ago. It was the one good thing that happened after I met that guy. I'm also quite impressed by your backup plan in the case if All Might was not here. It seems as though your sensei has been teaching you well. I'm grateful to be taught by her. She was one of the main reasons I matured so much. The backup plan. Shigaraki remembered what he discussed with his sensei. If All Might wasn't in USJ, Kurogiri will let one of the kids, specifically the one with the engine quirk, escape and call for help. Once UA gets a whiff of this raid, All Might will immediately rush to USJ for his students, but he will leave the other teachers in the dust. Taking advantage of that, once All Might starts to run to USJ, Lancelot will intercept the other teachers, giving us the matchup I was hoping for. All Might here, facing this Nomu and maybe some of my other new characters. But how can you be sure Lancelot will be enough to stall the other teachers? Well, Master recently gave him a fighter jet to use his Knight of Honor. If the teachers choose to split up or ignore him, he'll probably just go after the city. I see. Just then, the villains surrounding Eraserhead were blown back by the force of golden weapons striking the ground in front of them. The villains near the stairs to the entrance pathway suddenly got set ablaze, one by one. They kept combusting until the attacker stood still, revealing Izuku, holding the flaming twin Estes swords. Well, isn't this going to be interesting? Under the severed hand, Shigaraki started grinning maniacally. Izuku Pendragon's POV problem nephew, what are you doing here? Eraserhead asked as we stood back to back, eyeing the villains that retreated to the water. I'm here to assist you. Don't force yourself to fight these street thugs just so you can reassure us. I launched a barrage of weapons using the Gate of Babylon toward the group of villains ahead of me. I'm that easy to figure out, huh? Is there anything you can tell me about that hand villain? I heard from the principal you know about him. How I met him is a story for another time. Just make sure you don't get near him. He's fast, and his quirk is called Decay. It allows him to turn anything he touches with his 5 fingers into dust. I see. That hand villain is the boss of this raid, isn't he? He isn't doing anything but observe while his allies are getting knocked out. He was probably analyzing your fighting style. Let me take care of him, uncle. I can easily defeat him as long as there are no interruptions. I looked at him with a hardened expression. Uncle Izawa looked at me for a moment and sighed. Fine, you have my permission. He looked at the villains I set ablaze that retreated to the water. Not that it matters anymore. I grinned at him before immediately making a beeline towards the fountain where Shigaraki and the bird-like monster were still standing. Defeating every villain along the way with a swift slash, I got to Shigaraki's location without a problem. Blood evaporating on my blades. I cleaned off the remaining blood with a quick stroke, glaring at Shigaraki all the while. "Oh, wow. If it isn't the great hero prince," he said, his arms spread wide. "If it isn't the childish defect. It's been quite some time. How is your leg doing?" I put the twin Estes swords back into the treasury with a smug smirk. "It's doing fine. Thank you for asking after you drove a sword into it." "Oh no, it was my pleasure, especially after you attacked Stacy's siblings." HMPH. Shigaraki started glaring at me as I did the same, still keeping my smile. "Why don't we stop with the passive aggressiveness and get onto the main course?" "I would like that." I reached out for a weapon, my smile fading, as a gate appeared before me. Gate of Babylon. The executioner sword of Charles Henry Sanson. I gripped a large grey-black Akakalaka sword, belonging to the first executioner to use a guillotine. "Oh, but you won't be fighting me, not yet, anyway." Shigaraki pointed at me with a maniacal grin I could see even with the severed hand masking him. "Nomu. Kill this clown. Izuku Pendragon's POV, it's no use, hero prince. If you want to really damage Nomu, you'd be better off. You know what, I'll leave that for you to figure out." That damn shabby villain snickered. The monster that Shigaraki called a Nomu rushed towards me again, reeling its arm back for an explosive punch. I quickly jumped back to create some distance and immediately sent a barrage of weapons toward the Nomu while it was still running at me. My weapons hit it and the area around it all at the same time. HMPH. Troublesome beast. I whispered, perceiving the little harm my attack caused. When the dust settled, I saw a trail of blood all over the ground, leading to the Nomu blown back a few meters from my strike. Its arms were in a defensive position before it abandoned the stance as the deep wounds and large rips in its body started to heal very quickly. What a powerful regeneration quirk. But not just that, its strength is immense. Almost as powerful as All Might. Could this thing be the result of human experimentation? Ha. Ha ha ha. Shigaraki chuckled menacingly. Nomu is a super-powered living sandbag. Designed to withstand everything All Might can throw at it. If that beast can withstand just All Might's power, I'll simply tear it apart. I roared, lunging at the Nomu. My blade bearing down on its vile, exposed brain. As I anticipated, it didn't back down as the Nomu let its head be split in half so it could throw another powerful punch at me. Before its giant black arm could connect, I ducked under it, spun around, and struck its legs by the knee, relieving them of the Nomu's weight. The Nomu dropped to the ground without the support of its legs. It bought some time to regenerate by grabbing my waist and throwing me as far away as possible. I quickly broke my fall with the proper form before I stood up and dusted myself off. Its shock absorption won't work on that sword. "Why?" Shigaraki exclaimed with clenched fists. "I'd always thought. That human experimentation is so atrocious." I glare at the Nomu and Shigaraki with a deep fury. "Once I eviscerate this Nomu, I'm coming for you, Shigaraki, and the one who disgraced this corpse." "Ho. Would you now? A supposed prince like you? Though I guess someone stained with blood like you isn't above that." He took off the hand on his face and smirked at me. "I don't know much about these Nomu, but pawns that follow your every order without question are useful, wouldn't you agree? There's more than one Nomu, huh?" I noticed a gap in his wording. "Well. As a brilliant scientist once said, no great science should ever put lives in danger." Shigaraki's smirk widened as he pointed at me before putting his hand mask back on. I turned to my left and saw the Nomu break into a run, cracking the concrete beneath as it went. The Nomu got to my location quickly as it attempted to grab me. I reacted quickly, leaping upward and slashing in a semicircle arc. Slash. Embarrassing. I cut off the Nomu's right arm without hesitation, but it quickly adjusted its posture and bashed its shoulder into my chest. Though I managed to minimize the damage by blocking it. I got sent back a few meters, but as soon as my feet touched the ground, it was already right at my side, a left hook heading straight for me. My eyes refocused as my eyebrows furrowed. I leaned to the left, barely evading the Nomu's attack. I spun around, gripped my sword firmly, and slashed downwards, cutting off the disgraced corpse's left arm. However, its fully regenerated right arm struck the ground debris, dust flying everywhere. A grin adorned my face. "This move harms you more than I." I took this opportunity and jumped as far away from it before holding up Charles Henry Sanson's executioner sword in front of me as I started channeling magical energy. In the corner of my eye, I noticed Shigaraki recoil back as he clenched his fists with a furious glare. "Nomu. Don't let that bastard release that weapon's true name. Too late, you disgraceful mongrel." I smirked while seeing Shigaraki's hand in front of me, warped by Kurogiri. I muttered. Executing the sentence. A loud and haunting boom resonated within the unforeseen simulation joint. Shigaraki's hand retreated as the warp gate closed. Probably from what was emerging behind me. I looked behind me and saw dark purple hands, reminiscent of Kurogiri, erupting from the ground below us, writhing wildly. TCH. Nomu. Don't let yourself get caught by those hands. I have a bad feeling about them. Shigaraki ordered after calming himself slightly. Don't get your hopes up. Even the Nomu can't escape this. I sensed the hands behind me stop writhing around as they found their target. Dozens of meters away, to my right. The hand swiftly reached out to grab the Nomu with seemingly infinite range. It tried its best to evade the onslaught of attacks by using the wind pressure from its punches or stomping the ground and using the debris as weapons and the dust as cover. This sequence continued for a while before one of the hands broke through the Nomu's defense and grabbed its left arm. The Nomu immediately attempted to pry the hand off it but left his right arm and legs exposed, which allowed me to capture it completely. Every hand that erupted from the ground earlier had a very tight grip on every major muscle group, joint, and limb on the Nomu. The hands hurriedly dragged the Nomu back to where they first appeared. Right behind me. It continued struggling as I quickly stepped backward. Kurogiri. Bring the Nomu back here. I heard Shigaraki demand. Understood. Another loud and eerie sound resonated in the building. Only this time, the blood-curdling atmosphere was much more evident. The ground ahead of me burst as something rose from the dust. Once it cleared, I could see the apparatus ahead of me. A guillotine with a gigantic blade with distinct carvings and wing designs. The Nomu was dragged directly underneath the lamort espoir, with its head aligned with the guillotine's blade. It kept struggling, yet it couldn't break free from the hands that trapped it. They were there to ensure that anyone and anything would be under the blade, after all. A second later, the blade fell with a sickening scrape, rubbing against the metal frame as a splash of red followed. Thud. The best way to defeat an unkillable enemy is to kill it instantly. I threw my executioner sword into the air as it faded into golden dust. Lamort espoir. Execution complete. Third person's POV, Shigaraki's eyes were as wide as saucers when he heard the sound of a light thud after Lamort espoir finished off the Nomu. His hands shook as they slowly reached for his neck, stopping at the last moment before his old habit resurfaced. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed as he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. God damn it. That guy is not just a mini-boss, huh? Shigaraki's eyes fell upon Izuku, who took a few quick breaths. Tamura Shigaraki, what are we to do now? The Nomu was defeated by your mortal enemy, foiling our objective to kill All Might. Let me think, Kurogiri. Shigaraki replied with a malicious look. I underestimated that flashy bastard. We should have had better characters on the field. Kurogiri gazed at his master, still shocked by how mature he became in the short time he spent with his sensei. The young adult analyzed the much younger teenager than him, looking for any signs of fatigue or overuse of magical energy. On the other hand, Kurogiri checked on Eraserhead, who was still fighting the other villains. I think we still have a chance if you warp those two here while his class is still separated and Eraserhead is still fighting my pawns. Are you sure about that? If All for One's mind-controlling quirk hasn't finished yet on the little one, she would. We'll kill you. Shigaraki growled. Do as I ordered, Kurogiri. That arrogant Pendragon's noble phantasm counters the big guys. We need both of them on the field if we want to clear this level. Very well, then. Meanwhile, Izuku thought the enemy would retreat after eradicating their main fighting force, only to be proven wrong. He crossed his arms with a raised eyebrow, seeing Kurogiri suddenly increase in size. Thinking that they would either retreat or send in more villains or Nomus, Izuku thought the latter was probable. I don't think they have any more powerful allies other than the first Nomu, but Lamort Espoir consumed more magical energy than usual. Perhaps because it was my first time using it on a living target. Nevertheless, the fight is still not over. What came out of the warp gate was something that Izuku wasn't expecting. His eyes widened as his confident stance faltered for just a moment. The presence he felt. And the air of dread permeating the central plaza was something he had only experienced when he first met All for One. Impossible. Izuku's gaze fell upon the pair of silhouettes coming out of the warp gate. One was as big as the Nomu, while the other was akin to a child. Let me introduce you, Izuku Pendragon, to my servants. Shigaraki revealed red marks on his hands, command seals. The pair of servants encroached the central plaza as the fight between Eraserhead and the cannon fodder halted for a moment as the two entered. One was a hulky, muscular statue-like man with long black hair who carried a giant axe sword. The other was a small white-haired girl with green-yellow eyes wearing a tattered cloak. They stood still, awaiting Shigaraki's orders. Shigaraki's gaze fell upon the assassin-class servant, Jack the Ripper. Seems like Master finished his mind control. What a good substitute for a command seal. This brat was stupid to think she could resist. Izuku Pendragon's POV, I put a hand on my face as my expression hardened. My eyes not tearing away from the enemy servants. How can this be? Who are these servants? Did All for One summon them? Or did they get here the same way the others did? No, I doubt All for One alone could. My train of thought was interrupted when the colossal black giant leaped into the air with a mighty roar, getting a red undertone in his skin as it did so. I immediately prepared to intercept him. But before I could launch a volley of attacks, a mist that mysteriously appeared out of nowhere blocked my view. But I could not worry about that at the moment. Judging by its trajectory, the colossal servant was heading straight for me. I quickly ran out of the way before hearing a loud rumble and a roar behind me. I didn't look back as I made a beeline to where I'd last seen Shigaraki. If those two are Shigaraki's servants, then I'll simply deal with the problem at its root. As I ran, I took out twin katanas with purple handles and golden handguards from my treasury. Gate of Babylon. Taira no Kajikyo Zazumaru. I condensed magical energy beneath my feet with the katanas and opened a blazing portal of dark purple flames. In but a moment, I was instantaneously at the fountain where Shigaraki was. The wind flowed through my hair as I landed and looked around. No sign of Shigaraki or Kurogiri anywhere. Good grief. That infantile imbecile with the attention span of kumquats and the imagination of a potato slipped away again. I spat. My breath hitched since I felt something coming. A looming danger getting closer and closer by the moment. I couldn't pinpoint the location of the assailant because of the mist. Assuming that this is a presence concealment skill, I should wait until the last moment for a counterattack. This must be the work of the other servant, an assassin, most likely. I held up the Azumaru katanas as my eyes darted around my surroundings. The looming danger got closer and closer and until. Our name is Jack the Ripper. A monotonous voice laced with bloodlust spoke. Her location clouded by the mist. Whoosh. I quickly turned around and deflected the small knives heading straight for my head as my eyes narrowed. Without delay, a feeling of cold steel emerged on my neck as I felt the assassin's small body latching onto me from behind. Combust. I gripped the Azumaru katanas tighter with furrowed eyebrows. Before assassin's knife could draw blood, my entire body burst into dark purple flames. A beacon forming from the fire while the scorching heat rapidly dispersed the mist. Fortunately for assassin, she jumped away from me with only a few burn marks on her hands. The assassin was quite fast to react, it appeared. I turned around and pointed at assassin with my right blade. Jack the Ripper, you say? HMPH. I've heard of you. Jack the Ripper is quite popular amongst villains as an alias, as far as I know. I didn't expect that infamous serial killer to be a child, though. Jack the Ripper stayed silent as she continued to look at me with empty eyes. The assassin servant's silence didn't surprise me, not one bit. Assassins are often known as silent killers. Eliminating whatever target their master commands them to, and carrying out their master's wishes with their particular skill set. A piece used for quiet murders. That is what an assassin class servant is supposed to be. And yet, why do I feel the need to reach out a hand to this mongrel of a serial killer? People consider the eyes to be the windows of the soul, but hers is hollow. As if something was controlling her like strings on a puppet. But isn't that normal for a servant? Shigaraki probably already used a command seal to make her swear allegiance. I shook my head to get rid of these distracting thoughts. No need to think about this now. Just my immaturity at play. She is the enemy, nothing more. A mighty roar assailed my ears as something's massive shadow hovered over me. I hurriedly peered at the source. The colossal servant, a berserker, most likely. It seemed as though my flamboyant counter earlier got his attention, as well as the disappearance of the mist. Berserker's statue-like body was getting closer and closer as he spun around mid-air, gathering momentum for a blow. In response, I again concentrated magical energy beneath my feet, opened a flaming portal, and escaped through it. I resurfaced dozens of meters in front of the conflagration zone, away from the two servants. Berserker landed, roaring as it came rushing at me while I released a volley of swords and spears at him. No effect. To my surprise, none of them damaged him. Not even a single scratch on his body, despite the number of weapons hitting him directly. Berserker let out a low growl as he continued his reckless advance. At this point, assassin had also disappeared from my sight, but I shall first deal with the obstacle charging towards me like a bull. The weapons I used to attack him were of relatively low class. If that's the problem, I shall use a finer technique to bring him down. Having decided on my course of action, I got into a crouching position with the Azumaru katanas still in my hands. I took a deep breath as I manifested the Gate of Babylon, hailing the berserker with golden lights and cold, sharp steel. A spear hit his abdomen, a sword on his knee, and an axe on his right shoulder. The number of weapons impaling berserker kept increasing, blood splattering everywhere, but he was still alive. He likely has a battle continuation skill, like Mordred Knee. Adopting a hardened expression, I prepared for my finishing blow as I broke into a run. Berserker couldn't move his legs because of the treasures impaling him. I accelerated my speed while brandishing both blades. Dark purple flames surrounded my whole body as the magical energy built up. I was like an unstoppable force of nature. The sweltering heat created a trail of smoke and flames from my footsteps as I got closer and closer to Berserker. With us only a few meters apart, I positioned both katanas behind me for a swift finish. To guarantee my victory, I used Azumaru to create 3 clones of myself, effectively surrounding the helpless Berserker. In this situation, my triumph was all but assured. Whoever you may be, I hope that as a hero of old, humanity's folly plague your legacy no longer. Farewell. Slash. With that, my blades and clones found their target and Berserker's life had been taken in one swift concurrent strike. Dark purple flames erupting from Berserker's corpse. My clones vanished as I kept my guard up for the assassin. I looked around the area for a few moments, failing to spot any signs of my enemies. Odd. I can't see Shigaraki or Kurogiri anywhere. Have they perchance retreated already? The assassin could be anywhere in the open area and I still wouldn't be able to detect her presence. Such is the effect of the presence concealment skill, I suppose. With Shigaraki and Kurogiri nowhere in sight and the assassin in hiding, there is only one thing left for me to do. I suppose I should go back and assist Uncle Izawa with any other villains remaining. I prepared to go back to reconvene with everyone else as I swung my katanas to get rid of the blood. My gaze drifted to where I last saw Uncle Izawa fighting. Near the foot of the stairs. I was confident that Uncle Izawa wouldn't get harmed too much by those peasants. Although, I was quick to be proven wrong because what I saw shook me to my core. Uncle. I gasped lightly with wide eyes, fear seeping into my body. There he lay, in a pool of his own blood. The assailant, Jack the Ripper, towered over him with her bloodied butcher knives. I had failed to focus on the objective. Evacuate my classmates and make sure nobody, absolutely nobody, would get hurt on my watch. Seeing my uncle fighting for his life because of my carelessness enraged me. I glared at Assassin with a deep fury as my body erupted in dark purple flames again while I gripped my katanas so tightly that my nails dug into my palm. Uncle Izawa. I prepared to break into a sprint, but I let my guard down. I heard a familiar roar as my instinct screamed at me to dodge. Though I didn't even have any time to react as my body became pinned down with the force of a mountain. My flames instantly dissipated as the ground beneath cracked from the pressure of whatever was pinning me down by the neck with its giant hand. Crack. Arg. I screamed in pain as I looked above me and saw Berserker. Alive and pinning me down with his Herculean strength. How? I'm sure I killed you. Just who are you to be able to defy death? Berserker didn't reply, but only let out a low growl as he gripped my neck tighter. He could easily snap it if this continues. I started panting to calm myself down. I was only in this situation because my emotions clouded my senses. My gaze wandered between my uncle and the Berserker. Using the Gate of Babylon on him now would be unwise since he likely has the battle continuation skill. How did he even come back from the dead? I felt my blade go through him. I should have been more cautious. Taking down a servant isn't so simple, after all. Suddenly, I heard maniacal laughs getting more and more audible. Ha. Ha-ha-ha. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. My plan worked like a charm. I glanced at the source of the voice and saw Shigaraki walking toward me with Kurogiri trailing behind him. This was your plan. It's quite impressive for someone like you. Using my sensei as a way to let my guard down. Eraserhead isn't just your sensei, is he? You wouldn't have been so angry if he was just some nobody sensei of yours. My eyes widened before I glared at him. Right on the money, huh? Master's intel was right. You are Yagi. Don't you dare call me by that name. To think the symbol of peace would have such an arrogant son. He smirked as he kneeled in front of me. I am not that oaf son. You would do well to remember that, you mongrel. Right. After All Might neglected and abandoned your weak ass, you somehow got adopted by Artoria and Gilgamesh Pendragon. They are the only reason you have your title, your noble phantasms, your power. Without them, you are nothing. Shigaraki snickered. At the very least, I had people standing beside me. Unlike you, they weren't power-hungry spawns of the devil. Tell All for One to return to whatever hole he crept out of, and your pitiful attempt at psychological warfare won't work on me. Immediately after I finished my sentence, Shigaraki put his hand over my head. Every finger touching it except his thumb. I instinctively gripped Azumaru tighter in response. Now. It's dangerously bold of you to say that to my face when you're only a thumb away from death. You already know that you've lost. Even if you kill me, Berserker will crush your neck because I commanded him to. There is no version of this where you alone comes out on top. As much as it pains me to admit, he was undoubtedly correct. Considering everything that I know about my enemies, there is no possible way for me to win this alone, but since when has that been a reason for surrender? You are wrong about one thing, mongrel. You have not defeated me, and you never will because you can't kill me in a way that matters. My dream will live on since there will always be those who dare to brave the horrors of the world to cure it of filth like you. Shigaraki let out a tiny grumble as he reeled his hand back. You are right. Psychological warfare done verbally won't work on someone as stupidly arrogant as you. Not as stupid as your existence. Your dream is stupid. You're stupid. And you should feel stupid. I smirked at him. TCH. Shigaraki unexpectedly stood up as he turned to his chaperone, Kurogiri. You know what, Kurogiri? Wouldn't it be much more beneficial for us to turn him into one of ours? Master can do something like that, right? Indeed, All for One can use the mind control quirk he used on Assassin. A previous plan of his involved using the King of Heroes as a weapon. This one would be a perfect replacement. Kurogiri replied. Shigaraki then chuckled heartily. Hahaha. You hear that, you bastard? I decided that I'll torture you some more. Maybe have you murder your classmates, your sisters, or maybe your girlfriend. Hahaha. Just thinking about it makes me crackle. That shabby villain was abruptly interrupted by the sound of crackling thunder. To my right, a red flash of lightning headed straight for Shigaraki, about to crash into him with tremendous speed. The cumbersome pressure on my body was immediately relieved as Berserker reacted quickly to protect Shigaraki from the familiar flash of lightning. Mortar. As I tried to stand, a chain suddenly wrapped around my waist as I flew into the air, the Azumaru katanas dematerializing. The wind fiercely attacked my body until I landed in somebody's arms, far away from the battle. Izuku, you fucking idiot. We shouldn't have let you go alone. I opened my eyes and saw Astolfo's concerned face and Stacy hugging me tightly. I hugged her back as I smiled. I'm fine, just a few broken ribs and maybe a hurt ego. Stacy broke the hug as she glared at me with teary eyes. How the fuck did you even lose, you dumbass? You know what, I'm going to send that bastard Shigaraki 60 feet under. She stood up as she slung my arm around her shoulder. Right after I get you to safety. Wait a minute, Stacy. I can still fight. We have to help Mordred Nee. Uncle Izawa is also still there. We have to go get him. I pleaded as I put pressure on my ribs. I'll go and help them. Just leave it to me. Astolfo responded as he didn't waste a second waiting for my reply. You heard him. Let's go. Mo-chan can handle herself until I get back with Astolfo-kun. Stacy started walking to the stairs with an angry and worried expression. Stacy. I stopped her as she turned to scowl at me. I didn't back down as I insisted. There are other servants here. You're going to need all the help you can get. Stacy glared at me as I stood my ground. Realizing that wouldn't work, she used her accursed puppy dog eyes as she pouted at me. A few moments passed as the sound of concrete cracking and blades clashing could be heard in the background. My beloved whined a bit before sighing. Fine, have it your way, you stubborn, lovable, handsome. Arg. She let go of me as she walked back down. Let's go, but you're only supporting in the backline, got it? A confident smirk adorned my face. Very well, my love. She let out another long sigh. Sorry I overreacted. Upon a closer inspection, your injuries aren't that severe. It's quite alright. Good to know how much you care about me, though. A pout adorned Stacy's face. Yeah. But you're still staying in the backline, got it? I, of all people, know how much of a bitch a broken rib is. That's it guys. That was the full stuff. Until the author add more chapters. Take care.